ugly, but they were, whatever.
Oh my gosh. To me, my babies were if they don't do that anymore, but you know how you had the nursery where you could go and peer into the glass and look at the babies. My babies would have been the most beautiful babies in that nursery. They're freaking adorable.
Some babies are ugly though.
Yes.
Not mine.
Sure.
To me.
Not yours.
To me.
Yeah,
right? Your babies are beautiful to you.
I just think it takes a few weeks, months before they really become
they get
cute.
cuter and cuter, but they're cute when they're born too.
Texter says, hey, Jim, you're below average. Love, Mom. Another one says, send the drink back and be honest with your kids. It's perfectly fine. Stop coddling these kiddos.
I don't think you need to coddle them, but
it's one thing if you're, telling your kid he's going to, play for the Blue Jays or something like that, even though you can't hit. That's different. There's a difference between coddling in one way and coddling in another.
Are you sure you want to suggest soccer, Jim? What's the issue with most kids play soccer is one of the first sports they play growing up,
and
right?
they do run around.
Yeah, if your kids need to shut off a few LBs, running around playing soccer might help.
I don't know how much help it's going to do.
Well,
but
being active, it's a more active.
Right, exactly.
Baseball, if the ball's not hit to you and you're just standing there.
You know, one of the worst things in the world was for me was T-ball. And my kids played, but they had some teammates that they'd be in the outfield and they'd be eating dirt. It was like, what are we doing here? If your kid has no desire to play, send them
But you do need to expose them to some things.
Okay.
Because I wish that I would have been exposed to a little bit more. Instead of being you don't want to do that? Okay, you don't have to try that.
Well, you try it, and then when it becomes apparent.
Well, you're going to take them off the team halfway through?
You're going to sit there.
I'm not going to drive you to practice if you're going to eat dirt.
What age is this?
I'm talking
4?
5 or 6 years old.
Sony, okay, I've had 3 kids that have gone through this. 4 to 6, they play in the dirt, they pick it up.
Yeah.
They don't pay attention. They run to third base when they get a hit. Okay? Then they start kicking the dirt around and playing with their cleats, and they somewhat pay attention, but you have to stay on them 7 and 8. And then you have your unicorn 7 or 8 year old that's a little bit ahead of everybody. And then 9, 10 is when they actually really start caring. Pretty much that's the path.
Yeah, I know. It's just some kids just don't want to be there. And to me, when you're eating dirt, and then there are kids on their team who actually want to play, or even though they might run the wrong way, they're more engaged.
And you can find something better to do. But you can find something better to do for the kids' time if they don't want to be there. You don't want to force kids to play. I get Stoney's point.
Yeah, but you gotta give it time.
Oh, agreed.
Yeah, I'm not saying
this
the
might be
first
one of the
day, you're done. No. But
Get
it's
rock. Get him out of here.
Jim, where do you stand on you don't win in T-ball? Everybody you bat through the whole lineup, and then the next team hits, and you play.
How old are we talking here?
4 to 6 years old.
I think by 6 we're keeping score. We're winning. We're winning or we're losing, and we're learning early in life we don't always win. These are good lessons. This isn't bad. Don't make me the bad guy.
And then your son's he's in a slump. I mean, you're like Torque. You'd probably send your kid back down. If he went up to coach pitch and he was struggling, you send him down to T-ball.
Hey, if you're going to go 0 for Torkelson, we're getting back to the T's.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only way to do it.
I remember I got called up from the majors. I could have gotten called back down, too.
Texter says, Cookies, you're killing me. Yes, son, you're big. Let's go have you be a linebacker. Anyway, some life advice. We do it once a week, dear John. John will be back next week. We'll have Cookie Jar tomorrow. Coming up next, we do need to get to Skubal. How to handle this situation with no clear timeline. Should they keep him and pay him? Should they trade him, or should they just wait it out? Like your kid, whether or not they want to play baseball. It's 97.1. All right, Stoney, how do they handle it? There's no clear timeline. Skubal's pitching out of his mind. Is he part of the long-term future? Does he fit this timeline that doesn't yet exist? How would you handle it?
Well, that's the problem. We don't know what the timeline is. To me, the timeline for them to be really good is probably, you would expect it to be 3 years. By that time, you would think Clark and McGonigal and these guys are going to be on the team. Keith's going to be good. Green hopefully will be good. Torque we've already talked about. That might be a lost cause. So and I assume that they'll spend a little bit more. So if you believe that they are 4 to 5 years away from being really, really good, then I think you have to trade them. Or at least entertain the trade. I'm not saying giving them away at all. No, we talked about the Orioles and Holiday and as being the guy you have to take in a trade before you even discuss it. Look, ideally, what you do, he's got 2 years left before he becomes an unrestricted free agent at the age of 30, 31 going into that season. We know pitchers and injuries and things like that. So now, or at the end of this season, is where the value is the best. And if you can get really good return, then you make the trade. Ideally, optimally, you extend them for, 4 to 6 years. So that way he becomes a free agent again at age like 33, 34, maybe 35, and he gets one more shot at the can. That's what I would do. I would try to extend them, but there's a inherent risk there. I'm not letting him go to free agency. I'm not doing Max Scherzer and Ndamukong Suh. No effing way. I'm trying to figure it out, and I got to figure it out by this offseason. Because if I don't know what I'm doing, then I'm trading them. You have to go to Scott Boras, go to Skubal and say, here's the deal. We're going to give you more than what you would get for arbitration for the next 2 years, substantially more. Now, you might make less down the road if you go to free agency and you continue to excel. But then again, you could get hurt. You could do this. You could do that. You could, that's the way baseball is. Take it now, and I'd be very happy with that.
I'm not making fun of you. I feel like you dipped a toe in each of the answers there.
Yes.
Because it is a complicated situation.
It's true.
Let me be very clear. The answer is to pay your homegrown superstar.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's what I mean.
The answer is you bow up as an ownership group and a front office, and you pay your homegrown star who is at the top of the sport. And then...
But you have to do it now.
Right. You pay your homegrown star, and then you pay other people around him. You invest in the ball club right now. You're roughly a 500 team. Imagine how good you'd be if you added other good players to this ball club. Like the idea that I had 3 or 4 years is when they're going to win, I reject it. If it's going to take you 3 or 4 years to field a good team, resign. Let someone else step in who's more interested in turning this thing around in a timely manner. The answer is to field a real payroll where you pay Skubal and other bats and other arms, and eventually you build to where you're a top 10 payroll. You're not the Dodgers, the Mets, or the Yankees, but you field to the level that you can win a World Series. That's what you're building towards, and Skubal is part of that. I mean, if he's not part of it, what's the point? You find a guy, you develop him, he's a star, and you got to trade him for lottery tickets?
No.
I got to trade him for Franklin Perez, Jake Rodgers.
No.
So I don't want to do that. So this is the answer. Waving the white flag would be a sad commentary on the state of the organization if you can't keep Tarek Skubal. Now, the only caveat is if you get a king's ransom.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
The only caveat would be Baltimore says, we want to win a World Series right now. We're willing to empty out our farm system, give you the best hitting prospect in all of baseball, someone who can play up the middle defensively and hit MLB bloodline pedigree. We're talking Holiday. If you were to give me multiple young bats who would be controllable, including at least one can't-miss guy, guys who play every day, fine. Starting pitching is not as valuable as it once was. But my preference and the right answer is to run a real baseball team and pay your really good players and not have that be restrictive.
Of course.
Because the worst thing would be they pay Skubal and go, that's our investment. No. You're going to pay Skubal, and then you're going to hand another $20 million to a proven bat, and then you're going to hand another. My point is you're going to be a real baseball team.
Yes, I mean, optimally, you sign Skubal, you go, get Juan Soto too.
None of this 3 or 4 year nonsense.
But that ain't going to happen.
But okay, but that's how we come full circle, because if they are looking at the 3 or 4 years,
right,
then you're going to drag me to the Valenti and Rieger camp where you do have to trade them. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, if they are brazenly, hey, we're not a year or two away, but we're 3 or 4 years away. If our window is McGonigal and Max Clark, well, then Skubal doesn't even fit a little bit, and then you are in a position where you have to trade.
That was my point. If they what they look at the window is.
Yeah.
If they look at the window as being 3 years from now, then you have to trade them.
But it shouldn't be 3 years.
I know, but that wasn't the option.
I know. The option wasn't you get to come in with a sledgehammer and fix everything.
Correct.
You have to work with what we're working with.
Right.
I'm not heavy, like, all in on trading Skubal, but if I had to, you make this choice here, I would trade him. I don't think his value will ever be higher. I think it's Michael Fulmer all over again. Not saying that Skubal will get hurt, but there is that whole belief that if you've had Tommy John, you're gonna, that like 8 years ago, that you're gonna need Tommy John again potentially. His sample size of dominance is very small. That's where it's like Fulmer. Fulmer was a rookie of the year, remember?
Yeah, but he wasn't as good as this kid is.
I don't know, man. There was
times,
Stoney, we went to a game where Fulmer was no-hitting somebody, I remember.
Yeah, I know, but he
might have been Texas.
The amount of time, though, I mean, this is over 2 seasons.
Stoney, this started the second half of last season.
Oh, I know.
It's a full season.
That's what I'm saying. This is over.
Fulmer did a
seasons.
season and a half before they started to have.
But Fulmer had major injuries too, as before. That's why they were even able to get him. And what was it? They traded what was Cespedes, right? And they got him for the Mets. I think that was. Yeah.
No, but the belief for trading Fulmer at his peak, they should have. The belief was that they could have got 4 prospects for him. I remember that.
Allegedly, yes.
And I said at the time I wanted them to go to the Yankees and say we want Torres. And if they said no, they say no. And that's what you have to do now with the Orioles. You go and I would right now. I'd call up the Orioles and say you want to make a trade. All right, we want Holiday and we want your second prospect, Basallo,
the catcher first baseman.
Yes. And then you are somewhat priming the pump that if Torque busts, you might have an option. And they will say no. They will say no to that right now. I know it's I'm asking for your top 2 prospects. Well, you're getting arguably a Cy Young winner.
You want to go win the World Series?
You want to play?
Yeah.
Let's play.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And I think the decision that you have to make here is you don't budge unless you're getting Kyle Tucker. Right? That was the Verlander thing. You go by, we're not doing it without Tucker. We can keep JV. Or in this case, you can keep Skubal. But you can only do it if you're actually committed to paying him and others around him, which is a question of ownership. And the way you do it, I think Stoney laid out the perfect blueprint. If you are team pay Skubal, I think you do it at the end of this season, assuming he's clean bill of health, 2 years of arbitration control, and you use it as leverage. You go, Skubal, we know that you're at risk of an arm event. You're a power arm. You're going to be 8 years removed from Tommy John. I want to offer you a 9-figure, life-changing contract. Could be 6, 7, whatever many years. We want to start it now. We don't want to make you wait 2 years for the life-changing money. We're going to get it done now. I don't want you to fall into the camp of other Boris clients who were promised the sun, the moon, and the stars and had to settle before spring training.
Right.
I want to get you paid on a 9-figure deal right now in a way Blake Snell didn't. I want to get you paid today. And this is, again, at the end of the season, clean bill of health. You lock in a lower AAV, lower salary per year. You get it done, and you keep spending money. That's my preference. If they're not willing to do it, then we get into the darker conversation, which is we don't get to keep our good players. We're the Pittsburgh Pirates. We're the Tampa Bay Rays. We're the Oakland A's. That's what I don't want to be. I don't want this to be we have to trade Skubal. I don't want that to be where we're at.
You would make the deal I just said, right?
Well, again, if King's ransom.
Yes. And so what's the problem with stirring up the conversation?
Nothing.
I'd love for it to get out there in the media that the Tigers propose something like this. I'd do it in a heartbeat. Look, there may be some baseball nerds out there that know more than me about it that say that you'll never get 2 top prospects for a pitcher in this day and age of baseball. But that's what they need.
Fine.
That's what they need. Do they want to win a World Series? They're not stunting their future growth because their farm system is stocked and they're young, the Orioles. To me, it's something you just inquire about and see if they'll bite. You know what this would do for the Tigers? The Tigers would then have the number 1, the number 10, the number 13, and the number 14 prospects in baseball. All right.
Yeah.
That's Clark is 13.
Mm-hmm. Job is in there.
Job is 10. Basallo is 14, and then Holiday's obviously number 1.
Yeah.
I mean, I would roll with that.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantees, which is why it's
Right.
tough doing this, but you're giving yourself not one guy, but a group of guys.
The other problem is
and position players too, which are more valuable than the arms.
Don't take this the wrong way, because obviously Skubal would help. But the Orioles pitching is pretty good now, where I don't think they would give up Holiday because I'm not going to give up. I don't have to. I still have Burns. I still have Rodriguez. I still have Irvin. I still have some good pitchers.
The response we get is, hey, you don't want this to be a Fulmer, which has already come up, or a Boyd. I think Skubal's better than both of those arms. I feel that. The other comp is JV, and he's not quite JV.
No.
But he's younger, and he's under team control. So that's where you could sit there, and I'm going to sit on my offer, and if you don't match it, I'll keep him.
I'll keep him.
Yeah. Is it so bad to keep a guy who's a lethal lefty?
Right.
And that's not bad at all.
Right.
It'd be encouraging.
Right.
Could you imagine if there was a commitment to him and others in the next year or two? That'd be incredible.
Yes.
It doesn't feel likely, but it'd be incredible.
No, that's the problem with this team is the guys, especially Torque, who you sit there and say, you know what, we're going to extend Skubal, and we're also going to do something for Green and these guys. We're
Carpenter
do
potentially.
The Colt Keith's contracts with these guys.
Yes. Sure. But you're going to have to start making some decisions on guys like Torkelson. This can't be developmental year for year.
No.
If they are going to do developmental years, plural,
no,
then Skubal doesn't fit the timeline.
No. That's the problem.
We got phone calls, ticket text. You guys want to jump in? 248-539-9797. We have a Would You Rather Detroit edition. What do you want to see come to the city at 9:35? It's 97.1. Tigers going to start a series with the Red Sox tonight, 4-gamer out in Fenway. We've been having a Skubal conversation because with the ambiguity on the timeline, he is the most pressing question. How quickly are you going to contend? If it's sooner rather than later, he's part of it. If it's not, well, ... Stoney, you wanted to throw another wrinkle in this?
Yeah. I don't know if it doesn't work for the Orioles, if that's who you're looking at. But if there's another team out there that it's something that you really want, they don't want to do it. What if you, or I should, the other way around, what if there's a way you can make a trade, but the only way we're going to do this is if you take Javi? We'll give you Skubal for maybe less than we want, but you have to take Javi.
I would not do that.
Okay.
I want to get the biggest return. In a world where I'm trading Skubal,
right,
I want to get the biggest return possible.
I'm just asking, obviously.
And again, just to restate, my preference is not to trade Tarek Skubal. My preference would be to pay him at the end of the season, assuming a clean bill of health, get a jump start on the early ARB years, try to get a little bit of a discount for security on his end. I'd pay him, and I would have a quick trigger. If Tork's not hitting, I'm going to go pay a first baseman. If we need another bat, I'm at an outfielder. I'm spending around Skubal. I'm not going to wait 2 or 3 years to spend. I'm not going to wait 3 or 4 years for a new core to develop.
You want the Tigers to be what the Phillies are.
Right, and I'm not saying you got to be the Dodgers or the Mets, who aren't winning, by the way, but top 10 payroll is where you need to be trending.
Right.
That's the team. Those teams win the World Series. Every year that Chris Ilitch has been the owner, a top 10 payroll has won the World Series. So you got to start getting closer to that by paying good players. Skubal's a very good player. If you're not paying him, you're waving the white flag. I don't want to wave the white flag as an organization.
Tony, the starting point, too, on the trade is he's at maximum value.
Right,
so
I know.
If you're going to trade him, why would you minimize his value by saying you got to take Javi?
Right.
You're hurting the value of Skubal by throwing that in. Instead, just be a good owner and buy him out.
It would
that's optimum.
But it would be the ultimate cheat move to take less on Skubal because you don't want to pay him and then trade Javi because you don't want to pay him. We are the A's. We are the Pirates. What are we? Let's get to David in Clinton Township. David, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. So if you're going to pay him at the end of the season, why not pay him now, end the conversation, and maybe give a little motivation to Torkelson? Hey, look at what you're missing out on because you crap right now. I'm just saying if you're good, why wait till the end of the year? There's no reason. End the conversation. And about getting rid of Javi, it doesn't matter if they don't use that money that Javi's spending to get a guy.
Right, because in theory, you'd move Javi to keep a guy like Skubal, but
Yeah, so that doesn't make sense there.
It's an outside-the-box idea.
Right,
so he made a mistake.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, we're here 4 hours. Stoney's throwing some different wrinkles out there, things to consider. There's a lot of moving parts with Tarek Skubal.
Correct.
Ticket texters, 3 to 4 years. What kind of loser mentality is that? The good teams go from bottom to top in 2 years. We're middle of the pack. Extend Skubal, buy 2 to 3 bats. It's not that hard. Loser mentality is frustrating on the ticket text.
How many teams off the top of my head, go from bottom to top in 2 years?
There was a weird stretch where the Red Sox went from World Series, reset, right back to the World Series. There's a huge commitment to winning there.
Right. And they're getting a lot of crap from their fans.
Well, right now, that mentality has not continued in Boston.
Because they lost a lot of their really good players.
Correct. And they have not replenished. But you have to be willing to pay. And you have to be willing to be wrong.
Right.
Because it doesn't always work out. But you have to be willing to take those swings and risks.
Scott Harris worked for an organization that does pay some big money at times. They go through swings as well.
The Giants. Well, yeah, there was the famous, was it the odd years they would win the World, or the even years?
Yes.
Even years they'd win the World Series. Ticket Texter says Jack Morris was 29 when the Tigers won the World Series. Skubal's 27. Why wouldn't 2 or 3 years fit the timeline when he's 29 or 30?
Well, Jack Morris also had Lou Whitaker, Alan Trammell, Lance Parrish, Kirk Gibson. He had those guys around him. The Tigers don't have that.
Is that all?
Yeah.
It says, I don't care about the timeline. Sign him as long as possible. No question. Next topic.
Okay, then how are you going to, if he's pitching so great now, and they're a 500 team, where are you going to get better than the 500 team?
Right. They're 19 and 25 when he doesn't start. Mm-hmm. They got to be better there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
Right. They need some of their players to be better, like Torque. He cannot just be known as a product of toilet paper dispensers.
It's the best unintentional thing that we've run into in a while.
Yes.
Torque.
Torque.
What you wipe with.
Yes, exactly.
In our bathrooms here. Also an analogy for your first baseman.
Yes.
100% trade him. By the time our hitters catch up, Skubal's past his prime. Don't turn into Fulmer 2.0.
Yeah.
Plenty of that on the ticket text today. We're going to get to a Detroit Would You Rather. Something to add to the city of Detroit from a sports standpoint at 9:35. But first, Heather with the news.
Thanks, guys. So I'm going to start with my favorites. Well, you know what? That was Corey Harris. Let's start with that story. It was my favorite story of the day. This guy, 44-year-old man right here from Michigan, he was showing up to court for a ticket that he received last year. He got a suspended license ticket. So he was trying to fight that in court, but he didn't have to go to court. It was just a virtual Zoom meeting, right? Well, he showed up to that Zoom meeting for his suspended license ticket while he was driving. And this is his interaction he had with the judge. Oh my God. The video is priceless because he really is oblivious to what's going on and thought he was doing the right thing, right? I'm going to pull over, make sure I'm parked before I, am really focused on my hearing, and totally backfired on him for sure.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Yes, I am. Isaiah Buggs, a former Lion and a current member of the Kansas City Chiefs, has been accused of animal cruelty. So according to civil documents, he had a pit bull that was found out on his porch. It was like a screened-in porch, but it was left there for days without access to food or water. Obviously, it was going to the bathroom right there on the porch as well. There was another dog on his property, a Rottweiler mix that was found locked in a metal cage that was in direct sunlight, also without any food or water. And neighbors are the ones who called the police because they say the dogs had been abandoned there for 10 days. He moved out of the house and those dogs stayed. Unfortunately, that pit bull had to be euthanized because of its condition. The Rottweiler was very malnourished, was down to 52 pounds. Does sound like he is going to be okay. Now, Buggs' attorney is basically saying, hold up, this is all false information. Those dogs were not his. He was unaware that the dogs were even there in the first place. And they say it's all part of a conspiracy to basically make Buggs look bad in an effort to close down his hookah lounge that's there in Tuscaloosa.
I'd like to know the backstory on the hookah lounge.
Yeah, why it needs to be shut down. Yeah.
But the story with the
Either
pets,
ways.
I mean, if that's true,
That's bad.
It's
awful.
so awful. It's so awful. Here's another dumb criminal. There's a 39-year-old man in Pennsylvania who was recently arrested for drunk driving instructing. Okay, so he wasn't
Whoa.
actually behind
Oh, so
the
he's teaching
wheel.
people how to drunk drive?
Kind of. Yeah. So police responded to a call about this reckless driver. There was a white pickup truck. It was going off the street and then it was like backing up to get back onto the road. It ran over the sidewalk, some traffic cones, and cops were able to pull this truck over. Turns out there was a 14-year-old boy behind the wheel learning how to drive, and the instructor, Jonathan Storms, sitting in the passenger seat, completely drunk. So drunk so that he started dancing in the middle seat. He was basically oblivious. He said that he was a family member teaching this kid how to drive. He was charged with endangering the welfare of a child, corruption of minors, and public drunkenness. Can't do that. Even though you're not behind the wheel,
No.
you can't do that.
yeah, nope.
Yep. Big Boy is celebrating their 88th birthday, and they're going to be spending a whole week with celebrations in June 10th through the 16th. You can go and get all sorts of good deals, especially on the 12th. You can go and get a burger for 99 cents. All you got to do is buy a Pepsi. Buy a Pepsi, get $1 burger. Other cool
Good
things.
deal.
Yeah, great deal. The kids can eat free one day. You get like 50% off a dessert the other days. All good meal deals going on.
I'm telling you, there probably still is a Big Boy in Mount Pleasant.
I think it's still there.
The breakfast buffet on like a
Top
Saturday
notch.
morning. Yeah. Big fan.
Oh, it might not be anymore.
Well, never mind.
I don't know. I've got a whole list of Big Boys in Michigan, which there's more than I thought there was, but I don't see one there. There's one in Midland.
Okay. Well,
Not
I definitely
far.
know it was in Mount Pleasant, but maybe not there anymore.
Maybe not there, but
R.I.P.
yeah.
All right, Heather with the news. Coming up next, a Would You Rather. What do you want to add? Sports Scene, City of Detroit, 97.1. Yeah, not many of those in the system. Talked about it earlier. Biggest problem on the Tigers. Stoney, you said it.
It's Torque.
And you're not wrong.
No. I mean,
Of many problems,
yes.
he is the biggest.
He, to me, is number one. We can talk and complain about payroll and all the stuff that they didn't get. If the players that they thought were going to be their cornerstones, including him, number one, were playing well, it wouldn't be that big of an issue of what they didn't do in the offseason. It would still be an issue, but not as big. All right. I saw this story. Cranes broke this yesterday. And it's no surprise to me, or I should say no shock to me, that the WNBA, the Detroit Pistons, of course, who used to own the Detroit Shock under Bill Davidson, won a few championships. are inquiring, the Pistons are, about re-entering the WNBA. You might remember the Shock moved to Tulsa, and then they are now actually, they're in Dallas. They're actually the Wings. The Dallas Wings. Anyway, so Kevin Grigg, good buddy, the chief communication officer of the Pistons, said, quote, "The Detroit Shock enjoyed success, won titles in the 2000s. They were celebrated at the 2003 championship last season. While nothing is imminent, the prospects of bringing a WNBA team back to Detroit is intriguing, and we have interest should they open another round of expansion. We will continue to engage in conversation with the WNBA going forward." Now, it's obvious in the past 15, 16 years, whatever, when the Shock left, that the popularity of the WNBA has grown. It's been slow, and then boom, the last couple of years. A lot of it, obviously, because of Caitlin Clark, and the quality of the game has gotten a lot better as well. And a lot of people, I don't know a lot, but people do pay attention.
It's more pop
to
culture.
the NCAA women, so these players in the WNBA, people know a little bit.
Mm-hmm. It's a little more pop culture. It's Angel Reese, it's Clark, it's Brink.
Right.
These are names. I mean, I couldn't tell you that people could name as many women's basketball players 5 years ago as they can today.
Correct. I mean, I remember who was on the Shock, Cheryl Ford, Deanna Nolan, Ruth Riley. Anyway.
Do you realize the Shock,
Swin Cash?
The Shock have won a playoff series more recently than the Pistons.
I know. Okay, so I think the WNBA would work here. Would they get huge crowds at the Little Caesars Arena if that's where they played? Should they play where the Motor City Cruise play? I don't know if that holds enough people when they had a big game. I think they should just, tarp off the upper deck and have, 8,000 fans or whatever at every game. I think it would work. So I was thinking about this. I think the WNBA, like I said, would work. Would you rather have a WNBA team, or, with all due respect to the people of DC, the Detroit Soccer Club,
Be careful, Stoney.
an MLS team?
They get very, very.
I know they're building their own stadium in Corktown.
We don't need an MLS team, Stoney. We don't need it.
I know, but to me, in this country, the MLS is major league. The league the DCFC plays in is minor leagues. And that's just the hierarchy. I'm not saying they have beaten some MLS teams. I know all that. I know people have a great time. They have a great following. I don't know. I just want major league. You get more exposure nationally to your city. To me, you go. If we were in, I don't know, you don't want the Toledo Mud Hens here.
If you were in a market that had a AAA baseball team and there was a chance to get a Major League Baseball team, you would take the Major League Baseball team.
That's my point.
That's just how we look at it. I know there are people who are very passionate about DCFC, yard flags and the crowds and the atmosphere, and no one is trying to take that away.
No. And I know, and as somebody who has, with good reason, been anti-corporations, they are, a lot of the DCFC people, they don't like the whole MLS because it's so corporate, especially at the time when it was going to be like Dan Gilbert and Tom Gores were going to play at Ford Field, that type of thing. All right. So that stuff aside, as a fan, 248-539-9797, would you rather have a WNBA team or an MLS team? Jim?
I obviously would have no issue with either coming here.
No,
I mean,
me
the WNBA crowd, there were 19,000 at an LA Sparks game the other day.
Right.
So the idea like they couldn't draw, the popularity is going up. I would say we have a basketball team, but I don't know that we do. So that's the argument to bring the WNBA. I think I would take an MLS team.
So would I. Because we haven't had a major soccer team here since I've been here. And I don't want to hear about, the indoors, the Detroit Rockers and all that stuff. When the Detroit Express would play at the Silverdome, and they had some guy named Trevor Francis who was unbelievable. That whole, and the North American Soccer League with Pele and things like that. That was great. The popularity of the sport is immense, and there's nothing against the WNBA. I just think the outside environment, it's a lot of fun to go to a soccer. I see what goes on, even indoor stadiums in Atlanta, the Portland-Seattle rivalry. I mean, can you imagine, the Leafs Wings going on right now in the NHL when they come to town, and we saw it with the Blue Jays. I mean, if, Toronto their team come in here, it'd be crazy. I think soccer fans are awesome.
Both leagues are expanding.
Yes.
Detroit makes sense for both leagues.
Yes.
Flat out, period. I mean, in the WNBA, it makes sense. I think they only have 12 teams right now. They may be expanding to...
Right, Golden State, and they announced Toronto.
So that would get them up to 14 if you want to get to 16. I mean, Detroit has had a team.
Right.
Has a little bit of history there. Mm-hmm. They make a lot of sense. Plus, we don't really have a good NBA team, so it wouldn't hurt if someone was playing on the hardwood and actually winning things. And then MLS, it's been whispered about. It's been out now discussed. The idea that Detroit would make sense. It's been more of a logistic issue, right?
Yes.
Where are you going to play?
Right.
Does that become more of an issue if DCFC's playing at an even bigger venue, staking their claim to the soccer, cornering the soccer market in Detroit? Do they make it harder? Maybe they don't care. Do they make it harder for us to get an MLS team?
To me, MLS is all about money, so I wouldn't think it would make a difference.
Or maybe it makes it easier because they are stoking a soccer appetite in the Metro Detroit area.
Yes, and if they both stayed, the fan base of DCFC, a lot of them would say, "There's no way in hell I'm going to an MLS game because these are my guys," and whatever. I would rather have a soccer team, an MLS team, personally.
I'd take an MLS team too between the two choices.
Now, Heather, having a little girl and you have a little boy too, but he's not dealing with sports yet. What do you think? What would you rather have?
Probably MLS.
Okay.
It doesn't bother me. I don't think that she would be into one more than the other, whether it's the women playing or not. It doesn't bother me. Either or.
It's weird. Right now, I think, with the exception of Messi playing in the MLS, I think in a national perspective, nationally, the WNBA gets more exposure than the MLS, even though they do have a big television contract with ESPN.
It's a question, though, and this is posed in the ticket text. How much of this WNBA growth is centered around Caitlin Clark, and how sustainable is it?
Well, I know. That's the other thing. Well, that's why I said I think we've saw a small little uptick with some of the stars that we've seen before in women's college basketball now, the WNBA. The quality of the game is so much better than when the Shock played.
It says, I'd rather have an MLS team. WNBA is a gimmick no one watches. Yes, the ratings are up, but it won't last because the product isn't good enough. MLS would be great from Dan. Another one says MLS all the way, Sean in Rochester. DCFC is on their way to MLS is another ticket text. Is that possible?
I don't think so. They'll have to be, I don't know if they have the money. I hope so. Look,
well, they have the money to at least get a new stadium and put more butts in the seats. Maybe it's
correct.
Slowly but surely.
But that would piss off their own fan base, though, because they've been very adamant.
It's kind of like when a band sells out.
No, hold on, you're moving up to the next level.
These are like band snobs. Like when a band first showed up, I went all the concert. I saw them in a small venue. Those people, right?
Yeah,
and they exist.
Are they not going to go to the new stadium because it's not Keyworth? Well, I was there when it was a more intimate experience.
Well, their new stadium's only going to hold like 14,000, 15,000 anyway.
So I got a solution here. It's MLS, but then for people who are missing the Shock, the nickname of the soccer team can be the Sock.
Detroit Sock. No, we decided.
Look at Heather.
That was so bad.
We decided
SOC.
So
long
bad.
time ago. We decided what the
It's
name.
a little cooler, right?
When there was actually.
SOCFC.
Yeah, when there was actual talk about the MLS and the commissioner was here and all that, we figured out what the name should be: Detroit FU, Detroit Football United. I mean, that's obvious to me.
Put a WNBA team in Flint and name them the Tropics. If the Shock don't play the Fever every game, no one will show up. Is it really just like the traveling band around Caitlin Clark, like wherever the Indiana Fever play?
Some of it is. I mean, I was checking the attendances last night. I think in Washington they had like 4,000, whatever. That's still, whatever. 4,000 people, still a decent amount of people watching a game.
Give us MLS. MLS is massive compared to the WNBA and would be great for the city.
I think MLS would be wonderful. I think they both could survive, actually. Especially, look, if the teams are good, more people, after the novelty of the first year or two, you have to be able to be a good team, or else people ain't going to show up. Unless it's football and hockey, because hockey's more of a cult sport than the others. The Pistons still drew, but after a while, the Tigers, they don't draw when they stink.
No, and here's some of the appeal, and you've already alluded to it with the MLS. It's outdoors. Sometimes people just go to Tigers games because it's outdoors and it's something nice to do.
Yes.
And with the nice weather.
Right.
You go out there. Plus, soccer environments, when done right, and we've seen with DCFC, can be raucous. You're
yes.
a part of something.
There's
the chance.
smoke
And
up, yeah.
So that can be worth going to beyond whether they're winning or not. And if they do win and the Tigers don't win, be nice to have something in the summer where we got a team that's actually winning.
Correct. But that would take a while, too, because they'd be an expansion team. Well, you just can't have it. The Illiches own the team because they won't go and pay Messi or somebody like that, right?
Always comes back to it.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to wrap the show coming up next with a college football thing. And I'm sure Doug Karsh will hate this if he hears it. But there is a question over whether or not it's time to end a major rivalry in college football. And I wonder if Michigan should follow suit. We'll do that next, 97.1. We wrap the show with a college football question, and this is from Colin Cowherd, Fox Sports Radio. The background here, USC pulled out of a game against LSU. And Cowherd said, well, why stop there? He calls for the end of one of the great rivalries in college football. So it doesn't put much weight in historical rivalries. But why end the game? It's still two competitive teams. This was a further explanation from Cowherd on what to do with that game. What he's saying about USC could be said about Michigan or Michigan State.
Although he loses me when he mentions James Franklin as going up against James Franklin at a Saturday night. That should be a plus.
You know how he did slide it with NFL athletes? Like he knew he needed to add a little more oomph to the argument.
Yes.
But what he's saying about USC could be said about our teams because the schedule already features plenty of marquee matchups. You already played Ohio State, Penn State, Wisconsin. Now you're going to play in Eugene against Oregon. You're going to face USC. You're going to face Washington. The schedule already has massive brands, big marquee matchups. You don't need Notre Dame. And I hate that they've always received the special treatment, whether it was, they got to conveniently add the ACC schedule during the COVID year, or they had the BCS exception back in those days.
If they have their own TV network.
Their own TV network, and they get to stay independent, and no one really checks them on it. Join the Big Ten or choke on your stubbornness. That much I agree with Cowherd on.
Yeah.
Nobody likes to see rivalries go away, though.
No.
So I think that's where he'll lose people, the initial premise. But he is right. The Big Ten doesn't need Notre Dame as much as Notre Dame would need to play USC, Michigan, Northwestern, whoever the hell they want to play.
The problem is that Notre Dame and their cult-like fan base doesn't see it that way. They think the Big Ten needs Notre Dame. They don't, though. You are on such an island, and thank you, the Lord. I didn't mean even obviously touchdown Jesus is there. That the last few years. I mean, Marcus Freeman's been able to recruit. Obviously, Brian Kelly did a nice job. Don't forget they went through the Tyrone Winningham, Charlie Weiss abyss for a while. Nobody gave a rat's ass about them, but now they're good again. Look. Selfishly, fan, yeah, I'd like to see USC play Notre Dame every year. Some of the great college football memories of all time took place in that game, so I understand that. But if push comes to shove, join the frickin' Big Ten.
Yeah, because I guess you could still schedule them as a non-con game. You're going to play 9 power games in your conference, and you could make it 10 with Notre Dame. Or
right.
You could schedule Texas or Oklahoma or any. You don't have to be beholden to Notre Dame would be my point.
Right. Now, maybe they'll
mix them in, but I wouldn't give them any special preferential treatment. The idea that, well, because it's history, to his point, hard to argue that when you look around the landscape. Rutgers and USC are in the same conference. History is kind of gone out the window.
Yeah, I get it. So, but
you're going to do what's best for you. And that might mean some years you play Notre Dame and some years you play Oklahoma and some years you play Texas.
Let me ask you a question for your, you don't give a rat's ass about history deal. And I understand that. Aren't there some things that you, especially if you could control, that you'd like to control to keep the same?
Oh, of course. I'm not as callous about it as he put it, but I get where he's coming from. Yeah, there's some stuff, like part of college football is the rich traditions.
Yeah.
And it's why people have fought kicking and screaming. I know Doug hates what's happened to the sport, and he's not alone.
No, I know.
I mean, the idea that we've lost so much of the essence, the soul of the sport. And that's not even getting into, and we're just talking conference realignment, we're not even getting into NIL, transfer portal, the lack of continuity, all of that. We've lost a lot. We have. But the resetting has meant we get to see Michigan, USC in the regular season damn near every year. And Ohio State, Oregon, damn near every year. There's going to be 2 top 5 teams are going to collide this season. That's good.
Yes.
Better matchups, less Michigan, Indiana, more Michigan, Washington, I know they won't be great this year, but Michigan, Oregon, Michigan, USC.
It would be better if they played as part of their non-con, but
now you've forced good matchups more often,
correct.
which is
So
doesn't have to be doom and gloom.
Notre Dame, you've joined the conference for every other sport in the ACC, and you actually joined the Big Ten for hockey, and I believe in lacrosse as well. So just join in football. And then you can play USC all the time.
We played a clip of, and I know he's not everybody's favorite Gator. We played a clip of Colin Cowherd, and he said he would be done with the USC Notre Dame rivalry. He says traditions have died, history's out the window in the sport. They already play a tough enough schedule. We said you could make the claim that Michigan is going to have a tougher schedule in the Big Ten. Do you make the same argument for Michigan or Michigan State? Do you want to just say Notre Dame, no more special treatment?
Well, I've felt that way for years. I mean, because Notre Dame has shunned the Big Ten every opportunity. It makes all the logistical sense in the world, but they want their own network. They want their own thing. And, I wish that they would just shut it down. Just say enough's enough. We don't need to deal with Notre Dame. Go ahead. You do your ACC stuff and see how ridiculous that is. And I just don't care about Notre Dame anymore. I really don't. I've been frustrated with it for forever. I mean, I remember I did an interview with Jim Delaney back in 1998 in the pregame show for Michigan State-Minnesota game at Minnesota and talked to him then about Notre Dame joining the Big Ten.
Right.
Like, well, we hope we can reach something. And that's 25, 26 years ago.
I don't know if something's up with your mic there. I don't know if we're just getting a lot of echo and reverb. It's not your fault, Gator. I don't know what's going on back there, but I got most of what you said.
How's this mic?
That mic's way better.
Is it better if I sing?
Sounds very good.
It might be.
Yeah, go ahead. What do you got?
Go ahead,
for
sing
us?
something. Sing us a tune.
Come on.
Oh, yeah, call that. That was just me.
Sing
Come on,
us
just
a song.
Make up a song. The Ballad of Torque.
No, that's all right. But
That's not going to be a hit.
No, that's
Hey-o!
I missed the question. What was the question?
I don't know. You just kind of walked in. We played Cowherd saying USC Notre Dame can be done. That rivalry can be over. I'm sure you hate that idea.
Yep.
Yeah.
Despise it.
His point was they play a tough enough schedule, don't have to do Notre Dame any favors. And we said, well, we don't care about USC, but you could make the same argument for Michigan. And I know you'd hate that too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, the college football wasn't sick, and they've just done major organ replacement
But
surgery.
plastic surgery for somebody who's good looking.
I think it's major organ replacement surgery.
That's a good analogy.
We'll
too.
see. I mean, I'm trying not to be old guy. I hate change. It was back in my day. But it'll tell when people stop going and stop watching. Saturdays roll around and I love it. I absolutely love it. From sun up to sundown. They're coming to my city all the way to that last final, fourth quarter run out on that game in Tempe. I'm all in. But off season is
Right. Well, right. Once the cliche toe hits leather, you're not going to care about what.
I don't think
you're
so.
doing. No.
I think all this stuff is off-season
Right.
noise, and we get all angst. But the game's starting, they're great. And Notre Dame, USC, I would not do anything to risk traditions like that. But USC, Penn State might become an unbelievable tradition. Who knows?
Right. What do you guys got coming up?
I saw something online from Bill James. And he wasn't talking about us. Did you guys talk about that?
We didn't talk about it, but I saw this.
Yeah, but it applies to us.
Oh.
100%. And there's an interesting psychology going on here. We will get to that coming up right out of the gate.
Perfect. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
All right. Hello, and welcome to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1. I am Doug Karsh, and that is Scott Anderson. Scott, how are you today?
I'm all right, Doug.
That's good.
Survived the storm.
The storm.
Well, I was at Comerica Park yesterday.
Yes.
I stuck around. One of us had to go back to the station. That was you, just in case the game got delayed. And, it started with a little bit of rain. No big deal. It wasn't really rain. It was just not even a drizzle. But then the sky got kind of dark and saw a flash of light, and then the thunder came, and that was interesting. And then they started to, I'm not going to say evacuate the crowd, but kind of. Hey, everybody in the stands, get to the concourse. They started, there weren't that many people there at that time. Ended up being a decent crowd that was at the game.
Yep.
At least for game one. But they started, herding people to move them up into the concourse that were in the lower level there. And I thought it was just kind of surreal because here it is. There, you could clearly see a flash of lightning. You could obviously hear thunder. And the game's still going on. Like, if this is college football, it's like everybody off the field, right?
Yep.
Why is
everybody
baseball
seeks
different?
shelter? They're like, the players, fans take cover. Game, keep going.
It was like COVID. There was nobody in the stands.
It's weird. Absolutely weird. I'm not quite sure why they do that, but they did that yesterday.
That happened.
And did you end up staying for both games?
No, I left at the 8th inning of the first game. So I saw Skubal go all 7 innings, and then I left because it was 8-0.
Skubal's great.
Yeah.
Skubal is great.
I have a dog.
Yeah.
Second game wasn't going to start until 20-4 or something.
So I yesterday came here to the station and waited out the rain to make sure that there would do, because we're responsible up till 2:00. And I said, all right, looked at the calendar. Today's the day. Signed up for the Bally's app.
I'm sorry, say that again, Doug?
I signed up for the Bally's app.
You signed up for the Bally's app?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, we're both in.
Yeah, and I'm not happy, but this is where I feel like I made my protest, but I'm missing out and I'm missing the games and to a degree not doing the job, right? And for the people that say, no, you're not doing the job. Part of our job is to relate to the audience. So knowing what you're going through and the different ways we try and finagle and get a Tiger fix or a baseball fix. But I want to get to this Bill James thing, and we'll go more in depth on the Bally's, the decision I made and the games as the day goes on. And this is something I've been thinking about, and I thought about it again in the wake of yesterday's show, because when we talk Tigers, we'll get some calls. I mean, it's not a hot topic this summer, and I think it's a confluence of events, including the games not being available on television to whatever it is, 85% of the audience that had local cable. And then there is sort of an organization-wide acknowledgement that this wasn't a year that they were going to give this roster gas. They were going to try and see what they had in the organization. And there's real frustrations that come with that, especially when you have a team that's 500. But there's probably the emotion that we get back the most is hostility. There is a lot of hostility towards this team and quite frankly, specifically towards ownership. Even though this is trending to be their best team, better than any of the last 6 seasons, they at least have a chance to be that. Their winning percentage right now is better than it was at the end of the year, any of the last 6 seasons. But I saw this from a baseball historian and I guess the analytic godfather, Bill James, who might be the person to credit/blame with things like wins above replacement. But anyway, he tweeted out the following yesterday, and it was 3 days ago, my bad. It wasn't specific to us, but it applies to us. He tweets out, fans of a 500 team overreact to every win and loss. A good team, you can't win them all. A 100 loss team, you get used to it. A 500 team, emotionally, you're as good as the last 24 hours. And we're right there, man. We are right in the middle of that. And he's right. He's absolutely right. The tantalizing fact that these seasons are so long and 500 teams get hot and emerge, and you hope you're that team. 1 year ago today, the Miami Marlins were 1 game below 500, just like our Tigers. And the Marlins made the playoffs. 1 year ago today, the Minnesota Twins were 1 game above 500, and they made the playoffs.
Won the division.
And so you're looking at, when you are a 500 baseball team in late May, you know that this happens. You know that there are teams that are a couple months in, haven't distinguished themselves, get hot, and make the playoffs. Now, is that team likely to be Detroit? I don't know. Is it more likely to be Boston, who's right at 500? The Cardinals, the Cubs are both 500 teams. The Padres are a game over 500. The Giants, a game over 500. I mean, somebody in this new wild card format is going to make the playoffs. And it could be us. And maybe that's why the frustrations with ownership. And, I don't know that they have, or they particularly care. They have PR people telling them or advising them. But I've talked about just re-signing Skubal long term. How far that would go towards making the fans feel the commitment is there from ownership. Scott Harris, I didn't hear the whole thing the other day. But if he said at any point, yeah, if we're close, trade deadline, we'll look at options. We'll think about adding something. Not saying we will, but we'll think about it for sure. I think it would go a long way towards having the fans feel better about this season isn't some sort of experiment with young players with no intention of getting to the postseason. Somebody who's at 500 right now is going to the postseason. I'm pretty confident of that. And I guess it could be us.
It literally is that. I mean, right? When you look at the wild card standings, it's literally the team it's right now in the last wild card spot are the Minnesota Twins. They're 5 games above 500 right now. Mm-hmm. And then right behind it are the Red Sox, who are at 500, the Tigers, who are a game below 500, and the Rangers and Rays are 2 games below 500. So the last wild card spot could literally, of course.
This format's incredibly rewarding if you finish above 500.
What's been, I think.
In fact, now that you mention it, every team above 500 is in a playoff spot right now. Every team 500 and below is not. Think about that.
Yeah. Well,
that's this format.
It's this format. It's also been, I think, this season. I think we're used to seeing 4 teams at this point from the American League East being well above 500 and just owning the American League. That's what we're used to seeing. And then there'd be 1 team from the Central and probably a couple teams from the West. But what's going on right now is Cleveland and Kansas City are playing so well right now. I mean, they're a combined, I think it's 31 games above 500 between the two of them. Cleveland's 18 games above 500. Kansas City's 13 games above 500. And then Minnesota checks in at 5 games above 500. And it's like a little bit of a flip. One division seems to always have the above 500 teams. And this year, right now, it's the Central, because the East only has 2 that are above 500. And that's where it's at. But I agree with him. It's about being 500. It's a roller coaster. And it seems like there's a lot of passion in a good way if your team's good, and a lot of passion in a bad way if your team's bad. I don't think people don't care. I think people are pissed when your team's bad. This is an interesting thing.
I think people are pissed now, and they're not. They're a 500 team.
I know, but I'm disagreeing a little bit with Bill James, because I think the passion's there always if your team isn't winning. Whether you're a horrible team or if you're just a 500 team, you're not winning enough.
Well, I made the comment yesterday. It feels like in Detroit, it's almost as if when the Tigers are bad or not as good as we think they should be, it's like, dude, you're ruining our summer. It means a lot here. And it's something that hopefully this team can justify discussion at the trade deadline of adding a piece, because if literally you just have to be above 500 to either get in or legitimately give yourself a chance. Because that's bizarre. Because you brought it up, I looked at it. Every team above 500 is in a playoff spot, and every team 500 below is not chasing them.
How about this? The run differential for the Tigers this year?
Yeah.
0. I mean, they're as
Literally
even as you can be. It's 0. They're not plus. They're not minus. It's 0.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get some phone calls and feedback coming up. Open lines, of course, as always, here on 97.1 The Ticket. NBA playoffs, well, we're starting to wind down. But you know what? It's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's right, any winning $5 bet. So you just go find yourself a prop bet. And they have alternate spreads on those prop bets. So let's say you take Anthony Edwards over 5 points scored, and you bet your $5 on that. You might win $5 and a penny back, but then you get the $150 in bonus bets. $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. There's no better place to bet on all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Doug to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Yep, 500 baseball team here in this town. And, the thing is, in this format, the way things are now, 500, if you're at 500, you're really close to making the playoffs. Now, some of this is because of the new playoff format. But, hell, next year, if Michigan makes it as the 12 seed in the college football playoff, whatever, they got in, and the formats change. Formats include more teams, and this wild card format with 6 teams from each league getting in, you can compete for a playoff spot at 500. Now, that doesn't make you great, okay? It doesn't necessarily make you a World Series contender, but I don't think anybody looked at this roster at the beginning of the year and thought it was a World Series contender or thought they were a player or two away from being a World Series contender. Player or two away from being better, and let's face it, they're the 500 baseball team with the guys that they wanted to hit 3 and 4 scuffling right now, Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson. And I don't know where those guys settle in, but it feels like Green is giving us reason to feel better and feel good over the course of this season. Torque, even though he's got the 4 bombs now and he's hit them all in like 30 at bats, he's also now back to struggling.
In fairness, he also has hit the ball hard lately that they've been like he hit a couple balls yesterday.
But his season, he is not putting up the power, the hard hit rate that he was in the past.
No,
I'm just
talking about lately, like coinciding with the 4 home runs in 10 days or whatever. He's also had some loud outs.
Well, yeah, in the second game, he struck out 3 times, and Torque obviously has ability. But the one thing that this whole season that they're doing, and the idea that they're not close or they're going to give the young guys at bats, I think Torque's in a position where at the end of this season, if it's not better and they give him the whole year and he plays 160, 158 games, 155 games, whatever it is, and the light hasn't come on, the question is, do they now know it's not going to work?
Well, what's the light not coming on?
That it doesn't get better than it is right now.
So season's end, he plays 150 games and he's got, 10 home runs?
10 home runs and a 209 batting average.
I think that would be horrendous. And
yes.
And I don't think that's realistic. But if it gets that bad, then they've got to move on.
Basically, if what he is now is what he is at the end of the year, at least to me, I'd be like, okay, so here's what's been established. The team needs a first baseman, right?
They're easy to find.
Yep. And
easiest position to find.
And there are ones that are going to be available in the market. But if you're going to do this whole, we're going to, let sink or swim with these kids, then you should be coming to conclusions quicker.
You have his numbers up in front of you right now?
His numbers?
Yeah.
No, I can get them up.
Oh, there you go.
Gator, I got him up.
Did you?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yep. Why? What do you need to know?
Well, because what are his home runs, RBIs, and
he's got 4 home runs, 18 RBIs, and he's hitting 209.
Okay, so last year through May,
yep,
he had 4 home runs, 24 RBIs, and on May 30th, or I should say after May 29th, he was hitting 230.
Yeah.
So his batting average is worse. Home runs are the same. RBIs are a little bit down. See where it goes from here if he picks it up. But I guess my point is he was at this almost the exact same spot last year. I don't know. Look, I'm not happy about starting the first 2 months of the season being mung. This is a guy you're counting on to be good throughout the season. And if you're going to be below average, at least have your below average be much better than where it is now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the issue. So I agree. If it ends up being at the end of the season, he's got like 10 home runs and 60 RBI and he's hitting less than 215, you got to really think about, are we moving him or what?
Yep.
I think a real problem the Tigers are facing right now, it's just kind of scary as we're seeing the pitching kind of get worse. The bullpen is imploding a little bit. The Kerry Carpenter injury can be devastating to this team. He's awfully good.
Yep.
He's awfully good, and now he's out indefinitely with lumbar inflammation, which anybody's ever had a back issue, that could be nothing. It could be out for a while. You just don't know because it's all about the comfort level you have, and it's going to have to rehab it and treatment and all this, and they're going to do MRIs and everything and find out what it is. And so they make it seem like he's going to be out for more than just 7 or 10 days. This could be a while. And without your best player, because he is their best player, that's devastating to this lineup because this wasn't expected. And all of a sudden, bam, yesterday we find out, Kerry Carpenter's out. What?
Feedback coming in. The best part of potentially making the playoffs would be having Skubal in a 3-game series. We make it, and we could do damage too. I mean, Skubal, if you're starting Skubal, he's probably going against the other team's ace. And so, but if Skubal is what he looks like he might be, it's advantage Detroit. Now you got a 1-0 lead. Another one here. It isn't just the fans who seem to have given up on the season. With how close to the wild card the Tigers are, it's frustrating to see Hinch concede Game 2 yesterday by trotting out a Mud Hens pitcher who has been marinating in the minors for 6 years against a stud Pirates pitcher facing our below-average offense. The team had 2 days off. There's no reason not to start the next rotation guy. Actually, there is, but we'll get to that in a second. Next rotation guy on the roster to pitch the second game. Classic Tiger manager. The reason is, if you'd done that, it would have been Flaherty, okay? And at some point, you're going to have to make up for the lost day. This was not supposed to be a doubleheader yesterday. They were supposed to play on Monday. So when the Monday game gets rained out and pushed to a doubleheader, Skubal goes Game 1. It's a Wednesday. Remember that. Skubal goes Game 1, and let's say Flaherty goes Game 2. Then Thursday, it's Maeda in Boston. Friday, it's Reese Olson in Boston. And Saturday, it's Casey Mize in Boston. Now you're to Sunday. You've got a game, and Skubal and Flaherty have each had 3 days rest. Are you starting one of them on short rest, or are you going to the minors? Now, what you could do when you go to the minors is you would have some flexibility. They were kind of at the mercy of who was rested and who could pitch for coming up from Toledo. They could have waited till Sunday and brought Manning back up.
Well, they could have pitched Manning yesterday.
When was his last outing?
Yesterday.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe they could have brought Manning up. And actually, AJ Hinch did say, we've sent him to the minors this time specifically to work on something. So maybe they've got plans for him to be part of this rotation later in the year.
Well, he pitched well yesterday. Went 5 innings, 3 hits, gave up 1 run that was on a solo home run.
Never mind. I stand corrected if he pitched yesterday. My bad.
Walked once and struck out 7, so that was good. But to your point, if AJ Hinch said we want him to work on stuff,
yeah,
then they want him to work on stuff. In the meantime, bring somebody up for a spot start.
I don't know why
Montero was.
They were excited about him. They kept talking about his stuff. There was nothing in the minors as far as numbers that would support that his stuff was being effective. Yeah, for Montero, that his stuff was effective at the minor league level. But this happens a lot during the year that teams plug in a starter that is just to hope to get some innings out of him because seasons are long and they need to burn a start here and there from a minor league guy.
Well, and he wasn't good enough, and then guys they put in weren't very good either.
No.
It's not like this Pittsburgh lineup is loaded, and there you have the bullpen not pitching very well.
248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, we are fully making this transition with the weather now. It's getting warmer and warmer every day. We're getting lots of rain, and you're going to want to check your basement, your crawl space. If you've got some water down there, take care of it and do what I do, and that's call the right people. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are the right people. They're going to make sure your house is all set to go this summer. Air conditioning, is it ready? If you got a pool in the backyard, is it heated? If not, call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and make sure that everything is the way it should be because you don't want to play the waiting game and get burned. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today, or you can schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. I want a mulligan.
Yeah, we're on a roll.
So when I went to Matt Manning's game logs to see when he pitched last. And the first thing up on the game log says, I just see M and 29 on it. So, because yesterday was the 29th. And then I read off the line. That was March 29th, not May 29th. But the premise is still there, and that
he was available.
He would have been available because his last outing was May 19th, and that was with the Tigers. It wasn't even in the minors. So
whatever he's been working on, he hasn't pitched in a couple weeks.
That's
almost.
According to the game log. Yeah,
weird. 248-539-9797. All right. What bums me is that A.J. Hinch and the Tigers have lost 6 of 7 games by 1 or 2 runs because of lack of a power or hitting, including the second game last night that was tossed away for an experiment with a minor league pitcher. It's from Randy in Oxford. Brian writes in, it's a great point. He's talking about Bill James, the curse of being a 500 baseball team and what it puts the fans through. It's a great point. Either you're trending up or down, never staying the same. With a 500 team, you feel like you're on a roller coaster. For me, it's whether I'm getting the Bally's app. I'm still holding out for now. Yeah, yesterday was my cave day. I caved. Sold out, Gator. That's what I did. I sold out.
Well, you joined me, man. We're together now.
If anybody is letting the Tigers ruin their summer, I feel bad for the life they live. There's plenty of things to do in summer. Baseball is at the bottom of the list. Okay, superior dude, whatever. And not literally ruin your summer, but the sports fan in you, some of it goes away.
You know what it does? You know what Tigers playing well does, though? It sure as hell enhances the summer.
It does, without question.
I don't think it doesn't ruin the summer, but it can definitely make it better. It gives you more options, gives you something else to do because you're going to want to go downtown when they're playing well. If you're just a baseball fan, you're going downtown regardless.
Mm-hmm.
But if you need to be coaxed into it, you'll go if the team's good.
Yep.
It enhances.
It does enhance. 248-5399. Baseball is the Viagra of summer.
If they're playing well.
That's right. The Tigers can be your summer little blue pill. Andrew, you're on 97 want to take it. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up that Torque subject again. I think people just really need to take a deep breath when it comes to him. I understand the frustration. There's a lot of strikeouts. The average isn't there. But when you look at the Tigers as a whole, I really don't think he's a big issue to point at right now because he is top 3 in OPS. While it is a bad OPS at 619, he's still top 3. He's tied 8th in the MLB with doubles, and he's still producing a little. And I understand the concept of trying to move on if he's still underperforming. I get that, but I really don't think we're going to get a lot out of him. And maybe we can get him for cheap. But if he's still a solid bat, I think that's worth it. No, he's not.
Hold on. What did you just say? You still think you can get him for cheap? What do you mean?
Well, if let's say we don't trade him and we continue working with him for however long his contract is, I don't really know how that works. MLB, to be quite honest. But if we resign him for a cheaper than like buying a superstar would be, and he's still a solid bat for us,
you don't have to worry about him for a while because he's baseball is he's forever lasting.
Yeah, your first contract, you're stuck with a team for a long time. So it's but if look, I'm just saying if I'm in charge and I'm doing this year to see what I got, and Spencer Torkelson doesn't get better at the end of the year, you know what I'm doing? I'm sending him to the minors and I'm getting a better free agent or trade for somebody to play first base for me in the future.
Sure. No, I can understand that argument. But if he does perk up a little and finds a solid bat, I don't think he's gonna. I think he is at this point not gonna live up to a number 1 overall pick bat. But if he can perk up a little and be a solid bat for us, then I see no reason of moving on or setting him down or anything.
Oh, he's got a long ways to go.
He's got some perking to do.
Yeah. Did he say that he was like 3rd on the team in OPS? Because he's nowhere near 3rd on the team in OPS.
He did say that.
Yeah, no, his OPS is horrible. It's at 619. For a guy like him, it's horrible at 619. It's well below major league average, and it's better than only the regulars for the Tigers, Colt Keith and Javi Baez. That's it.
248-539-9797. Jeremy, you're next. What's up, Jeremy?
Hey, guys. Great show as always.
Thank you.
Sure. Just want to say I went to yesterday's game, the first game, and you take Matt Verling out of that lineup, and just very thin on talent. I mean, Baez is a ground out or strikeout every time. Torkelson is a pop up or strikeout every time, and I got to pray nothing happens to Verling because it's pretty bad shape. And it's just my opinion, but I think you got a owner in Illich that really doesn't care about baseball. That's not his thing. He wants people to buy $20 popcorn and beer. You know, he doesn't care about the team. And I think he went to Scott Harris and said, you know, we want you to put a competitive team on the field or semi-competitive, but don't spend any money to make
Do you have any?
great.
I'm interested, Jeremy, in what, and I'm not saying you're wrong. Do you have any inside information or anything that leads you to believe that?
Well, I don't, other than I've seen Mr. Illich on interviews, and it doesn't look like he admits he's not a sports fan. I think it's more the business side that he's interested in. So whether they, do great or they fail, I don't think he really cares as long as people are spending money in the ballpark.
But they're not. They're not spending money in the ballpark, and I would imagine the team is probably losing money because nobody's showing up.
I would tell you, it for someone who has a modicum of success, it would be so nonsensical to own a team and say, I don't care. And I think that's the impression that people get based upon the results or them trying to do this in what feels like a snail's pace and spinning their wheels a little bit. But I don't know, man. That's such an accusation that I can't put my name behind. Sure, you can, but
it gets back to kind of what we talked about yesterday because Scott Harris talked with was Brian Kenny and MLB Network.
Yeah.
And he talked about when are you going to start putting more money into the team and do you have that ability? He's like, yeah, and Chris Illich just said we've got money to spend. He's not going to restrict me from doing that, but we're not going to do that until we have the foundation in place.
Yep.
And they don't have the foundation in place right now. And that's the business model right now is you build that foundation first and then you can add to it. And you can agree or disagree with that. That's fine. I'm not going to sit here and say you're wrong because I think there are different ways you can look at it. But I wouldn't make the leap and say he doesn't care about the team or doesn't care about wins or losses. The other thing is we saw what happened when the Tigers got good, what Mike Illich decided to do. He really sunk in resources to that team. He got tired of the losing, was embarrassed by the losing. They went out, got Pudge and Maglio and Kenny Rodgers and others and get to the World Series in 2006, and then they add to that the next year. Here comes, Gary Sheffield and Miguel Cabrera in years to followed, and then you went ahead and swung a big trade and you get Max Scherzer, and then you go for David Price and Doug Fister and all. They did a lot of things to keep them elevated. Went out and got Prince Fielder, It was kind of crazy what they were doing, how much money they were spending, and he didn't care because they were winning and people were showing up in droves, 30,000 people a night at Comerica Park, and it was great. And we had 9 years of really fun baseball to watch, 9-10 years of great baseball. And that's what people remember. But I think people forget that era prior to that, they were horrible. And it was under Mike Illich as well. So there's a couple different ways you go at it. You can either throw a bunch of money at it or you can try to build something organically. And right now, both the Tigers and the Red Wings are trying to build it organically and trusting the general manager to do that. And it's a model that, the NFL, that the Lions have done. We're gonna build this up with a draft and get the right players in place and change the culture and all that. And it's different in each sport, but if I'm going to follow a model, I think that's a model to follow. You can be unhappy with how the results have been so far, but I would also caution that, okay, this guy's been on the job for about a minute and hasn't really had much of an opportunity to find those foundational pieces just yet.
Yeah, but I think there's a third option you're forgetting, Gator, and I think this is why a lot of the frustration from the fans come is you can build it organically, right? You can add big-time free agents or spend money, or you can do both at the same time. And I think that's the third option. I think fans, when they don't see an owner in general, right, getting free agents, bringing in money or spending money, they think the owner doesn't care or is not trying. One of the foundational pieces the Tigers did to get good again during that stretch you mentioned was sign Pudge Rodriguez. That's not an organic player. That's not someone they drafted. And
that's why I said, because they weren't building it up through the draft. I mean, they had a couple of guys that they did draft that started to contribute, like Justin Verlander and Curtis Granderson. But beyond that, it wasn't much. But it was a 119 loss team 3 years earlier.
But he wasn't some kind of crazy, they had to overpay for him. But it was a foundational piece. And sometimes a regular free agent signing that shows, hey, you can do that with a free agent signing, my point is, too, other than just a guy you draft.
Yeah. Well, you got to find the guy. You got to find those guys. And I think, talked on it a little bit yesterday. I think that not getting Carlos Correa may have hurt things from an AJ Hinch standpoint, because he had the relationship with Correa. Now, Correa's been hurt every year with the Twins since he's signed there. And I'm the first one to point that out. And I'd be nervous about giving this guy a giant contract. But in hindsight, is that the move that
what
really
AJ Hinch would have wanted?
Yeah, really hurt, because they end up with Javi Baez, and Javi Baez is nothing.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. In the 11 o'clock hour, I think Detroit is severely sleeping on this. Severely. We will get to that today at 11:05. Hey, it's Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're getting psyched for summer with mega deals going on all month long. Right now, you can lease a new Chevy Silverado for just $379 a month with no money down. You heard that right, $379 for 24 months on a 1,500 4x4 Crew Cab LT. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount and Chevy lease in your household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 and Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or visit saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. 248-539-9797. You put something in your show sheet if I'm very curious. I'll be interested to see. It feels like you had like that aha moment, but we'll get to it later in the show. I like Gator aha moments. Like it feels like you know what it is? It's like with me with the whole defense wins championships things. About 5 years ago, I'm like, at the NFL level, it's just not true. I used to like, I grew up with that as something I completely believed in, and then I started to realize it's just not true. And the NFL level, offense wins championships. And you don't want to have a terrible defense, but if you look at the teams that are really competing, almost all of them have elite offenses. Not 100% of them, but almost all of them. I feel like you had an aha moment, and I'm intrigued to find out why. But that comes later. 248-539-9797. The people are next, including Chuck. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Chuck.
Hi, Chuck. Gator.
Chuck.
This one I called about, so I'm going to get back to it real fast. But you were talking with that last caller about nobody'd own a team and not care. But I think the Lions were the epitome of that.
Well, hold on. I think it's nonsensical. Okay, what wasn't said is nobody owns a team and doesn't care. It just feels nonsensical.
I took it out of context. All right, well, that's not what I called about. But I called about the Tigers yesterday. Here you are, you got 4 wins in a row, and you got to put together like a 9 or 10 game streak to get back into this thing the way Cleveland and KC are playing. Why would you bring in that minor leaguer for that second game? He didn't even have a good record. Why didn't Manning pitch that second game? I don't understand it.
I don't either. They were going to have a minor leaguer pitch that second game because you get the additional man on a doubleheader, so you get a free roster spot and you don't have to mess with your pitching rotation and don't have to send somebody down. So they were calling up a minor leaguer, and I think we have AJ's explanation maybe in yesterday's interview if we could find it, if it's worth it. I mean, he did talk about why they didn't.
Well, that was it. Manning. It was because with double headers, baseball allows you to expand the roster by one. So they thought, let's do this without disrupting.
Yes. If they called Manning up Sunday, they would have had to send somebody down, and so they could.
Correct.
They can call somebody up today, but again, or yesterday. But why didn't they go with Manning? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, unless Manning isn't right, because Manning's not even scheduled to pitch until Sunday, so he hasn't pitched since May 19th. So maybe there's a reason why they didn't bring up Matt Manning. He's probably not ready to be brought up yet. If he's not going to pitch until Sunday.
But they brought him up for that doubleheader.
They did, yeah. But I'm saying he hasn't. I'm just looking at what's happened here with his game log. I don't know why. If they wanted him to work on stuff in the minors and want him to still stay there without bringing him up for a spot start, I don't disagree with having a minor league pitcher come up and pitch yesterday. I can agree with the logic that he used for that. I'm not going to disagree with that. But the choice of Montero over Manning might be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I came in and I heard what he said about how they love his stuff. And so I'm like, cool. And I went and looked at it. I'm like, all right, first of all, the YouTube highlights don't stand out. Secondly, the numbers don't support that he's been very successful. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Manning's last start was May 19th for the Tigers at Arizona. And he gave up 10 hits in 5 innings.
248-539-9797. Bill's in Livonia. Hi, Bill.
Hey, guys. Just want to circle back to Torkelson.
Yeah.
In the circles that I run in, we like to think of him as a poor man's Harmon Killebrew. He might hit 23 to 25 home runs. The RBIs for that are still unknown. What, he hit 30 home runs last year?
Yeah, 31.
He didn't have 100 RBIs.
We had 95 on a bad baseball team.
Yeah. Exactly. I agree with what you said. The team average, guys hitting 200, blah, blah. But it's something to think about with Torkelson. He did come on last year, and even his first year, he started hitting the ball better in late August and September. Maybe he's got a little bit of Justin Upton in him. And if he does, what is the team going to do? Let's say he's one of these guys that tears it up the second half of the season, and he's just like, you might as well leave him home when you go on the road.
Well, the weird thing is, if he does it again, then they got to figure out that riddle. Okay, if he explodes in the second half, and let's face it, we all prefer that he does, and it's not impossible that he has a much better second half of the season. They're going to have to figure out that riddle. And if he doesn't, I think enough time has been given where we're not giving up on you, but we're seeking someone else that can, a veteran that can play the position. Well, you figure it out.
Well, let's say he does. Let's say he ends up with 28 home runs this year and another 90-plus RBI year, and he still hits 230.
Then you don't. And I'm guessing you don't sign Pete Alonso, but you still are like, okay, dude, look, this is something we're gonna have to figure out your off-season routine or something because you have to be better across the board. But yeah, I mean that puts him it makes a decision a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, it does. Hey, could I add a word on this Montero guy that pitched yesterday?
Sure.
I only saw one inning, and he had a guy set up, and he threw. It looked like it wasn't a good pitch. He just threw a ball with nothing on it, right through the heart of the plate, and the umpire called it a ball, and he came unglued after that.
Yeah, I remember
It
that.
was like watching somebody in Pony League or something,
Yeah, he was not
It's
happy
really
with it. It was definitely a strike. It was not one of these things on the corners or on the outside of the box. It was absolutely a strike, and it was not called a strike. But you got to this is the majors, man. They miss calls. It's not the minors. We can tap your hat and say, review that. Yes, of course it was a strike, you idiot, which maybe we're going to get to that shortly.
Next up, some feedback from an unnamed texter. Yeah, the Tigers' record is 500, but everyone knows from watching them that they can't hit, and if they make the playoffs, they would just get beat. I mean, this is one of those
deals. Are you watching all the other 500 teams?
Yeah, because you'd be playing most likely a wild card team, or you could be playing, I guess, the worst division winner. But okay, then you don't want the lottery ticket? I mean, honestly, I get that. That is probably true, but your choices are take the lottery ticket, which doesn't have, it's not 150 million to 1, or give up. No, I don't even want the ticket. I'd take the lottery ticket. Crazy thing is our record without production from Torque is decent. If you're producing like a 1-1, we'd be competing for the division. So if you were producing like a 1-1, it's a great question to ask. How much of a difference would it make? Would they be 5 games over? Would they be 7 games over? Would they be 8 games over? Would they be 3 games over? I don't know, but they'd be over. And if they're over, as it stands right now in Major League Baseball, weird. But if you're over, you're in the playoffs.
Well, it'd be nice if everybody were to hit the way they were intended to. I mean, Riley Green's had a bad season. Certainly a bad May. And he's only hitting 232 on the year. And his OPS has dropped significantly over the last month. If Green and Torkelson hit the way that we expect them to hit, this team is absolutely better than 500. Offensively, they should be, right? If they have those 2 guys going. And if Kerry Carpenter were healthy, but guess who's not healthy now? This is a perfect storm to see this team kind of dismantled. If the 2 guys you're counting on to hit aren't, if the guy who is your best player continues to stay out, and oh, by the way, watching the bullpen crumble the way that they have, it's not a good recipe, man. It just isn't. And in an era of baseball now where you're not allowing starters to go past 100 pitches, so you can limit the bullpen damage, it's just not good for the Tigers right now.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Just a reminder, you can stream the show on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. That way, did you ever find out the guys that called from New Zealand, how they were listening? That wasn't the Odyssey app, right?
No, I don't. They were here locally.
Yeah.
They were initially from New Zealand.
Oh, I got confused. I thought you meant we actually got calls from Auckland.
No, we got calls from Kiwis.
That were here.
They were here.
But they were from, specifically Auckland.
Gotcha. I wonder if they listened when they were.
It's not offensive to say. It's not offensive to say Kiwis, is it?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No. I think there's a little North Island, South Island rivalry.
Is there?
Yeah. But
how do I feel about Tasmania?
Well, that's Australia.
I'm just asking.
How do Kiwis feel about Tasmanians? Yeah. I'm not sure. I can't report back on that. It's like asking how do British Columbian people feel about Florida? Like, I don't know.
I don't think it's that like that, but okay.
Anyway, you can stream with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. You can also stream on the internet, 971theticket.com. Plus, you can stream with video on twitch.tv. Search up twitch.tv and search up, go to the search bar, 971 The Ticket. Bam, there we are, streaming chat and all. Same thing with YouTube, youtube.com. So all kinds of ways you could take in the program. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. The Tigers coming off a loss, but one of their bats in particular continues to be red hot. Matt Verling belting 2 more home runs during their doubleheader yesterday. That's 4 in 3 games, and he's batting over 400 over the past week with 13 RBIs. And then there is the opposite of Verling right now, Spencer Torkelson, who just can't seem to find his groove. Tork has no hits in 7 of his last 8 games, and his season batting average down to just .209 as he continues to drop in the batting order as well. Next up, the Tigers are in Boston, 4 straight against the Red Sox coming up starting tonight. They're currently sitting on .500 for the season, a half game better than Detroit. You can hear the action on 97.1 The Ticket right here with Dan Dickerson calling the game just after 7 o'clock. More receivers are following in Amon-Ra's footsteps this offseason. Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins is the latest to reportedly get a massive new deal. 3 years, $85 million per Adam Schefter. His $76 million guaranteed is $1 million short of what Saint got from Detroit. And NBA and NHL postseason action tonight, an 8 o'clock face-off between the Panthers and the Rangers as they shift to Madison Square Garden with their series tied at 2, and another opportunity for the Mavericks to punch their ticket into the NBA Finals. They'll be in Minneapolis to face the Wolves with a 3-1 advantage at 8:30. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Good point was made by a listener during the break. We use the term producing like a 1-1. It's probably make a strong argument that in baseball, most 1-1s don't produce like a 1-1.
No, they don't.
If you produce in a way that is requisite with the resource that was put into getting you, that might be a little bit different. Because you want 1-1 to be the best player in a class. You want 1-1 to stand out. I don't know that there's any argument that in baseball that 1-1 means automatic success.
Well, you go back to that year. Was it 2020 when Torque was drafted?
Not a great draft, it looks like right now.
Well, at the time, everybody said Torkelson's the guy you can't miss, right? But that season got truncated because of COVID. So he gets drafted on, playing half a season of college baseball.
Wasn't even half, but yes.
Yeah, but he had these numbers, and everybody thought he was can't miss, got to take him. And I'm still think that there's talent there, and you could get it out of him. But right now, it's a slumping bat, and the Tigers have had slumping bats, and I don't know if they just need to figure out who, from an instructional standpoint at the major league level, who needs to be their batting coach. Guys are hitting throughout the minors, but they get to the majors and they can't. Is it just simply because the majors are that much better? It could be. Or they need to find somebody else that can help coach these guys into being better than what they are. But nobody at the time even considered somebody else other than Spencer Torkelson at the top of the draft.
So obviously the best thing for the Tigers would be if Spencer Torkelson figures it out and it becomes a mainstay in this lineup, right? The 3, 4, 5 hole, whatever.
Yep.
Now, to get him to be where we want him to be, do we entertain? I know it's been brought up before, but just to bring it back now, does he go down at all? Does AJ Hinch, can he figure it out here, or does he need to go down for? Well, I'm for whatever is going to make Torque better. That's why I'm asking. I mean, is that not even a question?
I think it's a legit question, Kang. I think it's absolutely a legit question. Until he gets back to, stinging the ball all the time. I mean, what was it? Is 7 of his last 8 games? Is that what the Villar said? Where he hasn't had a hit?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot, man. I mean, he's really struggling out there. He had the week and a half where it looked like things are going better, and then it's right back to being bad again.
Here's the thing about the organizational makeup, though. The Tigers, in their top 30 prospects, have one player who is a catcher first baseman ranked at number 17. It's not as if there's the ready-made replacement. You probably have to go at the minor league level.
Well, it's first base. I mean, I don't want to have to go all Moneyball movie on this and say how difficult is it to play first base.
Chase Young isn't getting called up to play first base.
No, he's not. But
Henry Malloy isn't getting called up to play first base.
But you don't need them to. You could put somebody else at first base and have somebody brought up to play. Exactly.
You could put Verling.
Well, Verling, yeah, wherever Verling goes, wherever he goes.
But I guess I'm thinking about a long-term. Is there a long-term guy? And there's not. And as far as, because I don't think Verling's a long-term guy. If
and yet he might be.
I think that they have to let it play out this year. I don't know if they send him down. I suspect he stays up all season long, and at the end of the year they'll have a sense. Is it time to start making plans that this might not work? That this might not work with him, and okay, get a veteran and tell Torque, look, next year you got to earn your spot, and if you're not, earning your spot, we've got the ready-made replacement.
Well, the ready-made replacement also comes in the form of a free agent.
Yeah, well,
because like I said, first basemen are easy to find.
They should be, yes. 248-539-9797. Okay. I know you guys did a topic while I was gone about headlines, like headlines that are now believable or that wouldn't have been believable.
Yes.
And I think there's someone Detroit is sleeping on right now. And I think it's just a matter of circumstance. Last year, the Lions had another really, really productive rookie class. And, You talk about Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta. Talk about Brian Branch. Brian Branch, his success and the future and the excitement about him comes without question, right? There's great excitement about what he could be. Branch finished 7th in the Associated Press Rookie of the Year voting. Do you know who finished 8th?
No.
Jack Campbell.
Okay.
The Birchie Kid did a story about Jack Campbell on our website and about his offseason commitment and how he is, really just driven by the loss in the San Francisco game. And it kind of falls in line with the football character guy, Jack Campbell, that we read about prior to him being drafted. The Lions leader last year in tackles was Alex Anzalone, and Jack Campbell was second. And a lot of it has to do with the position they play. But Alex Anzalone was making a tackle every 9.23 snaps. Jack Campbell was making a tackle every 7.86 snaps. I looked at the all-pro selections at linebacker. The all-pro linebackers, Fred Warner was every 8.49 snaps, Roquan Smith every 7.55 snaps, and Quincy Williams every 7.75 snaps. Jack Campbell was getting tackles in that range. Now, he's a different player, and he's got to become more of a playmaker and better in pass coverage, which did get better as the year went on. But he didn't have the volume of snaps and still was the second leading tackler on the team. And I get the sense, I get the feeling, given all that we've read and know about Jack Campbell, that one of the reasons that Jack Campbell, this isn't even enough. You can do more with this. You can turn this up a little bit. One of the reasons why we are sleeping on Jack Campbell is because
sleeping on him or with him. Yeah. What was that?
He was the fourth in the eyes of the fans. He was the fourth of the rookies. And I won't be surprised if next year Jack Campbell is considered one of the best young linebackers in the NFL and is a Pro Bowl selection. I think Detroit is sleeping on Jack Campbell.
Well, if Detroit is sleeping on Jack Campbell, you are sleeping with Jack Campbell because you have not stopped since he was a senior at Iowa. You have not pumped the brakes, not once. There have been no speed bumps in your road.
There's been pumping, but out of the brakes.
We talk about, and we had the call while you were out the other day from the Kirk Cousins guy.
Yeah.
Verling, I think is his name. And Kang made the observation again. It's so accurate. We should all have somebody love us like Verling loves Kirk Cousins.
Yep.
We should all have somebody love us as much as you love Jack Campbell.
I'm just saying, we're sleeping on Jack Campbell. Jack Campbell had a pretty productive rookie year, and he's lost in the mix because the other two of them had the football all the time, and the other one made some plays, including a huge play in game 1, which Jack Campbell made one too with a pass breakup, but it doesn't quite get the hype that the pick 6 that Brian Branch made.
Well, yeah, and I think we have to wait and see what Jack Campbell can do when he's not playing next to Alex Anzalone.
I'm telling you,
we know what you're saying.
He's going to be fine. Detroit, even Detroit is sleeping on Jack Campbell. Well played. Well played.
I wish I could get off your leg.
So a couple things about this.
Let go, Jack.
Hey, man. I am fully confident in Jack Campbell.
Thanks for your support.
Being a star player. Now, with that said, who or what do you think Detroit is most sleeping on? 248-539-9797. It wasn't intended to be a Jack Campbell topic. It was intended to be, who is a guy that you're way more fired up about, you think, than everybody else? Because I love myself some Jack Campbell. Well, and I think his rookie season was requisite of somebody we should be more excited about. But all anybody talks about is the other 3 rookies.
There's definitely somebody I'm more fired up about than others. However, the one who I think, but it's different than the name I think that we might be sleeping on, and that name has kind of crept up lately. And that's Matt Verling.
Interesting.
I have long been of the thought that, okay, he's like a placeholder. Matt Verling is just He's a guy who's got some versatility. He's going to play most days because you can put him a number of different spots in the field, and I don't expect much. But what he's done lately has opened eyes. The 13 RBIs or whatever the number is in the last week, that's impressive. This season he's got 7 home runs, 4 triples. He's driven in 28 runs. He's only played 49 games here. Well, the Tigers only play like 55 or whatever it is. But he's hitting 289. His OPS is up to 823.
289 feels like you're hitting 350.
It does. But his OPS is at 823, which is 124 points better than league average. It's significant. And Matt Verling is also a guy who is, he's going to be here. He could be here for a while. He's arbitration eligible after next season, or actually, I should say after this season. But he's not a free agent until 2028. So you've got him for a while if you want him. And at this point, I'm getting to the point of why am I selling him short? Because he's hitting right now. And maybe this is just a hot couple weeks, and that's entirely possible. But his numbers last year, he hit 261 last year, Doug. It's not great by what we know is to be great for baseball, but in the landscape of baseball last year,
now.
It was well above average last year, and it's well above average this year. And that's what he did for a whole season last year. And his whole season last year was 10 home runs and 44 RBIs in 134 games. This year, it's only 49. He's already got 7 homers and 28 RBIs, not to mention the 4 triples. He had 5 triples all of last year. He trails only Kerry Carpenter on the team in total bases this year. So I think Matt Verling needs to get some more love, and maybe we need to start paying a little bit more attention to him because he's done a heck of a job with this team. He's got 80 total bases, and Carpenter has 83 total bases.
All right, so who is Detroit sleeping on? I went with Jack Campbell. Gator went with Matt Verling. Who or what, too? We can talk about, whether it be an event, a coach, a stadium, anything. Who do you think deserves more attention in Detroit? 248-539-9797. Coming up today at 11:31, we have a Hendon Hooker update. That's right. At 11:31, a Hendon Hooker update. Hey, congrats to all the Michigan Wolverines drafted in the NFL for 2024. The University of Michigan Credit Union is cheering loud and proud. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics and the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. One might say they're the leaders and best in financial services. I just suited up with UMCU, and you can too, no matter where you hail from. You're eligible to join, and signing up is easy. And they got the coolest debit cards around, including a Lions debit card. They got a black one coming to go along with the black uniforms. They got the Block M credit card, a winged helmet credit card. You can choose your own. And your cool credit card, well, works at millions of stores, hotels, and restaurants worldwide. Need some cash in your pockets? Hit up thousands of surcharge-free ATMs conveniently spread across Michigan and beyond. Open your account today. I did. It took less than 10 minutes. UMCU.org. And get in the game. And while you're there, check out the resources for student, auto, and home loans. University of Michigan Credit Union, proudly repping your official Block M debit card. Win with UMCU. Some restrictions apply. See site for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Who or what is Detroit sleeping on that you think deserves more credit, is better than people believe? Look, I think Jack Campbell's year last year got lost in the wash. I think the offseason commitment that he kind of fits his football character. I think this guy's going to have a huge year next year, and he's. I think people look at. I just don't think he gets talked about because the other three rookies, two of them had the football in their hands and did really good things. The other one scored a touchdown in game one and became everybody's favorite, and he was really good too. Let's go. I've never slept on Jack Campbell. I was watching him all last year, and honestly, more noticeable than Brian Branch. I was watching Jack Campbell more than Brian Branch. That's from an unnamed texter. Y'all sleeping on the Detroit Grand Prix. The Indy 500 last week was super exciting. I do got a Grand Prix topic I want to bring up today. And yes, the Grand Prix downtown as a TV viewer last year was way more interesting than the Grand Prix on Belle Isle for me. Okay. Now I don't know. I've always watched the Grand Prix. I've gone to the Grand Prix once. But we got a kid's birthday coming up this weekend. And one of the things that's being talked about is does he want to go to the Grand Prix? And if he does, we'll be at the Grand Prix. Doug and Gator Doug and Gator had been confident all 1,356 draft eligible linebackers of the past 15 years would translate to the NFL just fine. I don't know what that means. Doug and Gator had been confident all 1,356 draft eligible of the past 15 years would translate to the NFL just fine. I don't know what that means.
I think they're trying to make fun of you guys for liking every linebacker that comes out.
We do like a lot. Well, we do like linebackers. We seem to be able to identify good linebackers.
We've done a dead guy. I'm don't want to pat.
I'll pat your back. You pat mine.
There you go. You do a hell of a job identifying.
I think you do a great job identifying linebackers.
Quarterbacks. Yeah. It's not over for Malik.
Well, it's not over for Zach.
Yep.
Kang, you went in?
Trey Lance still has a roster.
There we go.
Lee McNeil, all-pro season loading, going into a contract year, and he's going to go off with Reeder and Hutch next to him. I like that one. Shoot the boot if you're so confident about Jack Campbell, but I would have to agree.
I don't know how you quantify it.
I will. Yeah, I think Jack Campbell's going to have a really good second season. I'll shoot the boot, guarantee it.
Maybe Pro Bowl.
You know what? I might do that.
What?
Let's see when we get closer. A lot of time between now and then.
Plenty of time, just throwing it out there.
But I'm damn confident.
Well, Kang brought something up the other day that I thought was pretty accurate. Because his headline was that we'll be talking about MVP Jared Goff.
Yep.
And one of the reasons behind it was because when you're a good football team, you start getting all the accolades. Yep. The Lions already made it to the NFC Championship game. If they get right back there and say win 12, 13, dare we say 14 games, you know what happens? Everybody becomes an all-pro. Everyone gets recognition.
Yep.
So could that happen to your guy? You'd have to earn it there, killer, but,
Are we talking about, we're talking about Jared Goff.
Well, for you, I'm talking about Jack Campbell.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. Could Jack Campbell make the Pro Bowl? I kind of expect it, to be honest with you. I think Jack Campbell did a ton of things as a rookie that projects to him having a great career in the middle of that defense.
Are you seeing like a handing of the torch in a way? Anzalone's not old by any means, but, this could be where if Jack Campbell's so good,
Yes, it's because I think Anzalone's snap counts go down and Jack Campbell's snap counts go up next year. And I don't think it's a replacing. I just think there's going to be more opportunities, and I think they're going to be justifiable. I mean, Anzalone is what he is. He's pretty damn good. I think Jack Campbell could be great. Detroit is sleeping on the Michigan Panthers on their way to the playoffs again, and much better this year. Good job by Mike Nolan. I've tried with the Panthers. I'm not quite sure why I suck at being a Panther fan.
Maybe it's part of this because you never know when they're playing. We just haven't really launched ourselves into it. They finished their regular season this week. They're actually on the road. I thought they were at home, but they're on the road. And then they've already been penciled in for I think it's the conference championship game or whatever that they play next week against, I think it's Birmingham who they play. So, but if they're winning and we start to get on board,
well, they're 7-2. So I think they think they are winning.
But this feels so different. I mean, like the first time the USFL was around when we were kids.
Yeah.
And we bought into it and they were really good right off the bat, win the championship and all that. And they had players that we cared about because Anthony Carter was on the team and a big Michigan star. And then they had other guys that, we came to love. It was a long season. It wasn't a short 10-game season. They played a real season there.
Yeah.
Where you could see tangible, real statistics there. And, John Corker on the defense had 20-something sacks or whatever the number was. It was fun. It's hard to look at this team and buy into it when they've got like 4 or 5 guys that have played quarterback this year. That nobody – it's a true stat. You know what the highest touchdown pass total is on the Michigan Panthers? Who's thrown the most touchdown passes?
No, I don't.
You know what the number is?
No.
2.
2 leads the team.
Nobody has thrown more than 2 touchdown passes on the Panthers. They played 9 games. But they've got like 3 guys who have thrown 2. It's not the same kind of football we saw when we grew up.
What, do they use
when
like
they
a
started.
starting pitching rotation at quarterback?
I don't know if guys just keep getting hurt or what, But they've got nobody that you can identify with. The only one that you might is Brian Lewerke, and he's only played a couple games.
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't hit for me. I know they have for some people. They just haven't hit for me. And in the first game, this is a true story. I was listening to the first game the new Michigan Panthers ever played because I was driving a car and I had the Fox feed fed through the speakers. So I'm listening to the TV broadcast because the curiosity was getting me. Then we got back and I watched the rest of the game. I might have watched some of week 2 and it just didn't hit. I don't know.
If they win the championship, I'll pay attention.
Like after the championship, you'll pay attention to.
You ready for next year?
Yeah, I'll be ready for next year.
Gotcha. 248-539-9797. All right, we got a Hendon Hooker update. We will get to that today at 11:31. Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, we'll get to this Hendon Hooker update in a moment. Aren't we getting right around close to the time that Inside the Den draft show gets released?
I'm not sure how long they take before they release that, but I think you might be right.
Sometime in the middle of the summer is when that thing comes down, right? And for people who haven't seen it, it's basically War Room for the entire draft. And it's War Room from the interviews at the Combine. I'm trying to find the date of when last year's was released because it was fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
Oh, it was really cool. I mean, and because they had all those picks, and it was cool to see Jahmyr Gibbs being picked up to head to the headquarters, and it picked up in the Bronco, whatever it was, they were picking him up. But Barry Sanders is in the car with him.
Yeah,
for the ride. When your buddy Jack Campbell was being driven over, there's Chris Spielman.
Mm-hmm.
Calvin Johnson there. It was just really, really cool to see that kind of thing.
Premiered July 27th, 2023.
All right, so you got a couple months here.
Oh, yeah, it's not that close.
Right before training camp.
Yeah. That was really good. Really, really good. All right, so Danny Rodgers tweets out the following. She, of course, Lions reporter for the Lions, tweets out, head coach Dan Campbell says he got the reassurance he needed yesterday in OTAs that quarterback Hendon Hooker is making the necessary steps to progress in the spring. Says the reads and throws Hendon is making shows improvements, which is really good to see. And I agree completely. I am hoping that the Hendon Hooker emerges to be a valuable asset to this team. I think everybody helps. The question is how many people hope he emerges to be more than a valuable asset. But let me put it to you like this. Let me put it to you like this. If he's better than Jared Goff, I say play him. If he's bad, now how about protecting Jared Goff's spot? Can you imagine if he's better than Jared Goff?
I think a lot of people are.
I can't imagine that, but
people were trying to imagine that before the extension.
I know. But anyway, sounds like physically he's progressed, which is good.
Well, because he's finally gotten an opportunity to play. He's healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And from accounts at OTAs, he was throwing the ball with a lot of zip. But, it's OTAs. It's, guys running around without pads on and stuff like that. We'll get a more clear vision in August.
Yep.
When he's thrown into preseason games, the joint practice, that kind of stuff. Although the joint practice, I imagine that's going to be a lot of Jared Goff in the joint practice. But the preseason games, I think we're going to get a lot of Hendon Hooker.
I think so.
Yeah. Like a half per game.
Then I think we should get a lot of Hendon
I think we should too.
We should get a ton of Hendon Hooker. Which makes the preseason pretty damn exciting to see, what the young quarterback is and what he's bringing to the table, right?
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, there's certainly players you don't expect to see in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the starters I don't expect to see a whole lot of Amon-Ra St. Brown, Sam Laporta, Jahmyr Gibbs, Montgomery, Goff, if any. Then there's Jamison Williams. How much of J-Mo do we expect to see? I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of J-Mo. But we're going to see an awful lot of Isaiah Williams, Antoine Green, those types of players and the backup linemen and Hendon Hooker. And I think we're going to see a lot of Sione Vaki.
All right. Somebody just sent over a link via Twitter. It says, let me see if I can find this here. Inside the Den 2024 draft video already released, I believe.
I don't think so.
Well, Troy Lions draft recap show. I can't hear anything, but I'm just kind of watching. This isn't the.
No, they do a whole.
This is not. Yeah, this is not what I'm talking about. This is a draft recap show that they put out, but. It's Danny Rodgers and Tim Twentyman talking about the draft. It's some video from down there, but it's not the War Room stuff. So Thank you to who is this? Mish Guy 8877. But no, we're not talking about the we're talking about the actual draft war room video, which is fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. 248-539-9797. Speaking of the NFL, did you see the video circulating yesterday of Aaron Rodgers?
I did not.
Aaron Rodgers was showing some discomfort and went over and sat down while practice was going on. A trainer came over and started working on his ankle/foot/Achilles area.
That same foot, that same area?
Looked like it. And then he got up and they showed him going through drills, and he looked noticeably gimpy. Now, this went viral. Kang, you saw it, right?
Yeah, I saw it.
And I feel like it went viral for a couple hours, and I've seen nobody talk about it. So what do we make of it, if anything?
Well, let's see if I can find the video, but let's see. It's entitled "Oh Boy."
Yeah, there you go.
See, he's slipping on his shoe. I don't know. Is he gimpy? He does not look.
He doesn't look healthy.
He does not look great. No, and doesn't look happy about it.
So,
Yeah.
This is the quarterback for the New York Jets. It's not like this stuff goes viral and nobody talks about it. So, what do we make of it?
Nothing.
No?
I make nothing of it right now. Talk to me in training camp if he's missing time. This is OTAs. Who knows? I don't know. Is he sore? Of course he's sore. He's coming off of Achilles.
But it was weird. I thought he was going to be back in late November.
And yet he wasn't.
And he's still not 100%. And he's still not 100%.
Well, here's what we know about Aaron Rodgers for sure. Does he like himself? Does he like the attention?
Perhaps more than anyone else in the league.
Now that Tom Brady's retired, yes. I think that he's one of those guys, so he's probably loving the attention here. It doesn't matter. I don't care about the Jets. I hope the Jets fall flat on their face. I don't want them to win 0 games. I want the Jets to be mired in less than mediocrity. I want the Jets to be a perpetual 7-win team.
Why is that?
So that they're always outside trying to find that next guy. Oh, we're not good. We're not bad enough to have a top 5 pick to take, the best quarterback in the draft. Or when you are, it's a bad draft for quarterbacks. Whatever the case is.
You just want them to keep spinning their wheels.
Yeah, I do. And it has nothing to do with Zach Wilson. I think it's got everything to do with that Aaron Rodgers is there. And that he came in so hot with the Jets.
Oh, yeah.
Bringing all his guys, his former teammates over there. And, the way that he left the Packers ever since the Packers drafted Jordan Love, the way that he took offense to that. Nobody talked to me. Nobody consulted me.
Yeah.
I should have a say. You should have no say. You're the team. You're a player on the team. So anything that's going to happen like this at this point, pile on. Aaron Rodgers will go down in history, one of the greatest quarterbacks in NFL, right?
Probably.
I mean, his quarterback rating is through the roof throughout his career. He's won a Super Bowl. He did it with the Packer team.
I think he'll always be in that kind of second tier of guys.
Well, he'll be behind Brady and Manning, but he's up there.
Oh, he's definitely up there. He needs to win another one, probably for legacy purposes, to be in that conversation with the GOATs.
Which he won't do.
This is the year he probably has to do it. He's 40 years old, so he's just coming off major surgery, major injury. Yeah, his Achilles is probably a little sore, and it's going to be a continuing storyline throughout the entire year. The NFL put the Jets tied with all the Chiefs and the Bills, I think, with the most primetime games on the schedule this year. They're probably like, I hope you're okay. I hope you're okay. Because last year they got, 3 plays out of the Jets and Aaron Rodgers when they put him on primetime?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, he's like 3-4-time MVP winner, Gator. He is one of the greats for sure. Now, to be considered a GOAT, probably have to win another one. It's going to be tough. Like I said, 40 years old. They've got players on the team that are 20 years old, that are just as old as he's been in the league. He's been in the league 20 years now. It's crazy.
It is crazy. Well, that video circulated, and I'm like, what is this? What is going on here? And not much has been made of it, so maybe it's nothing. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Coming up next hour, another edition of Who's on Top. Also, Gator with an epiphany. I want to know what sparked it. We're going to ask the listeners for some help with something. Got some Tiger stuff we're going to mix in. That coming up in the noon hour. We've also got who is Detroit most sleeping on? Somebody you think gets underappreciated, underhyped. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. So you see the latest is Scotty Scheffler. Looks like that whole thing's gonna get basically thrown out.
Yeah. They're as long as both sides agree not to sue each other, let's just forget about the whole thing, which is kind of where it should have been.
So I'm not going to pass judgment over the cop, and I think a lot of people are. I'm not a fan of that. It strikes me that law enforcement is one of the higher risk, higher stress jobs you can possibly have. It's an incredibly difficult job, and these guys, God bless them, it's tough. But I don't need to make any snap judgments, or I'm not even really trying to. Nobody died here, right? I mean, this is not the nobody died because of the cop.
Right.
Other than because of the cop's decision is what I'm saying.
Correct.
Thank you. But so I don't want anyone to go into that. But you can find plenty of bashing of that cop. Kang has a great cop story. This is a great story, and this happened to you Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. 2 days ago.
So Tuesday.
Yesterday. Sorry. Yesterday.
Was it yesterday?
Wednesday,
So it was yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Okay.
Before the show. I told you about this before the show.
I didn't know if it was yesterday or Tuesday.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay.
No, as you know, there's some construction going on right now in Metro Detroit. I don't know if you guys have seen it or
I've heard about it.
But it's true. It's a true story. I fact checked it.
It's the summer.
Yeah, exactly.
Get
So
into the summer.
I've been taking a lot of different routes to work. I mean, every route I literally can take to work has some kind of construction. So the latest route I was taking this week it takes me through Pontiac. So I'm driving. I think I told you about that the other day, Gator. So I'm driving through another different detour, different route to work today. And during this route through Pontiac, you can make a Michigan left onto Woodward, right? Or you can illegally just cut across and make a left through Woodward instead of going the longer route.
So it says no left turn.
Yeah.
But you can make a left turn. Physically, it's possible, but it says no left turn.
Yeah. So I'm trying to head south on Woodward, but I go north for a little bit.
So you're approaching from the east, and you're about to make a right-hand turn to do the Michigan left.
Yes.
You get to Woodward. Gotcha.
Yeah. And so I'm on the phone with my wife, by the way, on speakerphone, and we're just trying to have a conversation because we have two little kids, and if anyone has two little kids, you can't have a conversation with your wife ever.
Yep.
So our conversation times before work. So we're on the phone talking, and I make the legal U-turn, and then I see the car behind me makes an illegal left turn, and he goes kind of right in front of me. Mm-hmm. And as he's doing that, coming northbound is a police officer that he did not see.
Oh, please tell me.
So we're going south. I look in my rearview mirror. The police car turns around.
Okay, so you right in front, waiting at the intersection when you got the green light.
Yeah.
You go right to make the Michigan left, and the car behind you makes the illegal left.
Yes.
And you see it play itself out.
Oh, I see this whole thing.
So now you're going south, and did you catch up with this person?
Oh, we're yeah. I'm probably 30, maybe a lane or two over, but he's in clear view of me. We're not too far apart from each other.
Okay.
And then I see the police car in my rearview mirror turn around, and I go, oh, man. I'm talking to my wife. I go, this car just made an illegal turn. Oh, wait, here comes a police car. Oh, my God. He's turning around. He's got him. Oh, he's getting him. He's getting him. I'm
lights go on?
So were the lights on yet, or was he just...
Not yet. No, he's just kind of weaving in out of traffic because it's rush hour, so there's a lot of cars.
So he's got he's
got some work to do.
Exactly.
He's slowly catching up.
Yes, and I can see him in my rear view mirror. I'm telling my wife, I'm giving her the play-by-play.
And because you followed the law, you are rooting for the cop.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know, because if it was me, I'd be like, oh, man, he would have got me. But I'm like, hey, you know what? This guy made an illegal turn. I did the right thing. He's going to
you did.
and it made me feel good about myself.
Yes,
Can I pause you for a second?
Sure.
Had you considered ever at that intersection making the illegal left? Because I know it's tempting.
A younger Kang would have, but the new older, wiser Kang that's a father now said it's just not even worth it.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
I don't want to deal with the ticket, the whole, everything.
Sure.
So yeah, didn't really cross my mind, Doug. So I'm driving southbound. I can see the car that made the illegal turn in front of me, and I can see the cop behind me weaving in on traffic. I'm telling Jackie, my wife, Jackie, oh, he's getting him. He's getting
doing
close.
play-by-play.
He's getting close. And also he gets behind me, and he turns on his lights. And
Behind you? No.
I go, he didn't get him. He got me. And I told him, I'm like, wait a second. He got me. I go, I got to pull over. I think he's trying to pull me over. I'll call you back.
No, he just wanted you out of the way. He just wanted you out of the way, right?
So that's what I'm kind of thinking too, Gator.
Please.
So I pull over a couple lanes. I get into a parking lot, and he's still behind me, and he blocks me. I pull into a parking lot on the side of Woodward, into a business that's not open yet, and he's blocked me. His lights are on. I'm in park. I roll down my window. I shut off my car. I'm like,
Is your wife still on speaker?
No, I let her go.
All right.
That would have been funny, actually. And I let her go, but I turn off my car, and I'm like, I'm so innocent here, right? So I feel like this is the most confident I've ever felt being pulled over.
Sure.
Like, I wasn't speeding. I didn't make a turn. I had my seatbelt on, right? Hands free. So I rolled down my window right away. I wait for the police officer to come up behind me. And my head's basically almost out the window. He comes walking towards me, and he goes, "Hey, did you make that illegal turn back there?" And I go, "No, man. The other guy did. I thought you were going to get him." And he looks at me and goes, "Damn it, I effed up." And he said the word, of course. And he literally said that, all right?
Oh.
He goes, "Damn it, I effed up." And he goes, "Man, I saw a gray SUV because I have a gray SUV. The other car was a gray SUV." And he goes, "I kind of got lost. I took a shot at you." And he goes, "My bad, man." I started laughing. I go, "No, man, it's all good." I go, "I was rooting for you. I saw him. I'm like, oh, I even told him, I go, I was on the phone with my wife. I'm like, oh, he's going to get him. He's going to get him. Wait, he got me." And so the police officer goes to me. He goes, "Hey, man, I effed up. I'm sorry." He goes, "Are we good?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we're good." Like I had any other option. No, we're not good, dude.
You're not in power here, man.
Yeah, I'm going to write you a ticket. No. I said, "No, we're good." He goes, "All right, man, have a good day." And he gets in his car, and it probably lasted less than 60 seccents. Very good experience. I just got back on the road. I was laughing about it.
It's pretty funny.
It was the anti-Scheffler situation.
That's great.
Yeah.
It was almost the most glorious situation ever. When you see something happen like that, where somebody takes the shortcut and it's illegal, and you're the one paying attention, like, hey, I'm at a stop sign or at a stoplight. I'm not allowed to turn left on this red stoplight, and there's a car next to me, and the car next to me is just too important, and they decide, you know what, I'm turning left on red, and they go. And what's one of the first things coming to your mind is, where's the cop when you need him, right?
Yep.
I think for most people's minds that thought goes there. Kang was at the situation where he's like, yes,
you watched it play itself out.
I get to be an eyewitness to this. Awesome. Here we go. And then unfortunately the cop pulls you over instead, but kind of redeems himself by saying that he effed up. And when he says literally that he effed up, and you start laughing, you can joke about it.
Now
your day's fine, and his days, he's pissed. Not pissed at you. He's happy that you're not being a jerk about it, because you could have been. He could be like, well, why'd you pull me? I didn't do anything wrong, but you didn't. You laughed about it, and now he's gonna take it out on somebody else.
The only moderate issue with this story is that the police officer did ask, a suspect here, did you do it? And you just said no. And okay, cool, my bad, I messed up. This is not the way it should typically work.
No, you don't ask the criminal, hey, did you steal that?
I think he knew.
Well, he was like, I got a 50% chance.
Yep. He knew that it was clearly he wasn't sure, right? Yep. And he was hoping for the suspect
Did he
to be
actually,
honest.
though, expect somebody to say yes?
I thought about that, too, because I called my wife back and I tell her what happened. I'm like, what if it was me? Do I just say no in that situation, too? Like, no, man, that wasn't me.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you could tell, obviously, he wasn't sure. He took a stab. I think it was this guy, maybe. I'm going to pull him over.
Yeah.
And I think he didn't even run my plates, because that's how he got out of the car. He wasn't sure. He's like, hey, was that you? And I'm like, no. He's like, oh.
Damn it.
I effed up.
Yep. It's great, and I love this police officer for doing it, but hopefully it's not his typical modus operandi.
No.
Hey, is this your fake? Did you get this with a fake ID? No, I did not, sir.
Yeah,
hey,
I would imagine it's one of those things where I saw
yes,
two.
I am. All good then.
You see two cars similar, and you're like, I got one guy I know did the right thing, the other guy I know did not. I'm trying to get the guy who did not. I'm pulling one guy over, and now I'm having second thoughts. Oh crap! Did I get the right guy? Did you do the illegal turn? No, it was the other guy. I thought you were gonna get him. Crap.
It was super cool. It was funny. I couldn't believe he said that to me. I couldn't believe he just asked me straight up.
It is pretty funny.
Yeah. But that was a good experience.
Yep.
So I don't think we hear a lot of those. Thought I'd share mine.
Somebody, I think it was on Twitch, just Dub76, just put on the Twitch streaming chat. McLovin? You think it was those two guys? Was one of those two guys from...
Oh, a donor organ from Hawaii.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, so great. So great. All right, well, glad it all worked out.
Yeah, there was no. We agreed not to sue each other, so we're
well,
good.
When you talk to your wife, like part of that is coolest cop ever.
No, seriously.
I wonder what the cop manual says you're supposed to do when you kind of lost track of who made the. Are you still supposed to try and figure it out?
All right, everyone, pull over.
Yeah, I'm just gonna block the road, and I'm gonna walk up the road asking, "Was it you? Was it you? Was it you?" Wasn't me. All right, coming up next hour, Detroit Grand Prix coming to town. Got some questions for the listening audience we will get to. Who's on top at 12:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 to Ticket open lines, 248-539-9797. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Tigers, well, look, yesterday was rather frustrating. To win the opener the way they did was great, but then the second game, Alyssa's performance in a 10-2 loss to Paul Skeens and the Pirates. We were talking about the Bill James tweet at the beginning of the show. He wasn't tweeting at Tiger fans in general. He just he tweeted something out 3 days ago, and I think it totally applies to us. It was as follows. Fans of a 500 team overreact to every win and loss. A good team, you know you can't win them all. A 100-loss team, you get used to it. A 500 team, emotionally, you're good as the last 24 hours. So we do ride a roller coaster here in Detroit, and I think there's a lot of truth in what he had to say. I am still hanging on, and yesterday I caved and registered for the Bally's app. I've been a holdout, but I did. I said, all right, screw it, I'm in. Why? Why did I go in yesterday? Well, the schedule allowed for me to see a lot of these games. I didn't want to get the free trial for a week and then only be able to watch like 3 games. I want to be able to watch like 7 games. But it also was just getting to the point where missing the games is really hampering this job. And people say, oh, of course it is. Yeah, sort of. I mean, part of our job is to be able to relate to the audience. And I know many of you have stayed in the dark and won't cave to the paywall. But here are the Tigers as a 500 baseball team. Why am I hanging on? Well, a year ago at this time, the Miami Marlins were 1 game below 500. They made the playoffs. Minnesota Twins are 1 game over 500. They made the playoffs. So that's one of the reasons. And one of these teams that's at or around 500 is going to make the playoffs. What's odd is that right now in Major League Baseball, as it stands, in a weird quirk, every team that is above 500 currently resides in a playoff position. That may not last for long, but as it stands right now, if you are 500 or below, you're out. If you're above 500, you're in. So here are the Tigers 1 game below 500. Now, that doesn't mean if they get to 29 and 28, they're in. The team that has the last playoff spot is 3 full games ahead of Detroit. It's just this weird time in the calendar where all teams above 500 are in a playoff spot and all teams below 500 are not. But having that lottery ticket, I think, is worth it. I think it's worth having that, just to get in the dance. So am I hoping that the Tigers? Sure, yes. I'm hoping that the Tigers are one of those teams that are at 500 that ends up making the playoffs. Now, Gator, the comments that they have made of late doesn't sound like a team that's in go-for-it mode. I really wish there'd be more public discussion of extending Skubal, so it kind of takes you away from the ownership. Ownership won't spend money, because that, I think everybody feels very like that would be very justifiable. That's one. But 2 is, Gator, it feels as though if they would at least just say something along the lines of, hey, if we're close, we would absolutely consider being buyers. That's not a commitment to be a buyer, but we would consider it. And I haven't heard that said.
No, I haven't heard that said either, and maybe it's too early to do that because here we are in June. We got 2 full months before the trade deadline.
But in the current environment, do you feel there's a surprising, maybe an unusual amount of hostility towards our 500 baseball team? That is better than any of the previous 6 teams, that is continuing the slow step forward deal? It's like the shortcomings are, I said losses do more damage than wins do good so far this year.
I think that people have a short fuse with certain things about this team. People no longer want to, they don't want to see Javi Baez in the lineup. And then when they hear things like, oh, no, we're not even considering buying him out. I think that rubs people the wrong way because Javi hasn't done anything for this team. I think it bothers people that, like a situation like yesterday, you bring up Montero to pitch instead of Matt Manning, and we talked about it. Was it just simply because AJ Hinch wanted Matt Manning to work on some things? I guess it was, because what he said prior to the game, that why not Manning? Well, because we want him to go down and work on some specific things. And by the way, Matt Manning, it's not like he pitched lights out with the Tigers while he was pitching in these doubleheaders, which is always basically done. But I think there are little things like that bother people. Torkelson's slow start again for another year, starting slow. I think people are they're anxious right now because Riley Green has regressed a little bit here, and that overall the team isn't developing hitters. And even Wenzel Perez, he got off to the hot start. I think he's 2 for his last 20. So everything is kind of finding its level, and when all is said and done, if that level is simply 500, it's like you're not a bad team, you're not a good team. You are literally mired in mediocrity. And does 500 get you to the playoffs? Right now it does, but I think in the long run probably doesn't. And it's also strange to see this situation with the Tigers. Here they are in the Central, and they're basically a 500 baseball team, and yet they're in fourth place in their own division.
Yeah.
Normally you would see that from an American League East team, not the American League Central team, but because Cleveland and Kansas City have gotten off to ridiculous starts, and that's another thing I think that bothers Tiger fans, is because you would think the Tigers should be ahead of those teams.
Yeah.
When it comes to rebuilding this and getting it going, but their foundational pieces that you thought were foundational pieces, they're not fully rebarred in to be the foundation.
Do you think that what Cleveland and Kansas City are doing is actually in any way unsustainable?
Well, it's hard for me to think that it's not sustainable because Cleveland's 18 games above 500.
I know.
And Kansas City is 13 games above 500. I mean, those are some pretty impressive numbers.
They're very impressive.
To this point in the season. But how do the Tigers do when they play those teams? We know last year when the Tigers met up with the Central Division, they not only beat those teams, so they thrived on the Central Division. They owned the Central Division, which gave us hope for this year.
Yeah.
So I think that's where more frustration sets in. And then things that look so good, like when the offense isn't there, but man, the pitching's been so good, you knew what was going to happen. It was just a matter of time before things leveled out, and now the pitching isn't so good. Although you've got Skubal, and Reese Olson has pitched well beyond you thought that he was going to. The other starters are kind of hit and miss, and then the bullpen is just taking a nosedive in the last few weeks, and that's disturbing.
Well, suffice it to say, they're on the cusp here of being a little bit more competitive. We'll just have to, I'd love to say I can figure out what's going to happen. I think Riley Green's going to get his act together. I think Riley Green is going to be good. Torque, I'm starting to have my doubts. And I guess when you're doing this, got to see what we got thing, in Torque's case, it strikes me that, he gets the rest of this year. And if he doesn't turn it around, I think they need to start looking for alternatives.
Well, I think you're right. If he doesn't turn around this year, if you're at season's end and he's hit somewhere around 10 home runs or 12 home runs and he's still hitting 210, yeah, I'm definitely thinking about moving on because it's too easy to replace a guy like that in your lineup. It's first base DH. They're a dime a dozen. You can find somebody like that.
I just feel, you know what we're going to get? We're going to get later in the year, and I think we're going to say, remember how bad May was for Riley Green?
I hope that's the case.
I really believe. I'm not sure we're going to say it with Torque. I think we're going to say it with Riley Green.
Yeah. So there's a couple of strange things with Riley Green, where his numbers started to plummet. And then I still go back to watching him play center field. He was great. And then they moved him to left field because of somebody who was even greater at center field, which was Parker Meadows. But I'm not sure why, with Parker Meadows not here, that Riley Green's not playing center field. But they're doing what they're doing with, a combination of Perez and Matt Verling. We talked about this during the break a little bit about finding other players to come up. And when you see that Kerry Carpenter is out indefinitely, I mean, he's been their best offensive player. Now he's out indefinitely. Carpenter was either playing DH or he was playing right field. What if the Tigers did this? What if they did bring up Jace Young and said, Jace Young, you're going to play third base, okay? And you're going to hit against right-handed pitching. You're going to get a ton of at-bats against right-handed pitching. And we'll put you there, and we're going to put Matt Verling in the outfield because Verling's played well enough where he deserves to play every day right now. I mean, right now, he's their best offensive player with Carpenter out.
Yeah.
But why not start things going with Chase Young, who's hit 270, what is he hitting? He's 272 in the minors this year with a 372 on-base percentage, 869 OPS. His fielding is fine. It's not great, but it's fine. But why not get him in the lineup? Because we don't want to, if we're not blocking players, here's an opportunity for somebody to step in, and you're still getting offense by moving Verling to the outfield full time while Carpenter's out. Why not give him some opportunities instead of, and nothing against Akil Baddoo, but I feel like we know what Akil Baddoo is.
I mean, everything about it says yes. Yes, please.
So I'm keeping an eye on Jace Young if they move him around positionally to see if they've got more versatility there, or if it's just if his numbers continue to go where they're going, then it's just a matter of time before you call him up too, because he's a guy that needs to be brought up to help the fans anyway see what they want to see, which is the youth movement.
Just a reminder, another Who's on Top coming today at 12:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. Hey, NBA playoffs starting to wind down. FanDuel, however, it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. So find a prop bet. It doesn't have to pay much, but it doesn't matter because you bet your $5 and then you get your $150 in free bets. So do that. $150 to use on. Same game parlays, live bets, championship futures, so much more, including other sports. So no better place to get in on the action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Doug to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797.
Watching hockey last night?
No, I was had kids stuff, but watched baseball yesterday afternoon. But I did see the goalie stick save.
That was pretty impressive.
Yep. Well, I mean, it was just the stick lying in the crease saved the goal.
Nice job.
I wondered if a goalie just dropped his stick like that,
how many goals would be prevented?
I don't think it's probably legal. You just use your stick as a barrier.
1%.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, lift it. Oh, lift the puck. There we go.
Yeah, the goalie can still use his glove, right? You don't use your stick on just about anything that's lifted. So you lay the stick down across as a barrier to everything along the ice.
Got that paddle. There's that paddle. 5 straight goals from Edmonton after being down 2-0 early in the game. That was a good job by Edmonton. I'm rooting for Edmonton.
Yeah.
Several reasons. I always like Ken Holland. I know he gets a lot of crap, and some of it's deserved, absolutely. But he's also one of the guys that was the architect of those great teams that we had here. Mm-hmm. But I'm a big Connor McDavid fan. I don't want to see him go empty-handed. He's too damn good. He's the best player in the league. He deserves to be on a winning team, and Edmonton is all offense and no defense.
Yep.
And then they go out and hire Paul Coffey to help with the defense. Paul Coffey was all offense and no defense.
Right.
So we'll see what they can do. But I'm impressed that they were able to tie it up, and with a win like that, where they just dominated after the first few minutes of the game. Now they're tied at 2 games apiece. Let's see if Edmonton can finish them off and take on the winner of Florida and the Rangers.
Can I ask you a question about the NBA and the NHL playoffs?
Mm-hmm.
When your team is out,
like the Red Wings and Pistons.
Yep. Do you ever find yourself watching and either really starting to like some guy that you never really paid attention to before, or really start to hate some guy as you watch him over and over?
Absolutely. For the most part, I'm watching to see if there's a player that I'm going to like, because I'm always thinking of free agency and seeing, okay, what does my team need to do to get better, to get to this level?
Yep.
What can they do to acquire this player? And so that's definitely happened while I've been watching a playoff.
Is there anyone specific now that you were starting to like more or less?
Yeah. Watching the NHL series with the Rangers and
Florida.
I don't like as much now.
Just because you've been watching them?
In the NBA playoffs a lot.
They've been fun.
They have been. It's been very competitive. It's weird because it was almost a sweep, but yet every game was within 2 or 3 points of each other, and very low. It could have been 3-1 to Wolves. It had things gone a little differently, but specifically on the Timberwolves versus the Mavericks matchup, 2 guys I find myself liking less is Rudy Gobert and Luka Doncic. Okay,
really?
Now I'll tell you what. Luka is an amazing basketball player. This is not a criticism on him as a basketball player, per se, I guess, because he is a foul hunter and he's a complainer.
I hate those guys.
He's a complainer.
He's a complainer and a foul hunter, and I cannot stand it. And I understand why some people are turned off by that, because he's not the only one, but he is very good at what he does, which is getting you on his hip or on his back and then just trying to get you to foul him. And they call fouls from all the time because he's a superstar.
Yep.
And if he doesn't get that one foul out of 9 out of 10 times he does, he complains about it.
Yep.
Relax, man. They're giving you almost every
call. You are getting your fair share of calls.
So that bothers me about him, and it sucks because he's a clutch player. He's really good. His diet in the offseason, it's wine and hookah, and yet he still dominates the league. It's amazing. But that bothers me about Luka. The Rudy Gobert thing, I always thought he kind of got a bad rap, his teammates, his peers didn't like him. And then I started watching him more in the playoffs. He has 0 basketball IQ. He won the Defensive Player of the Year somehow, but yet he's the worst defensive player out there. He can't guard anybody. And so, as a guy who always roots for the underdog in these situations when we don't have a local team involved, I feel like even though the Wolves are the higher seeded team, they're the underdog. They're just not ready yet. They're young. They're hungry. Luka and Kyrie, they've been in the league. They're 2 superstars. So I've been rooting for the Wolves, but it's been hard to root for them when Rudy Gobert doesn't look like he knows what he's doing out there. So his basketball IQ, his lack of toughness bother me. So those 2 guys, watching the playoffs, have made me like him less.
I find myself, the foul hunter is the absolute worst player to watch when you have no rooting interest. I guess when that guy's on your team, you're like, hey, It's in the rules. He can shoot free throws. He gets fouled because they can't handle him. They can't guard him. But the foul hunter feels like a manipulator. That's why I couldn't stand Trae Young. I almost said Trey Lance.
Don't do that.
Watch your mouth.
Come on, man.
Come on.
No, I didn't. I said I almost did. Is that guy has turned getting fouled into an art form where you realize that's his number one priority half the time he goes to the basket is, all right, let me just get fouled and go shoot free throws. Because he's doing things that have nothing to do with getting to the rim. He'll change directions to jump into someone to get fouled. Now, I know they've tried to cut down on it, but.
Rip kind of played like that, didn't he? I mean, not to this extent, but.
You watch your whore mouth. Rip did not play that way.
Rip always got to the line.
Yes, he did.
But I feel it was more organic, more natural. Like these guys.
No, these guys they're over the top.
Yeah, if you went into a pickup basketball game, you wouldn't play like this. Like, you know what I mean? Because there's no foul shots.
I wouldn't want to. I'd probably throw the basketball at the guy's face after a while. Like, would you stop calling fouls?
Is that the equivalent of somebody who calls charge in a pickup game?
Yes.
Well, you can't almost, right? So,
it's not even that. It's just the guy who calls foul all the time. Like, dude, we're all hacking each other. You don't call it.
But it's like he's specifically just looking to get fouled. You're not looking to score the basketball, you know? So that it just bothers me. And then, the complaining on top of that. So, but I mean, it has been entertaining overall. I get past.
And Celtics. I don't want to pump up the Celtics or anything, but I feel like this team, the two players they have with Tatum and Brown, they are so good.
Mm-hmm.
And that, like, our generation won't even give them any credit because, well, we know the Celtics to be Bird and McHale and Robert Parrish and stuff.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to give them any credit.
How dare you get but these two guys are unbelievable. They really are unbelievable.
Is that enough, though? From you?
I'm talking about Boston. I get it. I totally get it.
It's because we live in a ring culture now. I've brought this up many times.
Yeah.
If you don't win a ring, you're not really considered great anymore. That's why guys rest in the regular season, load management, because they're saving themselves for the playoffs. They have to win a championship for their career to mean anything to a lot of fans and people.
Oh, well. Boston awaits the winner of the Mavs and the Timberwolves, which will play tonight.
And there was one play in the game, the last game with Boston and Indiana, that I don't know if you saw the final game. I know Kang did, but the rebound that Drew Holiday got on the shot, the missed shot towards the end, he grabs the rebound and got it back to a teammate. They were able to kill the clock because of that rebound. I thought that was something I figured that's a Doug Karsh play.
Like you get excited
you would
about
bring
the
up, yeah,
small subtlety of the game.
Exactly.
Yep, that is a Doug Karsh play. Underrated small subtleties. Who's on top coming up today at 12:34? It's Karsh and Anderson. Open lines, 97.1.
Well, we finally got nice weather, so make sure you're prepared for what happens in the nice weather, which is, having the air conditioning on or making sure that your pool is heated. And if you're not ready for that, do the right thing. Call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're going to make sure that the AC is running cold, that the pool in the backyard is running warm this summer. You don't want to play the waiting game and get burned. Not at all. And if you've got any kind of moisture in your basement or crawl space because of all the rain, call Birmingham Plumbing and Heating and Cooling today. They're going to help you out. Now, when you call them, you can schedule an appointment right away. You can do it online as well at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
kind of ask people with your team out of the playoffs, are you starting to like or dislike a player? And just kind of watching. And you get, you see Minnesota play or Edmonton play a bunch of nights in a row. You get to know them a little bit more. Tom at Flat Rock writes in, I'm starting to like Dylan Holloway from Edmonton, 22 years old, coming into his own, restricted free agent to be. I'd tender an offer and make Edmonton match. Liking Dylan Holloway more. Also, there are guys you start to like less. Aaron in Wall Lake says, the complaining of Luka is unbearable. I cannot watch him anymore. Next text. Luka is unbearable. I watched him throw the ball out of bounds and then go yell at his teammate. Like, dude, you just threw it away, not to mention the constant complaining to the refs.
He's so good, too.
I know.
Every aspect. It's a triple-double waiting to happen.
I just, players like that make me yell at the TV. You don't need any help. Quit asking for it. Why are you begging for help? You don't need it.
He looks like he's the tall guy in your crew to do plastering.
You know what the funny thing to me is? It's true, Gator. You're right, because the argument against Jordan, like the younger crowd would say, well, he played against plumbers. Really? Because the two best players in the league right now are Jokic and Doncic, and they look like two plumbers, and one guy does plastering, like you said.
Yeah,
okay,
that's hilarious.
Got mudding and taping. Where's Luka?
Yep.
He's out smoking a cigarette in the van.
Bring him up.
And he would be.
Is it okay if I use the bathroom? Yeah, go ahead. I guess. Whatever. Do what you got to do.
That guy's a walking triple-double.
Yeah, right. Listen, guys, I hate to do this, but you can drink from the hose, all right?
JT Miller is a guy I started watching that is an amazing player. That's Matthew in West Bloomfield from the Vancouver Canucks. So anyway, you want to keep them coming in. It's time for another edition of Who's on Top. We like to find lists, usually 10 top 10s. Gator tries to guess what's on the top 10, and then the people help him round out the top 10. Are you ready, my friend?
Sure.
All right, here we go. Another edition of Who's on Top. And today, it's a list of the 10 best beaches in Michigan. Summertime, good time, right? 10 best beaches in Michigan.
Beaches.
Yep. So, Gator,
okay.
If you had to rank, what do you think is at the top of the list of the 10 best beaches in Michigan?
As you know, Doug, I've lived in Michigan for a long time.
Yes, you have.
See?
Yep.
Most of my beach knowledge is going to be relegated to the left side of the state.
It's okay.
My apologies to the Huron side. But it's Lake Michigan. So I'm going to go with like Sleeping Bear Dunes.
Okay.
I imagine that's there. I remember years ago, my buddy was living in, I had a place in Cabernet, and we went out one day. We drove like another 30 miles down the road to get to Manistee and dropped the boat in and went up the shoreline of Manistee, and the beaches were incredible. So I think it's called like the First Street Beach or something like that.
It indeed is.
That was great. I know King's talked about Grand Haven. That sounds good. I'll go Grand Haven.
Is that a state park? I think it's a state park. I might be wrong.
I believe it is.
Okay. Gator got 2 on the top 10. At number 10, Sleeping Bear Dunes, National Lakeshore, and Empire.
Okay.
Is number 10. And you got number 1.
Really?
Yes. Number 1 on the list is First Street Beach in Manistee. So there's 8 more on this list. What do you think deserves to be on the list of the top 10 beaches in Michigan? Top 10 beaches in Michigan. 248-539-9797. I mean, even if you don't know the exact name of the beach, what town is it in or near? Here's what was written about First Street Beach in Manistee.
Mm-hmm.
First Street Beach in Manistee beckons with its wide sandy expanse, mellow waves, and family-friendly atmosphere, making it a great destination for beachgoers of all ages. 10 Best says, Whether you're making epic sandcastles with the kids, lobbying the beach volleyball with friends, or lounging in the sun while enjoying panoramic views of Lake Michigan, First Street Beach offers many opportunities for fun and relaxation by the water. So,
Ever been to Manistee?
I don't believe I have.
There's a casino in Manistee. And what I like about because I've been to the casino several times to spend the night on, we would go to the golf trip. We'd stop in Manistee, spend the night there, and then you're right where we're going to do our golf trip, 15, 20-minute drive, maybe a half an hour drive after that. But you're right in an area where there are inland lakes, good-sized inland lakes. They're within miles.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the beach there, which is awesome, and it's like another one of these little lighthouse towns. It's great.
Yeah, I'm looking up just to make sure. I've never been there. Never been to Manistee. I've been up that side. I think I've been as hot. I think we stayed once in a house, rented a house at Pentwater.
Okay.
Which is south of Manistee and north of Manistee. I went to Arcadia, but we came through a place south of there. I got to look up where it was, but it was not all the way down to Manistee. Frankfurt, been to Frankfurt, several times.
Onekama. It's like but the other thing about Manistee is, if I'm not mistaken, is that the beginning of M22? It goes up to Traverse City. I think it starts right there.
It might. Let me see if I can figure that out. All right, so top 10 beaches in Michigan. Gator got number 10 and number 1. There's 8 more on the list. We called Who's on Top. You rounded out. What other beaches do you think deserve to be on the top 10 list? And again, if you don't know the exact name of the beach, we're okay with what town, and we'll try and help you out. Give you a little assist.
It was the area.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Greg, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
My father-in-law lives in Holland, Michigan, and we like going down to Saugatuck to Opal Beach.
Saugatuck, sure.
Yeah, checks in at number 7, Greg. Oval Beach, Saugatuck. Number 7 on the list.
Between South Haven and Holland.
Yep. 248-539-9797. I wonder if we can get all 10 on this one. We're going to need some help. Chuck in Pontiac, you're next. Hi, Chuck.
Hi. What a Caseville?
I'm sorry?
Caseville?
Caseville?
Up in the thumb?
Gator, do you think Caseville made the top 10?
Top 10? I'll say yeah.
It did not.
Oh.
Yep.
It's just okay.
I think it made the list of most okay beaches in Michigan.
Top 50 beaches?
Top 10 okay beaches.
248-539-9797. Bill on a cell, you're next. What's up, Bill?
Hi, not much, guys. Great topic. We used to vacation with the family up near Frankfurt, Michigan, and I thought that they had a nice beach there. I would say with Frankfurt.
Frankfurt. Do you think Frankfurt made the top 10?
I don't think it is on there. However, I will tell you that when on my golf trip, that's kind of like where we're at. We're right by there.
I went to Frankfurt Beach last summer, and they got the lighthouse there and the pier that goes way out, and it did not make the top 10. I was a little disappointed.
It's right by Crystal Lake as well, which is one of the most beautiful lakes in the world.
We had a great day there. 248-539-9797. Matt, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey now, how are you guys?
Good.
Good. Hey, it's a travesty that Grand Haven didn't make it. It's one of my favorites. It has a bar right on the beach. What a great place. But I heard if I had to go with another one, St. Joseph, I think is a little underrated. People don't really know about it.
Silver Beach County Park in St. Joseph checks in at number 3 on the list, Matt.
Boom.
There you go. Well done. It's rated. It's not underrated. It's rated at number 3. Brian, you're next at 90 on 97.1 The Ticket. Who's on top? Best beach in Michigan. What do you got?
Stearns Beach in Ludington.
Stearns Beach in Ludington. You've been there?
Yes, every year. It's got phenomenal concession stand.
Gator, you think Stearns?
They got turkey burgers, man. So it's all
dude, talking my language. All right. Well, I don't know. It's not number 1. Gator, do you think Stearns Beach in Ludington made it?
I'll say yes, only because I think Ludington is one of those bigger cities of the beach towns that's where like
smart
stuff happens there. Yeah.
Stearns Beach in Ludington, number 2 on the list. Well done, Brian. 248-539-9797. Still, what do we got? 5 more beaches that haven't been mentioned yet. Aaron is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Aaron.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
I got Miners Beach in Munising, Michigan.
Miners Beach in Munising, Michigan. Gator, do you think that made it?
I don't.
It did not. Have you been there, Aaron?
Yeah, it's right by the pictured rocks. That's why it's so beautiful.
Yeah, somehow didn't make it. Sorry. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Larry next on 97.1 The Ticket. What do you got, Larry?
What's up, guys?
Doing great.
What about 12 Mile Beach, Munising, Pictured Rocks area?
12 Mile Beach. Gator, do you think 12 Mile Beach made it?
I did not.
It did not. 248-539-9797. Jacob here next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
I know it's close to Caseville, but I'm going to go with Port Austin.
Port Austin, Gator. Do you think the thumb gets any love? Port Austin.
I mean, if Caseville didn't, I can't imagine Port Austin did.
It did not make it. 248-539-9797. We go to John next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Great.
Hey, try and find some love for the UP. Good old Presque Isle Point in the Marquette area.
Gator, do you think Presque Isle Point made it?
I do not.
It did not. I will tell you there is there is a UP beach, but we've had 3 of them mentioned here prominently, and none of them made it. Tom, you're next. Hi, Tom.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year, Tom.
Petoskey State Park Beach in beautiful Petoskey.
Love that beach. Gator, you think it made it?
I'll say yes. I do love the beach, too.
It did not. 248-539-9797. Couple more. Who's on top? Best beach in Michigan. Billy, you're next. Hi, Billy.
What's up, fellas? How are you today?
We're great. Thank you.
Kirk Park, Hiawatha Forest, Upper Lake, Michigan. Beautiful.
What's it called?
Kirk Park.
Okay. Gator, do you think Kirk Park made it?
In what city again?
Is it Hiawatha?
Yeah, it's over by Holland.
All right, Gator, do you think it made it?
By Holland, I would think Holland, yes, but I haven't heard of it, so I'll say no.
All right, it did not. Let's go to Nick next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Nick.
Did anyone say Empire Beach?
Empire Beach. Well, is that different than Sleeping Bear Dunes, which is credited for Empire?
No, that's it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I checked in at number 10. Gator got it right out of the gate. We'll take one more. Brian, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, how you doing, you guys?
Good.
Hey, anyone mention Heath Beach, Ann Arbor?
Heath Beach. No, it did not get mentioned, and it did not make the top 10. We will tell you what made the top 10 coming up at 12:48. Top 10 beaches in Michigan. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, mark your calendars. Twin Peaks is throwing another awesome party next week. If you made it to any of their in-store photo shoots, you know what they're talking about. Next Tuesday, the Livonia Twin Peaks Lodge, they will be celebrating all locations, Miss Twin Peaks contestants and winners. From 5 to 11 p.m., the girls will be on location and will be present and ready to bring the house down. There's going to be a live DJ. There's going to be 5 ladies representing each local lodge. Stop in and meet not just the winners, but everyone else. All the other contestants for Miss Twin Peaks. Get in early, meet and mingle, and enjoy all the excellent amenities Twin Peaks has to offer, like their outstanding scratch kitchen. My favorite's Chipotle chicken, but they also have signature items like the hand-cut New York strips, smoked in-house brisket and ribs. Rainbow trout's a favorite. Combine the awesome food with the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Extensive collection of your favorite cocktails, including high-end bourbons, whiskeys, tequilas. You'll see why they blow away the competition. Happy hour off the chain, 3 to 6, 10 to close. For $20, you can get a shot, a beer, an app, and 3 tacos. For less than $20, actually. It's a perfect way to let the traffic die down on your commute home. Again, mark your calendars, June 4th, Twin Peaks in Livonia for the Miss Twin Peaks contest. Find the locations, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. All right, so the list came from USA Today. It was the 10 best Reader's Choice Awards for 10 best beaches in Michigan. I think the one that stuns me the most is, I think it's Grand Haven State Park got left off this list. Oh, hold on. Zooming in. Grand Haven State Park, Grand Haven City Beach. They seem to be right next to each other. And yeah, here's Natto's at the Natto's is a bar right on the beach. There's a Looking Glass beachfront inn. That looks like more of a hotel. What's this? This Natto's. I kind of want to go check out Natto's right there on the beach. Beach bar, yes. Anyway, Gator, sorry, got sidetracked. I can't believe Grand Haven didn't make it, which was the one you had that didn't make it. You got number 10, Sleeping Bear Dunes, and you got number 1, First Street Beach in Manistee. Let's work our way through the top 10, from 10 down to 1. As we mentioned, you got 10, Sleeping Bear Dunes, and number 9, nobody got Tawas Point State Park in East Tawas.
Okay.
Number 8, in Muskegon, PJ Hoffmaster State Park. So,
okay.
Number 7, Greg got Oval Beach in Saugatuck, which I think I've been to. I'm going to have to do a little.
I've been there. When I was a kid, we went to Saugatuck at least once or twice when I was a young child. Once when we were still living in Illinois.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, you're a classic Illinois vacationer up the Lake Michigan coast.
We did it, yeah. From Arlington Heights over to Saugatuck, yeah.
It's so funny because I don't know how prominent this is for people who live there, but we'll see stuff, and I swear to God, everybody, Chicago money. Bay Harbor, here comes a big boat, Chicago money. Who owns this house? I don't know. It's probably Chicago money. Yeah.
Chicago.
So Oval Beach Park in Saugatuck. Greg got that at number 7. At number 6, Pere Marquette Park in Muskegon. Nobody got that. At 5, South Beach in South Haven.
Wait, so is that 2 in Muskegon?
Yeah. PJ Hoffmaster State Park and Pere Marquette.
Huh.
Let's see how close they are to each other. Pere Marquette Park. Where's Hoffmaster? Yeah, it's down the coast there a little bit. Number 5, South Beach in South Haven.
Beach in South Haven, okay.
Number 4, Hunters Point Park in Copper Harbor.
UP?
Yeah. So a little UP love. We had like 4 UP beaches. Guess, but Hunters Point Park is number 4.
People who go there don't want you to know about it.
Jutting out into Lake Superior and Copper Harbor, Hunters Point Park features a rather unique Red Pebble Beach. The surrounding 9.4-acre park is also excellent for hiking and biking in the summer and skiing and snowshoeing in the winter. Oh, we're trying to keep people off.
That's what those people will say. I've not been in the UP in years.
I haven't either.
But people that are advocates of the UP, they really don't want you to go. They want to keep it their own little secret.
Yeah.
Except for Heather. Heather in the morning show goes there all the time. She loves it. She always talks about the UP.
All right. So number 3, Matt got Silver Beach County Park in St. Joseph. Number 2, Brian got Stearns Park Beach in Ludington. And Gator, you got number 1, First Street Beach in Manistee. So there it is, the top 10 beaches in the state of Michigan. Thank you, everyone who participated in another edition of Who's on Top. Gator.
Doug.
I want to know what you thought of did you see the play Anthony Rizzo made in the Yankees-Angels game last night?
I did not.
Okay. First and second, I want to get your take on this. First and second, 1 out. Rizzo's on second base.
Okay, I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay, ground ball to the shortstop. The ball hits Rizzo. Batted ball, hits a base runner. A base runner's immediately out, which is one hell of a way to break up a double play. He let the ball hit him intentionally.
Oh.
What do you make of this? It's being hailed as an incredibly smart play. It's clearly allowed in the rules to let the ball hit you. I'm just wondering if you have any ethical issues with it.
First of all, watching him run, I'm not sure he did it intentionally.
Well, watching him get back to the dugout and high five everybody.
Well, maybe people are just telling him that, and he's like, "Oh yeah, hey, it hit me." So, but I mean, he's got his head straight ahead looking at third base as he's running there. Now, as a play, it's brilliant. It is brilliant. And, it's within the rules. I mean, it is the rule.
Mm-hmm.
If it hits you, you're out and keeps the inning going for him. So, go ahead. I mean, I don't think this is going to be widespread. I mean, this is a weird
circumstance. Obvious double
situation.
play ball. I don't know. Like, it's funny because I'm thinking, all right, I'm coaching kids in the summer. Do I coach them to let the ball hit them?
No, please, God, don't do that.
Well, why wouldn't I? Here's why I wouldn't. Because I don't think a ground ball even if they're accomplished high school players, I'm not sure that you can count on double plays. In the majors, ground ball, double play ball, it's 6-4-3, chalk it up. The moment it comes off the bat, the inning's over, 6-4-3. For the kids, for these high school players, I don't know that I wonder if a high school coach would teach their kids to do it, because I am under the impression that high school double plays aren't automatic. They're pretty good, but they're not automatic. Why would you have a problem with high school kids doing it? They're playing high-level competitive baseball.
But you're not in the majors. You're not in the minors. You're playing high school baseball, okay? Let's not get over crazy with the rules and every minutia of the rule. And
coaching against you would be easy.
Yeah, you know what it is? Grip the club too tightly, guy.
You think?
That's what it is.
It's every high school. Like, what do you think of high school teams stealing signs?
I think it's ridiculous.
They all do it.
Just play the game.
They all do it.
Oh, well, it must be okay then.
Well,
I'm banging trash cans over at the local high school.
That
game.
they're not doing, but.
Well, I know what you're trying to say, Gator, but I think they should know the rules of the game, though. Do you know what I'm saying? And strategy plays a part of that.
Yes, you should know the rules of the game, absolutely. And knowing the rule of the game is that if you get hit by any ground ball, the runner is out.
So if they know that, why wouldn't they use that to their advantage?
You can. I'm just saying I'm not sure I would teach it. I'm not going to be like, okay, here we're going to run drills. Here's the run into the ground ball at short, in the hole at short to avoid the double play. Let's do that drill.
So the one thing is,
oh, my ankle.
I hear all these stories.
Rub some dirt on it, Bobby.
I hear all these stories of like when college coaches go to scout kids, they're looking for all kinds of ways that kid stands out compared to others. I'm not convinced, maybe I'm wrong, that if a college coach saw a player intentionally let a ground ball to short that was going to be a double play hit him, he wouldn't think of it as just a heads up baseball play and make him like that kid more. I'll have to ask and see what they would think about it. Get their take on it. 248-539-9797. In the meantime, Gator had an epiphany. You put it at the top of your show sheet, and I'm like, I wonder what made you say that. We'll get to that today at 102 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Mike? Tigers kick off a 6-game road trip with the first of 4 in Boston tonight. Jack Flaherty on the mound. Detroit needs a win tonight and tomorrow to be above 500 on June 1st for the first time since 2015. Hear the game on 97.1 tonight. Pre-game coverage starting at 6:45. In the NBA playoffs, the T-Wolves will try to build on their first win of the Western Conference Finals in tonight's Game 5. No team in NBA history has overcome a 3-0 series deficit. 155 have tried, 155 have failed. And in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Rangers host the Panthers in the Eastern Conference Finals, where their winner will take a commanding 3-2 series lead. In the NHL, when a best-of-7 is tied after 4 games, the team that wins Game 5 goes on to win the series 79% of the time. And new Michigan football coach Sharon Moore spoke to hundreds of potential recruits at the Sound Mind, Sound Body Academy camp at Wayne State this morning. Moore said recruiting stars and rankings are immaterial, that putting in the work is the most important thing, and that players must learn to block out the noise. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Thursday in Detroit. Tigers split a doubleheader yesterday with the Pittsburgh Pirates winning the opener and dropping the nightcap. How about Skubal, man? Skubal was something else. Dominant, Tarek Skubal, 7 shutout innings yesterday against Pittsburgh. In an 8-0 win, he's living up to the billing, isn't he?
He looks outstanding. He's as good as it gets in Major League Baseball right now. I had that one bad outing, the previous one, and bounces back with 7 shutout innings last night. Or not last night, but during the day. Very impressive. He's awfully impressive. And I just wonder if he's ever going to get a chance to have a complete game or even pitch into an 8th inning. With pitch counts being what they are, got to stop. Hey, you're close to 100. Look out.
Yep.
But I don't care. Yesterday was great to watch that. He's special. He's just special right now.
Yep.
And he's under complete control for the next couple of years. And like you, I would love to see them make an offer to him to keep him here long term.
I think I'm going to make a commitment to mention this every day. Hey, Tigers, sign Skubal long term, please. I do it every day. In the meantime, I got in today and I'm, getting the show together, and you put something on your show sheet. I was kind of like, what happened? You wrote the following. I am slowly realizing that nobody watches the games now. F. Although you spell the whole thing out.
Yeah.
What has led to this realization?
It's as I was, because there's a bunch of bullet points on my show sheet of stuff I wanted to bring up about the Tigers. And as I'm getting through it, I realized that, wait a minute, I'm into it because I love baseball. And I went ahead and I got the app, and now I'm not gonna miss the game. I was at the first game yesterday, drove home in the 8th inning, and caught the whole second game on my laptop. And this is the new normal for me, watching the games on the laptop, and I don't like it, but it is what it is. But as I'm still into baseball, I'm realizing there are things I'm seeing and I want to talk about that nobody else is going to see because they're not on Xfinity. And that sucks. And it continues to suck. Because I want to be able to share things with somebody else who saw the game, and that number has dwindled significantly because of the spat between Bally's parent company and Comcast.
Okay, so it basically took you the better part of a month because that started, I think the first day the blackout started was May 1st.
Well, I figured this was going to be settled by this point. And the other thing was, this was more just germane to me writing a bunch of notes on a single game and getting excited about this and getting passionate about this, of things I saw yesterday, things I want to see in the future, and then realizing nobody's watching. You're listening to Dan Dickerson and Andy Dirks, or Dickerson and Craig Monroe, or Dickerson and Bobby Scales, or whoever's going to be there. And it's great to listen to the guys. It's awesome.
Yep.
But I want to see the game. and I am. I'm watching the games, but I know that not everybody is. And there's a huge percentage of people out there that just flat out will refuse to do it on principle. And for those stubborn people, I salute you. I can be stubborn at times as well. This one, I'm caving into it because I love baseball too much to let it go by. But it's just, it's maybe this is it, the end of the month, and I'm figuring this should have been done.
Well, here's the one thing about this.
They should have had a solution.
That I'd be very concerned if I were the Tigers. I'd be concerned. But I remember hearing and getting data that when the NHL went on strike, ESPN, and it was late in the year, ESPN was going to carry the playoffs. And the NHL goes on strike, and they had hired all these crews to work playoff hockey, but they had no playoffs. So they put them on college baseball and college softball, regionals, super regionals, World Series. They already did the World Series, but they started putting their crews on and on those games. And
they're
suddenly,
already paid for.
Yeah, they'd already paid for these crews, and suddenly they were getting decent ratings from college baseball and college softball. Decent ratings, what I mean by that is when compared to NHL ratings. And they're like, wait a sec. We don't pay any rights fees, or we pay minimal rights fees, and we're getting the same number of viewers than for the right fees we're paying for the NHL? Why are we paying for the NHL? And the NHL, next thing you know, they were parked on a network called Outdoor Life Network. ESPN never went back. College baseball and college softball, it's not unusual to see every postseason game. They're all available on some form of ESPN platform. And what really helped kickstart those games getting some national coverage was the NHL work stoppage. And what year was that? I don't even know what it was. Mid-90s, mid to late 90s. Yeah. And I mean, they didn't go back on ESPN until a few years ago. And now with the Tigers, if I were the Tigers, I don't know that I would want people getting used to not watching our games and finding other things to do with their time that they might find more fulfilling. And I'm not like, I mean, look, given our jobs, even without our jobs, I don't think I'd be likely to be giving up on Tiger baseball, but it's kind of the soundtrack to summer.
It's maddening to go through this and realize that they haven't come to a resolution yet, that they haven't found some sort of temporary solution. Not the Tigers, but Bally's parent company and Xfinity's parent company, which is Diamond Sports and Comcast, that they haven't figured something out, some kind of middle ground, a temporary solution, while you continue to work towards a permanent solution before hockey and basketball fire back up in the fall.
Yep. Because you're inviting people to fill their time with something else.
Yeah. Nobody's going to win.
No.
I mean, the other thing, whatever you fill your time with something else, that wins. But
yeah, I guess.
But this doesn't.
No, it is a awful. And you know, it's topical today for your epiphany. Like, I'm making all these notes and nobody cares or nobody's watching. And me, I'm the one that caved yesterday. Yesterday I caved to watch a doubleheader and got the Bally's app. Now I've got it strategically. I've waited to where I think I can watch a bunch of games this week and weekend. And moving forward, I got 6 more days here of the free trial. I'm hoping to hear news that this whole thing gets resolved in the next 6 days, and I'm very optimistic. I mean, there's no buzz. There's no buzz that the sides are negotiating or this is close. I think back to the one guy who sent a text saying the Colorado Avalanche won a Stanley Cup in the dark. They had no TV deal for fans in Colorado.
Except for when they got to the playoffs.
They got to the playoffs and they got the national broadcast. But their Stanley Cup championship season, apparently, according to this listener that was listening in Denver, said, yeah, their whole season wasn't on the air. What?
Having a midseason game against Vancouver? Nope.
I mean,
see it.
Right now, we've kind of settled into this you know, a current of ambivalence, an undercurrent of ambivalence. If they were good,
people would
be freaking the F out.
Yeah, I mean, think of how it was when this first broke. Right, the Tigers were 4 or 5 games above 500.
Yep.
At the end of April, they were looking really good. May has not been very good to the Tigers. They've been a below 500 team in the month of May. But to your point, if they had kept winning,
the freak out factor would be massive.
Yeah,
absolutely massive.
And this is why I go back to, it kind of caught us all by surprise that I wish that one of the parties would have let people know a month out, hey, listen, just an FYI, we're nowhere close to getting a deal done. You're gonna lose the ability to watch it on Xfinity here in the next 60 days or next 30 days unless something happens, because then public pressure would come down and probably force something to happen. Well, then it happened, and it was like, who was it that left overnight? Was it the Indianapolis Colts leaving overnight, or the Baltimore Colts leaving in the middle of the night and nobody saw?
Yep.
It's like that. Like next day, all of a sudden, hey, there's no Tigers on Bally's. What? It sucks.
It does.
It sucks. And, we're trying to find, okay, how do we figure this out? What was it like before we had Bally's? And, before remember back in the day in the 80s, they were on Channel 4. Well, Channel 4 is an NBC affiliate, right? So your big affiliates aren't going to be carrying a local baseball team today because of all the commitments they have to network programming. The only solution I can see outside of Xfinity and Diamond Sports coming to an agreement is if somehow there's a way that like Channel 20, that they figure it out, because I think all their programming at night is syndicated.
Like they could park games.
Like could they park games on there? Because that's where they were parking some.
There have to be rights issues. I can't imagine that you'd have to have the rights to them, and whoever's holding the rights right now is at an impasse and doesn't want to give them up.
Well, I'm sure there's red tape that you got to get through.
This is the scary part, though, of sports and business, right? Because the business is not only not giving, it's not ruining the sport, it's making the sport inaccessible.
Right. This would never have happened in football.
No.
Basketball is kind of a juggernaut, but this will affect basketball because of how many teams locally that they're broadcast on Bally's.
Well, and hockey.
Well, and hockey too, right? But I'm just saying, talking about these. The NFL is like the epitome of how to run a business, right?
Seems to be
in sports, because they just print money. The NBA feels like it's another business where they're just printing money because of their TV deals. But when the season comes through again in the fall, if this isn't resolved, it is going to affect the NBA. And I wonder, is Silver going to say, well, that's not good enough, we can't have that?
Let's go to Ken. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ken.
Hey, guys. How are you? First time, long time.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm calling because, man, my frustration with sports streaming and this whole situation with the Tigers and Bally is a complete and utter cluster.
Yep.
Where is the MLB in all this? Why have they not issued a statement saying, hey, it's not being carried on Bally, so you can't watch it on Comcast, but you can go here, maybe AT&T or something. Here's your alternatives. They haven't said anything like that.
Well, there are everybody, because I think locally we know what the alternatives are. You can get away from Xfinity and watch them through DirecTV. You can get Fubo TV and get it. You can download the Bally's app and still watch it. It's just it's an Xfinity / Comcast issue. And the other reason is baseball might not mind this, because baseball may want to control all the broadcasting rights anyway when it comes to local teams and put it all on one app. That's one prevailing thought that's going around right now.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. I looked into that. I was going to get the MLB because they were having a special on it just like a week after this whole thing went down for like half the price. But I can get all these other out-of-network games, but I can't get my local games.
Right.
Well, what good is that?
Exactly.
That's crazy.
It's not. But if in the future it ends up being that Major League Baseball just put everything on one app, well, that may be exactly where it's going to. Streaming.
248-539-9797. Got a question about the Detroit Grand Prix that we will get to today at 1:20. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. So, Kang, what you told us, Sarah, about the Grand Prix, is that breaking news? Just announced?
About an hour ago it was announced.
Wow. Downtown, sold out for Sunday.
Well, that's good. That's great.
It's fantastic. It sucks for those of us that were thinking of going and hadn't purchased tickets yet and taking maybe a group of kids, but we'll figure that out later. Tickets will be available on the secondary market, I'm sure. Okay. So a few years ago, Gator, I went, probably 2 years ago, I think, my wife and I went and spent a day at the Rocket Mortgage Classic and walked almost the entire 18 holes, not directly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but I basically saw every hole one way or another and spent some time kind of the most of the morning scouting it out and trying to figure out what the best plan was, and came to the conclusion that it was a platform located near, I think it was a green at number 7. This is a platform that rose up maybe 5 feet in the air, but from that platform, which was available to general admission ticket holders, you could see the green at 7, you could see the green at maybe 2, the tee box at 3, and the tee box at 8. So from this one perch, you could see a lot of action. And I was like, this is the setup. This is the setup. And so we stayed there pretty much the entire afternoon. There were multiple bar options and bathroom options nearby. And so I got on the air and I said to the audience, hey, if you're going, this is what we tried. This worked. I'm sure there's other great options, but this was our favorite. I'm bringing this up in the context of the Grand Prix. Last year was the first year it moved back downtown. From a TV viewership standpoint, it was way better. I absolutely significantly more enjoyed watching the Grand Prix in downtown Detroit than I did on Belle Isle. Essentially the airplane runway straightaway, which led for a lot of high-speed passing, was pretty awesome. But anyway, what I'm bringing up here is for those that are going, what are the do's and don'ts? Now, maybe you don't want to give away the do's, but certainly the don'ts, right? What would you tell somebody going to the Grand Prix downtown? There's only been 1 year of experience with this. So early on, what are some of the do's and don'ts of going to the Grand Prix as a fan in downtown Detroit that you discovered your first time around? Gator, did you know anybody who went last year?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Kang, do you know anybody who went last year?
I do not.
All right.
Penske hasn't called me back, so we don't know each other.
Yeah, that's tough.
I'm pretty sure it's the wrong number.
You left a message and he hasn't gotten back to you?
Mm-hmm.
That's weak.
Hey, Raj, it's me, Kang.
Yes. Were you at the Grand Prix this weekend?
Hello.
Yeah. You know, you own cars. I own cars.
Was it you that made that illegal turn the other day on Woodward?
Anyway, so for those that went last year, what would be the things you would recommend? I may still find a way. Look, it's one of my kids' birthdays, and if they want to go to the Grand Prix, we'll check it out. But what would you say are the do's and don'ts of attending the Grand Prix in downtown Detroit?
Do be wary of the loudness.
Well, yeah.
It's loud AF.
Screaming, high-pitched engines.
Yeah, it's something.
Yeah.
I think it looks so much better when it's in the streets of downtown. Belle Isle was great.
Had its charm.
Yeah, but this is different. It's different to see it go down the roads that you drive on, and see it all. It's like watching when the Grand Prix was Vegas. Yeah, hell yes, I watched it. It was amazing.
Yep. The F1.
Yeah.
Grand Prix. Yep.
So I'll catch some of this, I'm sure. And it's not necessarily appointment viewing for me.
Yeah.
And I no longer want to be downtown for that event. But it is cool to see people. I love hearing that it's sold out. Anything that gets more people to come and experience downtown, and with the weather changing and being nice at this time of the year, it's great, right? I mean, to just build off the momentum of what we've been doing here. in Detroit, and that the NFL draft was amazing. Even when the weather wasn't good, it was still amazing for people to be down here. Now you've got the Grand Prix this weekend. You got Rocket Mortgage Classic in a few weeks. So it's there's a lot of momentum built up here.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. I remember when I first went out to MIS, and I'm like, oh my God, we got tickets in the second row. I was so fired up. And I got there, and we sat down, and the cars, flew right past us. And then I realized, and you started talking to the people, that the tickets to have are the tickets way up where you can see the whole track.
Yeah.
And we could not see much. And I'm like, we didn't get tickets to the second row. We were stuck with tickets in the second row. I mean, it's still an experience.
When the cars go by, is there shrapnel that comes up towards you because you're in the second row? Like
There
dust
wasn't.
or anything?
No, I don't remember that being.
Could you feel like
Yes.
the wind? And
You could feel the rumble. You could feel.
did your long locks start to fly in the wind?
No, they never did. I did.
I was going to say, that's back in the day when you had the longer
There was some
locks.
hair, man. There was some hair. I mean, I could still grow it out.
Yeah, grow the bangs out.
Grow it all out.
What was the bet? Birchie shaves his head and I grow it out?
Yeah.
The loser has to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that never came to. I told him about the idea. He did LOL, but it wasn't like LOL, let's do it. It was LOL, no way. It was just LOL. Like,
Well, now he's got
not
the
even
dog
under
and the
consideration.
kid.
That's true. All right, Grand Prix goers, those who went last year, what are the do's and don'ts? It's sold out. Bravo, Detroit.
Let me ask you this about the Rocket Mortgage Classic, because you found your spot there that you loved, and you said it's great because it's close to. There's bars right by there. There's bathrooms around.
Yep.
When you get up and leave, are you done? Like your spot's
So that's
gone?
great. I'm glad you brought that up. It turned out that no, it wasn't the case. People weren't posting up there. They were kind of coming up onto that stand. Look, I was there on, I think it was a Friday. So round 2. It didn't take long before you were right back on the rail.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a valid question. You didn't have to I don't want to pee. I don't want to pee. You didn't have to do that.
Lose my spot.
Yep. Because you'd get a spot, if not the exact same spot, a spot right back.
Good to know.
248-539-9797. Some of the feedback coming in. My dad works the Grand Prix every year. Brings sunscreen, water, and a hat. It's from Mark in Chesterfield.
A floppy bucket hat or just a regular hat?
I love the floppy, the big bucket.
Bring
Love
the bucket and don't be afraid to pour some water in that bucket.
No.
Oh, like dip it in some
Ice
cold
water, yeah. Or how about the towel, the ice towel, wrap around your neck?
Here's a great do from an unnamed texter. For the Grand Prix, walk the river walk. It has multiple spots. You can stand right on the fence without a ticket. That's kind of a sweet Grand Prix hack.
I think within 5 years, that Riverwalk area is going to be unbelievable.
Hope so. 248-539-9797. Give us some Grand Prix hacks, the do's and don'ts. For those that went downtown last year, it's sold out, announced an hour ago. 97.1 the ticket. Do's and don'ts for the Grand Prix. Let us know. Sunday is sold out. I said before the break, sold out. Just to be clear, it's Sunday, the day of the actual race. 248-539-9797. Unnamed texter says, get a radio scanner. Without it, it's hard to tell what's going on because the cars drown out the announcer. I could see that. And when you get deep into races, if you have a lot of green flag racing, you get cars that start to get lapped. And so at the beginning, it's easy to see. They're all packed together. The car right out in front is, by definition, in front. But when cars start to wreck but they're not out of the race and other cars get lapped, it can honestly at a race get confusing as to what you're watching, who's winning, who's racing for a position, and who's just passing a car that's been lapped. You know, you see two cars coming down the straightaway and you're like, oh, look, he's going to pass me. Yes, he is. And you find out that one guy's in third place and the other guy's, 3 laps down. So, I don't know how much those radios and scanners are. I never had one. When I watched it out at MIS a couple of ways back in another radio life when I had to do 3 races a year and knew nothing about it. And I had to do pre-race shows Friday, Saturday, 4 hours Friday, 4 hours Saturday, and 2 hours pre-race Sunday. Wow. Anyway, I sometimes watched from the infield, sometimes watched from the press box, sometimes watched from the stands. I never really came up with a system. But yes, I think having a radio or scanner, making the investment will make it a more enjoyable time to know what's going on. And some of those scanners, right, you can listen to the chatter between the crew chief and the driver, which is a little bit like some sort of espionage. That's what it feels like. When I went to MIS, the force of the Indy cars blew my hat off. Yeah, I never had that happen, but Grand Prix, I've not been to the new track, but at the old track, the best places to watch were places where you could see some straightaway and a turn or two. That way you get to speed. You get to see the speed as well as pass attempts. Yep. So just some of the do's and don'ts of the Grand Prix. 248-539-9797. Okay, Gator, I want to get your impression on something that went viral online. It is a video from a wedding. And it's the daddy-daughter dance. Have you seen this? The father of the bride?
No.
Okay.
I thought you were going to talk about the wedding from the 2 people from Yellowstone that got married, cast members.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Who got married? What? Tell me the cast member. Do you know the names of the characters?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to guess that one of them is the girl you can't understand anything she says.
Teeter?
Teeter.
It's not her.
Okay, never mind.
She's great.
All right, so who is it?
Laramie. One of the barrel racers.
Okay.
The blonde barrel
female,
racer.
yeah, okay. Yeah. Married who?
Walker.
Walker? The fake country singer?
He's an actual country singer, Ryan Bingham, but yes.
I mean, he's on the show. But, yeah, interesting. Walker married Laramie.
Mm-hmm. Her family home.
Is her family home got a big barn?
Apparently.
With a Y on the side.
It's got a...
Are they still in character?
It's big enough. No, I guess they got married a while back, and people noticed that he was wearing like a wedding band. Like, wait a minute, did you guys get married? Like, they kind of kept it quiet, and they opened it up.
Walker almost got taken to the train station, right?
Yeah, he was supposed to.
Yeah.
And then Casey had a change of heart and decided not to.
Yeah.
And then Rip and Lloyd found him at some bar out of state.
Yeah. Anyway, long story short, back to the purpose of the conversation. Okay.
Whatever this other wedding is.
Yeah.
So
I want to get your
So
take
there's a
on
daddy-daughter dance?
It's the father of the bride
father,
dancing
yeah.
with the bride.
Okay.
And they go out and they start to dance and there's music playing. And then the dad kind of stops it, takes his coat off, and 2 people run out, baseball jerseys and gloves, and they change it into the father of the bride and the bride playing catch. Instead of dancing together, they just play catch together while the music plays. What do you think of this?
I don't get it.
I think they must be big baseball fans, Gator.
Is that it?
Yep. And they probably played catch when they were younger. You know, when she was younger, she was a kid, right?
All right.
Not impressed.
Nothing.
I mean, am I supposed to be impressed?
Well, I don't know. I just wanted your take on it.
I don't know. It's completely non-traditional, I guess. I don't not everything has to be traditional. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I think you can still have a catch anytime you want, but the dance on the wedding day, I think
that's what they decided to do.
No, do what you're going to do.
Let's have a catch.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's one other fact.
I'm guessing Doug thinks it's awesome.
No. There's just one other fact I forgot to mention.
Oh, you leave something out?
Yes.
Okay.
They both put on Cubs jerseys.
It's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. What? Let's have a catch at our wedding and we're going to don our Cubs jerseys?
Yep, they put on Cubs jerseys.
All right, so here's why now it's even worse.
If Gator's a guest, can you imagine?
I'd walk out. Time to get a beer. I got to go. It's even worse because you're going to don the Cubs jerseys because you want everyone to know. Look at me. I'm a big Cubs fan. Woo! Oh, we grew up watching those games together. Remember that, Daddy? It was so great. This is the last time we'll be able to do this because I'm married to a man. Yeah, great. Do whatever you're going to do at your wedding. Honestly, it's your wedding. You do what you want.
Cubs fans. They're Cubs fans.
Well, they're there. They claim to be anyway, I guess. They like the jersey because it's got the cute little cub on the side. He's cute, right?
A light blue pinstripes, or what is it? Maybe more of a
it's just blue.
Royal
it's like a royal blue.
Royal blue pinstripes.
Oh my God, we get to go to day games and drink. Oh, who doesn't like that? Thanks. You love Wrigley. You don't love, and you love. It's not even. You love the idea of day drinking. That's why people like the Cubs, because they like the idea of day drinking. They want the excuse to day drink. Got it. Awesome. How's the team? Don't know. Don't care. Go Cubs. Cub fans.
Gator just saw two people.
The worst.
That like day drinking.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys like to day drink. So do I. I just don't wear that stupid jersey to do it. But okay. If I lived in Chicago, would I feel differently? I probably would. But I'd be a White Sox fan.
It's funny because we were talking about this before the show, and we're like, let's hold off on the jerseys they put on and get his authentic reaction. You're like, okay, whatever. We thought you might like it. We thought, well, if he likes it, this will really put him in conflict when he finds out it was Cubs fans. But they are indeed Cubs fans playing catch instead of the daddy-daughter dance at the wedding.
Yeah, well.
Bucking tradition.
Maybe do that at the rehearsal dinner. maybe that's more appropriate. Honestly, do whatever you want to do. I don't care. It's your wedding, your plans, whatever you want.
Even if it's the dumbest idea ever?
It's pretty dumb.
Yep.
Disgusting, he said.
Well,
the most disgusting thing he's ever heard.
Yeah.
Or seen. Yeah.
You could hear Gator in the background. I'm going to puke.
Yeah. Yeah, if you were a guest at that wedding,
I'm going to puke.
Oh, my God.
Well, here's the thing. Because oftentimes when that stuff goes on, don't they close the bar?
Sometimes it closes. I think they
sometimes
close the bar
like during dinner.
Yeah.
And so I feel like this is one of those things that is if it's possible that they close the bar, then that's reprehensible. You can't do that.
So that they can play catch?
Yeah. Play catch and wear their freaking Cubs jerseys. No, if I were at that wedding, I would absolutely get up and go to the bar. Just grab something to drink.
You wouldn't watch?
No.
I'm not participating in this?
Don't care. Hey, I'm just a guest.
Yeah. Do you have any close friends that are Cubs fans?
Yeah.
That are like legit Cubs fans?
Or
do they fall
transplant.
into your stereotype of just being fans of day drinking? And
I think that's what happened. I think that's what happened. Some of my friends moved to Chicago after college, and they like, oh, it's great going to Wrigley. Yeah, why is that? Well, sit in the bleachers. It's great. Oh, you mean during the middle of the day so you can have a drink, have some beer? Is that fun?
Actually, it is.
I know it is. I'm not mocking. I'm saying that's what you're the fan of. You're not a fan of the baseball team. Now, the people that live there, I'm sure, but I don't. No, my friends that I know that live in Chicago are transplanted Michiganders.
Gotcha.
So
Gator go, name a current Cub.
Right.
I just got some feedback. If Gator were a guest there, he would have broken up the double play with his cleats.
Well, you got to be prepared.
In case something goes down.
Gotta be ready.
Perfect. It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797.
Wait, what? Do you have friends that are legit Cubs fans?
One.
Is he from Chicago?
Yes. He was from Chicago, moved to Ann Arbor, grew up with him. Player dog. Legit Cubs fan.
So how old was he when he moved here?
He was a kid. He was pretty young.
And is he still live here?
Yes.
And he's still a Cubs fan?
Without question.
Oh, come on, man. That's weak. Does he even have memories of going to the games when he was a kid?
I think he does, but yeah. He's still loyal to the Cubs.
Was he like 5 when he moved here?
I don't know how old he was, actually, but when I met him in Sunday school, Player Dog was a big Cubs fan.
Player Dog?
Yeah, it's the most, you know how you give like the big, huge, the skinny guy, you call him chubby, or a guy with.
Right.
Yeah.
Tiny if he's big.
Yeah, that whole thing.
Right, yeah.
That's what
Slim
Player Dog
when he's
is.
not.
Player Dog is one of the most pure, church-going, best people I know.
Oh, so it's like playa type thing.
And so we started calling him Player Dog because it just didn't fit at all. And actually,
neither does Cubs.
Now here's that we're driving in Chicago. We were driving in Chicago, and we were going under an underpass, and we saw somebody had painted a graffiti, "Rest in peace, Player Dog," and we thought it was hilarious. And we then started calling Dave Player Dog, and he became Player Dog, and he's still known as Player Dog to this. And he's like 50 years old, our friend Player Dog. So, yes, he's a Cubs fan. Hey, the NBA playoffs, they've tipped off. It's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel, of course, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. So just find yourself a prop bet that you know is going to hit. You can move the line. You can move the point totals on star players down to like 3. You won't win any money, but you get your $150 in bonus bets that you can use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. There's no better place to bet on the action in the playoffs than America's #1 sportsbook, which is FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/Doug to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Yeah. Such a great tweet. Who tweeted it out?
So David Coverdale, the lead singer for Whitesnake, which we follow on Twitter.
Yeah.
He always posts these memes. And this one's funny. It's a stick figure sitting on the toilet. And it says, "Today I went to the toilet without my phone. There are 124 tiles in the bathroom."
Like, that's the ultimate guy multitasking. Seriously, I can't remember the last time I wasn't like checking email. I'm always good.
You're bringing the phone in the bathroom, guy?
Every single time.
I don't wish not having a phone in the bathroom. I'm my worst enemy.
It's so...
I mean, seriously, that is the worst feeling in the world. Am I right, Doug?
I lost my phone.
Dude.
Okay, I couldn't find my phone a couple weeks. I couldn't find it. Find my iPhone. It wasn't making a noise or whatever. I had to go to the bathroom. And I'm like,
oh my
God.
God.
Like looking for the
Yes.
phone. And I'm like, I got to find the phone because I got to go.
Yes, I will go all over myself before I have to find that phone.
I have to find a phone. I couldn't find my phone. So I went in and I sat down without my phone. I didn't count tiles. I read the warning label on a prescription I had.
How long were you in there?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
It doesn't matter, Gator.
It's about multitasking. And I can't.
Multitasking is like when you're doing something productive. Looking at TikTok videos while you're on the pot.
I'm answering emails.
Are you?
Yes, sometimes. Sometimes I actually don't have TikTok by choice. But I might be on Twitter.
Right?
Yeah. I might be sitting there going,
Doug hates China.
All right. I gotta find a who's on top list. Oh, we can use this for how you're gonna eat that.
Oh, so instead of thinking in the shower, it's thinking in the bathroom, thinking in the toilet. Is really what
you dream of prospects in the shower. That's your deal, man. I just sent out emails while going to the bathroom.
Dirty.
Yeah.
Dude, when you're in there and you don't have your phone, you're like, this is the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
This is true punishment.
Well, I mean, there used to be magazines in there.
Yeah, well, I mean, you would read
Men's Health. I worked my way through a Men's Health a month going to the bathroom.
Am I missing out?
Is that new?
Yes.
Is that new
What do you
cologne?
mean you're missing out?
I have no desire just to sit there and read or sit there.
You don't use the
I
phone
go in
like
there
the
when I
normal
got to go
people.
in there.
Yeah, but you
I'm
don't
in and
use,
out.
You don't
Let's go.
read.
No.
You don't read either.
Yeah. You don't read. You don't
I
like
don't
your
read
phone.
for pleasure. I read. I just don't like to read.
Somebody just says, "Did Doug do his cameos while on the John?" I do not do that.
Don't give him any ideas.
No. Yeah, you're right. I guarantee request coming in 3, 2, 1. It's going to be a lot more than $15.
Oh boy.
I'm there with David Coverdale.
Now I have something to do in case I forget my phone. I'm going to count the tiles.
Count the
yeah.
tiles.
Mhm.
Leave a Men's Health magazine in there. I swear, it's great short stories. So you could, okay, I'm going to be here a while. You can get into something a little bit longer. But
You got a nearby countertop where you set the phone down while you finish up? Or?
yes.
Maybe that's the key because I don't have a nearby countertop.
Over and to the left. Well, you can put it on the floor. Floor of the bathroom.
No, don't do that.
Floor?
Pretty nasty.
You know what's been on that floor?
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
I can only imagine.
Oh, you know what's been on that floor.
I do. Yeah, towels. All right, so you didn't go to the second game, but what did you think of Paul Skeens yesterday? The Pirates phenom.
I thought Paul Skeens was fantastic. It was everything billed to be. I mean, 100 miles an hour right away, 100 miles an hour when he was done. His other pitches can be filthy because if you're throwing that hard and you're waiting for it, and then here comes, 87 mile an hour changeup, good luck.
Yeah.
You just can't make that adjustment. And look, he's exactly what I saw when I watched him in college and just figured now he's going to get major league pitching coaching, I should say. He's going to be fantastic. As long as he stays healthy, we'll see how long he can stay healthy. But the guys doing the game on TV, it was Gibby and Carlos Pena with Benetti on TV, and they would talk about him how he just looks effortless throwing at 100 miles an hour, which is absolutely true. It doesn't look labored at all.
It's
just
weird.
Lean back, throw the ball, boom.
You know what it makes me
100.
think? It made me think that the radar gun wasn't working because it didn't look like 100 miles an hour.
No?
Nothing about it looked 100 miles an hour. And I'm sure the guy standing in the box.
Say the late swings made it look like it was 100 miles. The 9 strikeouts made it look like it was 100 miles an hour.
I'm talking about everything. Watching the baseball and watching his delivery. Yes, the results were of a guy that was filthy, but I had the observation watching the game that this is too easy to be 100 miles an hour. Hate people like that. They're so good that everything looks easy. Like
you
Renko,
and your God-given talent.
Yeah, like Renko in golf. How annoying is that guy?
Yeah, well, I think he works at it too.
Yeah, but I missed. What do you mean you missed? You're 3 feet from the pin. Yeah, but I wanted to be the left. I wanted the uphill putt. Go F yourself.
Those people.
Yep, the worst. Well, you asked the question, does it get me excited for Jackson Jobe? Yes, it gets me excited for Jackson Jobe. Very excited for Jackson Jobe. Jackson Jobe, when Paul Skeens left the minors, Jackson Jobe became the highest rated pitching prospect in baseball.
Yeah, now he just has to get healthy enough to pitch. Fortunately, it's not an arm injury. It's
not
like a
an arm.
hammy.
That's a big deal that it's not an arm.
And he's supposed to come back real soon. Like, I think it's any day now he can start throwing again. But it's his leg. It's not his arm. So that's good news.
Talk about a pitcher's delivery. The ball darts. I mean, he throws filthy stuff. That's an internet wormhole I got. Yeah, I got down with Jackson Jobe. I'm like, oh my God.
He has some ridiculous spin rate.
Yep.
Like over 3. I don't know what the numbers are and that stuff. It gets well beyond my comprehension there. But I trust those that say his spin rate is what makes him elite.
Mm-hmm.
And why, when he was drafted, people said this is like the best high school prospect they'd seen. And then when the Tigers passed on, was it Mayer, the shortstop that Boston took?
Yep.
They're like, oh, you can't do that. Well, you can if this guy's great.
But he better be great.
He better be great. But you know who's not right now is Mayer. So let's, we'll see what happens, who comes to the majors and who's better.
Mm-hmm.
I like having pitching.
Yeah.
Like to have some hitting too. But
it'd be good to go. It's a couple with said pitching.
Yeah. But I mean, look, how far are we away from seeing Jackson Jobe? We might, at the end of the season, is it possible? It's possible. But I'd look for him maybe to get an opportunity next year.
Mm-hmm.
If he returns and pitches outstanding the season, like the phenom that he might be, then maybe he just gets promoted right away from spring training next year, and he's in the rotation. We'll see.
Yeah, I'll be pretty disappointed. I mean, let's face it, coming into the year, I predicted he'd be up, and the injury hasn't helped. But bottom line is, next year is a more realistic expectation. I still think he's got a shot to make an appearance this year. I also think the Tigers still have a shot to stay in this thing, but they're, what'd you say, 3 games out of the wild card?
2.5.
2.5. Yeah, I mean, this went from wild card to a game out to half a game out to game and a half out to now 2.5 out. It just feels like it's trending in the wrong direction, but it's one way to try and keep my interest. That, and I paid for the damn app, so I'm watching a lot of Tiger baseball.
All right. I need you to look at Twitter right now,
okay,
and see what Barrett Sally has just retweeted from Adam Rittenberg.
Just now?
Yeah, it was like less than a minute ago.
Sweet. Northwestern is sending a conceptual image of its temporary lakeside football stadium, which will host games in the 24 and 25 season to season ticket holders only. The image shows general concepts behind the facility, which is being designed to be built by In Production. These are artist renderings of where Northwestern is going to play while Ryan Field gets redone or Dyke Stadium gets redone.
So it's right on the waterfront.
Yep.
Literally on the waterfront. Yeah, that stadium looks amazing. Like, that's where you want to watch games there.
Yeah.
Does Michigan play at Northwestern?
I don't know. I was about to check. I got to retweet this.
That looks fun.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I don't think Michigan plays Northwestern in the next 2 years.
Rico, has Michigan State played Northwestern this year? At Northwestern, we don't. Okay.
No, they don't.
I don't know if you've seen this.
They don't.
This image.
The field that they're building.
Yeah.
Yes.
The temporary field.
The temporary field that they're building.
It's a high school field.
Is there problems with his mic? Did we sort that out?
Am I on?
I don't know if you're on.
You can speak into the microphone.
Testing.
Yeah, I don't know if that mic's working now.
Can I get a little more trouble in?
Oh, that's the problem.
Yeah.
It's like an echoey thing.
Yeah, you need to
Maybe
hop
over
on,
here. How about over here?
Hop onto another mic.
Thank you.
Yep. Appreciate it.
I don't mean to do musical chairs with you, buddy, but
Northwestern does not play. They play at Michigan.
Yeah, they don't play. Because I always just like going to the Northwestern game because it's a nice road trip.
yeah, it's great.
And it's really like a high school game where the crowd is 50-50. Doug just hit one out the park.
I'm going there in 2025.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, 2020. Will the new one be built by then?
I don't think so.
No, it's because this stadium will host games in 24 and 25.
What do you mean we'll see? You think am I going to get canned?
I didn't say that.
He's the voice.
It's 28-1. We'll see where he's at in a couple of years.
That's true.
He's got his
Gotta keep
Fresno
this-
State notes already planned.
Keep this pace up. Tricky team last year.
I know. Doug, give me 3 quick Fresno State stats.
No, because we're late. What do you got? What do you got coming up next?
The Bulldogs they play out west.
We have a Kenny's playoff hockey revelation.
Okay.
We'll start the show off with, along with the little choose your adventure Tiger style.
All right. Well, enjoy. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Tigers are in Boston for a 4-game series with the Red Sox. Jack Flaherty on the mound trying to snap Detroit's 4-game slump on the road. Hear it here on the ticket. Pre-game coverage starting at 6:45. Sunday's 30,000-some tickets to the Detroit Grand Prix are completely sold out. That per CBS Detroit. IndyCar NXT driver Nolan Aller, a Grosse Pointe native, is making his Grand Prix debut in Detroit, and he's leaning into the hometown storyline. Aller wearing a custom helmet that looks like the Lions' new black alternate. Aller's Car, also sponsored by National Coney Island. And Yahoo Sports is reporting college sports officials are, quote, seriously considering allowing schools to sell sponsorships to display corporate logos on fields and jerseys. The NCAA Oversight Committee expected to rule on that next month. Florida AD Scott Strickland telling Yahoo he expects the NCAA to approve such sponsorships as it's an obvious new revenue stream at a time when new revenue streams are desperately needed. Remember, revenue sharing with athletes expected to begin in fall 2025. That could represent an added $22 million expense annually for some schools. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Ha ha ha! Good for you. All right. Gorgeous Thursday. Ready to rock. We got 9 different topics, so we're loaded for bear. None of them will have anything to do with the Grand Prix. So if you were looking for that, Odyssey.com rewind.
Oh, man.
Let's get to business. This is exciting, Rico. Are you prepared?
I am prepared.
Kenny Cott has Kenny's gone to the dark side. Words I never thought I would say in my life. I had a late night conversation with Kenny Cott.
Often those go much differently than ours did.
Right. I never thought those words would be in the same sentence. But Kenny revealed a secret to me. And I think it's going to get him in trouble with his people. See, Kenny is an elite hockey fan.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
like, where we going?
You mean
with
Kenny's favorite Baylor uniform from the other day?
Right. Like, okay.
Kenny and his favorite all whites. All right. So, no, he's a huge hockey guy. Yeah. And what's going on right now? We are in the dog days of the NHL playoffs, the conference finals, 4 of the best teams in the league, and Kenny has had enough. Kenny last night in a late night missive essentially said playoff hockey's garbage. He said the puck luck, I've had enough with it, and I can see what people like you are saying. Now, partially I took that as an insult, and then part of it I felt, well, I'm going to go a different direction with it. See, Kenny was upset about the Connor McDavid thing. Kenny's upset with the puck luck that put the Oilers down by 2. Kenny's also upset with the officiating. Because we all know regular season hockey and playoff hockey are 2 completely different things. Regular season, you tap somebody, you're going to the box. Playoffs.
Legalized murder is the word you're looking for.
You can be skating down the ice, waving their leg around like Gladiator. Nothing.
Did it draw blood? No.
Even if it does, sometimes it doesn't get
Not
called.
enough blood.
Nonsense.
Little trick.
It has to be squirting out of your eyeballs for them to call penalty.
Right. So what I wanted to ask was this. I need the hockey elite before we get to anything to do with the Tigers. And we got a bunch. Got a lot of good stuff. Good. We're going to get to a lot with the Tigers. But I need the hockey elite. Because for years, you've been told there is nothing, and I mean nothing, like NHL playoff hockey. That the Stanley Cup playoffs are the zenith of competitive sport. And for years, I have said there are certain games in the NHL playoffs that are splendid, that I would agree with that statement. There are certain, like when it was the final and it was Caps and Golden Knights, there were entire periods of that series you couldn't take your eyes off it. It was incredible.
Yeah.
Live from the Colisée de Quebec.
Yeah, I'm with playoff hockey. If you have no skin in the game, great to watch.
Is it?
But I understand Kenny's frustration if the Wings were in there, if your favorite team is in there, because now every little thing seems to go against your team, you're like, seriously? Or come on, you're not going to make that call. But when you have no skin in the game, you're just watching, you're like, wow, if I was that fan base, I'd be really upset.
So I'm going to
now.
ask a question on behalf of Kenny Cott. It's a question, not a statement. Is playoff hockey overrated? Let's face it, your season can end with a slap shot off a kneecap, a skate, a ball sack, a post, and then off a pigeon possibly, and your season ends. Mm-hmm. When you combine the fact that the NHL, they're not even the same sport, regular season to postseason, no sport changes more regular season to postseason, in my opinion, than the NHL, followed by Major League Baseball, separate set of issues. But the puck luck and the difference in officiating, Kenny asked a probing question.
I would say this, Kenny, before I let you take the air. I think what you're saying, Mike, is the reason why, no, it's not overrated, because I've lost him. You know what? Hey, fellas, we're going to take the show to 6 today. We've lost Mike. He's getting ready for the NBA Finals. No, but when it comes to hockey, it is the only playoffs that you watch that you have to watch. You can't just get up and run to the fridge or go do something else, because everything can change. NBA, so long as you're there for the final. Hey, your Celtics show, you just got to show up for the final minute of the game when all of a sudden the tie gets turned and you watch the Pacers just shoot themselves again.
I'm not sure that's a good thing, but we'll save it for next week.
But for the end, it's like at any given moment, whether it is the puck luck, whatever it is, it's like you're glued and you're invested until that period goes into intermission. You're not going anywhere. You're not going to the bathroom. You're not going to the fridge. You're not taking phone. Nothing. You're glued to the set. That's what still makes it the best playoff.
Rico, you know when you were describing a team where everything goes wrong puck luck wise and you lose a game because a puck went off of somebody's ass? That happened yesterday. That literally happened last night. I mean, they recovered. They won the game, Edmonton did. But a puck literally went off Darnell Nurse's ass cheek and into the net. And that was allowed to happen. And then, Rico, you asked a question during pre-show when we were talking, when you saw the clip of Connor McDavid trying to hit the open net and the goalie's stick was in the crease. And you were like, is that a penalty? And I was like, that's a great question, Rico. The everyman wouldn't know that because nobody understands how hockey works. That's puck luck.
So you could just set your stick down
well,
right there.
I think it was knocked out of his. I don't think he placed it there purposefully, but yes, it's allowed to sit there.
It was no hurry for him to go and pick the stick up.
Well, he couldn't because he was trying to pay attention to the play in front of him. But yeah, there's a lot of puck luck, and the game changes so much from the regular season to the postseason.
The puck luck is why I think it's overrated. There's very rarely luck in the other sports like puck luck. Nothing really compares to puck luck.
No, I think probably the closest to puck luck, Mike, is try-hard guy off the bench in the NBA who averages 4 points a game and goes off for 20. But that doesn't happen in an entire series. It's just that one game, like, really? This guy? This is the most points he's scored in his entire life.
Yes.
That's the closest.
Yes. Yes, I agree. I just would like to hear from Kenny's people. We have a ton of Tiger stuff to get to. But 248-539-9797. I just would like to know, are you even willing to entertain what Kenny's talking about? That the puck luck is the dirty secret. That the puck luck actually takes away from the greatness of the NHL playoffs. Or is it what drives you to watch them? I personally have always hated it. And I've been on both sides of it, so have you Red Wing fans. I hate watching it, as Rico talked about, as a neutral observer. And you go, wait a second. This team just busted their ass all night, completely outplayed the other team, has 48 shots on net. The other team has 14. But because two of these shots went off a dead kid at center ice, now all of a sudden they're going home. Like, I struggle with
So,
that.
Kenny, I ask you as a founding member of the Hockey Elite, am I a bad person? Because that scenario that Mike just said,
you love.
I play a little game saying, okay, you've shot the puck. You've tons of shots on net. You haven't scored. This team is getting buried. They're going to make the next point. And it's like I glory in the fact of You've only shot 3 shots, but that 4th shot was the game winner, and you went home.
Well, you nailed it when you said it's why you can't turn away, because you never know what's going to end up in the back of the net for no apparent reason. That's what the NHL playoffs is.
But does that
this team has been on a power play for, it seems like, for the last 20 minutes, and then the other team gets a shorthanded goal.
See, I can't stand that.
I love watching playoff hockey, and I also hate watching playoff hockey. It's all wrapped up into one ball.
Okay, so that's the question for the hockey elite. Maybe is it underrated, overrated, or appropriately rated? But the bottom line in all of this is a dyed-in-the-wool hockey elite snob is admitting at this stage of his life as he enters his 30s, he's losing some of the charm of playoff hockey, and it's being replaced with anger, vitriol, resentment, and a general annoyance. How do I know? Because I talked to the guy last night.
Jacob Trouba was legally allowed to elbow somebody in the face and was just fined a little.
It's hockey, man. Come on.
The officiating is garbage.
It's hockey.
248-539-9797. We'll get some of the phone calls, ticket text, a little football later in the hour. We got some Tigers for you. Don't you worry. Good. Get comfortable. 97.1.
Xfinity gives me a chance to catch up on all my favorite shows while I'm on the go. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price, and you too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network, so you can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruptions, and with Xfinity, I get the latest sports scores as they happen, latest injury updates, even fantasy stats. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or simply stop by Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second with hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
America's place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 different levels, perfect view of the big screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, we'll get to the people in a second. Kenny caught with a late night revelation as we get started today. It was simple. Mike, I'm souring on playoff hockey. I see what you're saying about the puck luck. And I went, oh my God, who is this man? Who am I speaking to? Why am I talking to this person? But here we are. So I'm asking the hockey elite, Kenny being rather provocative here on a Thursday. David, Ticket Text, what did they have to say on the matter?
I think Kenny Cott is being a whiny hockey snob.
Ouch.
Okay? NHL playoffs are must-watch. If they called them like this in the regular season, it would be the second best sport behind football, though, Nate.
So the question is, Nate, why don't they? I mean, realistically.
I'll answer. Everybody would be dead. If they played like this during the regular season, you would have casualties. I firmly believe that.
I have often said
legal murder.
There needs to be a shorter hockey season. That's one way to accomplish it.
Kill off the players.
Just kill off the weak.
Legal murder.
You take out the whole Blue Jackets roster. Gone.
Nobody would miss them.
David.
If Kenny doesn't like playoff hockey because of puck luck, then his elite card needs to be revoked. That is playoff hockey. The ref swallowing the whistle is a problem.
I'm not in the business of a fan card game. I leave that to others. But, Kenny, that's a serious charge. They want your card taken.
Oh, they've tried to take my card every single year. I'll say something that is crazy or we should go get DeBrincat. We got DeBrincat. That's crazy. What are you talking about?
Puck luck. I just figured that was playoff, along with hitting the post. It just
100%.
happens in the playoff.
100%.
Nothing sent the hockey elite into a tizzy like this, though. Come on. I'm kidding. The fact that drop has risen to potentially the top of the power rank for this summer, that's going to be a major, major drop for the Stoney and Mojo Invitational. Major. David, one more. We'll go to the callers.
This has nothing to do with the playoffs. You just apparently, Kenny, don't like hockey.
Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh.
Scintillating.
Kenny got hit with a garbage can.
Wow. No, this happens during the regular season too, but it feels like in the playoffs every goal means more, and when they're bouncing off of players' asses, then that's a problem.
There, see? Do you see? He's turning over a new leaf. Let's talk to Ed in Detroit, see what he's got to say. Eddie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good. Yourself?
Excellent. What do you make of this? Kenny is coming to the dark side here.
Well, I enjoy watching hockey playoffs all the time, but when I hear you use the word zenith, you can lose up to 12 games in the NHL hockey and still hoist the Stanley Cup. You can't do that in the NFL. It's one and done, baby.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's fair. Listen, to me, there's no greater drama than the NFL playoffs. You're right. It's a one and done. You don't get to have a bad night. Mm-hmm. And very rarely is it ever decided off a shot, off a seagull, the head of a popcorn vendor, a post, and then the goalie's mullet. That is difficult for people like me.
I think the weirdest thing, Ed, I've ever seen in an NFL playoff game is when the Eagles and Niners play and the ball hit the crane, like the overhead camera, and it ricocheted off of that, and the referees didn't know what to do or where to spot the ball. Other than that, you're right. You don't see weird things happening, but
unless you have Vildorf on your team.
Oh, the Vildor, that poor man, that poor guy. Yeah. It's not even his fault. He's just not good. And he committed a penalty anyways. I mean, come on. I mean, that's the most overrated play of that game.
Yeah, I was about to say 2 weeks later, somebody on the punt return team of San Francisco didn't see everybody else get out of the way of the ball. Hit him in the ankle. They lose the game.
All right.
It happens.
I'm leaving it alone. Gary, 97.1. What's up, Gary? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good, man. First time, last time?
Okay.
This hockey Rangers Florida series is incredible. The speed that they're playing in, guys are getting the puck, about to get hammered, and still making the pass tape to tape. When things are happening that fast, there's going to be ricochets. What about that Sanchez quarterback who ran into his hiker's butt?
The butt fumble.
That was okay.
Oh, Gary.
Football play. That's a good football play.
No, definitely not. It was the end of that man's career. I mean, Gary, listen, here's my question. When you hear, one of hockey's first sons, Kenneth Cott, I mean, just a hockey maniac, questioning his level of fandom, what is your reaction to this?
Has he ever played? I played for like 15, 20 years, and when you're an actual player, you can see what's going on and what's about to happen. That Darnell Nurse thing was just a freak incident. But like in football, if a quarterback is falling backwards, throws it, and the ball gets tipped, it just happens to end up in his receiver's hands, that's a great play too.
Ooh, that's actually a really good point by you, Kenny. What do you make of this, and what are your career highlights?
Well, yeah. First of all, I played hockey for about a decade. Not that should matter though, because I want this sport to appeal to the everyman, to the non-hockey fan, and non-hockey fans don't understand puck luck.
Kenny
It's
just
not
went
a thing.
full Scott Harris.
You shouldn't need to play a sport to understand the merits of it, though. That's the point.
But no, he brought up a point, Mike. You've experienced puck luck. So, Mike had the David Tyree catch. You had puck luck.
Exactly, and it was total garbage. But yet you want me to exalt Eli Manning into the Hall of Fame.
He won 2 Super Bowls.
He did not. David Tyree's bubblegum helmet did. Go to Bob. 97.1. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it right now. Bob, how are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're great. Where are we at with Kenny?
Well, I don't know. Playoff hockey is just amazing. It's just, I know it's not the drama of the NFL, like one and done, but like every play matters in the playoffs because one goal usually makes a difference in a hockey game in the playoffs. I mean, that's why Mitch Marner can't play in the playoffs because he's not tough. You have to be tough to play in the playoffs. Florida is, I'm not a Florida fan. I'm a diehard Red Wing fan. But Florida is just, they're just a machine. They just hit everything, and that's playoff hockey. Puck luck happens. Like that shot off Darnell Nurse's ass last night. I mean, that just happens.
Well, listen, Bob, I am of the belief when playoff hockey is good, it's great. But as an example, I mean, my team has faced wallpaper the last 2 years, which is the Carolina Hurricanes. Watching Rod Brindamore's team play makes you, it's like Jacques Lemaire and the old Devils. Like it's impossible to watch. It's horrible. So like that is the dynamic at play, that when it's good, it's awesome. The puck luck thing for a lot of people that aren't hardcore NHL people, that's very hard to rationalize. That these guys, as you just said, Bob, they're the toughest SOBs on the planet. They give it their all. They sacrifice their body. I mean, people go, oh, block a shot. Do you know how much that hurts? And he's got, you'll have a guy block 14 shots in a game. And it ends on what we view from the outside as complete nonsense. Mm-hmm. That's very difficult, Bob.
Darnell Nurse not only blocked shots last night, but he had 12 hits. That's the most hits he's had in his career in one game. So not only did he block shots, he hit, and he got hit 9 times.
Yeah,
so
he was in
all 3 of those things.
He was in 20 car accidents. No, you're 100% right. Bob, what I compare it to is like an NFL running back. People don't realize every carry is a car accident. Every carry's a collision. Mm-hmm. Oh, give him the ball 27 times. Easy for you to say.
Yeah, that's why those days are pretty much over.
Correct. Very correct.
The days of the Emmitt Smiths are done.
Hold on. Which one? Hold on. Which one's the bigger flex? Choice A, David? Or choice B? I will never understand Scott Harris feeling the need to tell us I'm actually sitting in the world headquarters. I'm on my boss's boat. Then a caller goes, I played. I'm not sure if Kenny played. Innocent enough. Actually.
You had to keep it real. You had to set things straight.
That's fantastic. 248-539. 97. Good for you.
You know what? That's the bigger flex because at least Kenny was provoked into his answer.
Okay, that's fair.
No one asked him, where
he
are
just
you,
said
Scott?
it for no reason.
There was no prompting for us to know the location you are in.
Right, he could have said, I'm in the drive-thru of a burger joint. Didn't matter. Well, I'm actually sitting in the world headquarters.
Right, then he dropped, I'm actually sitting in his backyard right now. Like, we don't care.
Right, at least Kenny was provoked into that. And he came off the top rope.
My boss has a really big house. Nobody asked. All right, being number one's not easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year is Serta. They got the experience with 111 years of making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they do it right here in your backyard, the state of Michigan. Right now, Memorial Day sale rolls on. You save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Wow, it's just a flex-tastic Thursday. Well done, Kenny. We'll get a few of the ticket texts.
You know what? Kudos, David, for that quick turnaround.
That was excellent.
What's your experience? Well, I actually played.
Actually. Then I do have a question for you. Because
I did not play hockey.
I played for the Toledo Walleye. All right, let's. David, the ticket text. And I got to ask Rico something.
Oh, there's a lot of people texting in. I do play for my beer league hockey on Wednesdays. Oh, that's so good. Someone else is saying, I am at work doing my best to not laugh out loud. This is great. So funny.
But are you at the worldwide headquarters?
That's why you shoot the puck. You never know what will happen. Makes it exciting, David in Grand Rapids.
Wait a minute. David in Grand Rapids. Hold on. Does that mean Kenny has been chastising the wrong people? Is shoot the puck guy actually the smart fan?
You have been telling me all the time, I don't want to go to a game with you if you're going to yell shoot the puck every time.
It's only appropriate in certain situations, okay? Just because you have the puck doesn't mean you have to yell shoot the puck.
No! You said certain situations.
Right. All I know is he told me, well, you got to go through that other door. I'm going through this one.
Oh, my. All right, let me ask you a question.
You would always yell at me for quit saying shoot the puck.
You were doing it to upset me. I know.
Yeah, but when hockey fans do it, they're like, yeah, you got to get pucks to the net. It's not really any different. Shoot the puck guy is actually nuanced hockey fan?
No, it's not nuanced hockey.
You never know when puck luck is going to happen. Just shoot
the puck.
Right, okay, yeah. Every time you get the puck, just fire it at the net. 100% of the time it goes in.
From the blue line. Shoot.
It actually worked for the Bruins. Game 7. I mean, they ended the Leafs season with a careen and I just, please, the whole thing. All right. Question for you, and then we'll move to some football, and then we got to get to the Tigers at 3. Did you see the Bronny James news? I'm only bringing this up.
News?
Well, the news that he has declined in upwards of 10 workouts, and he is only going to visit 2 teams.
Yes.
The Lakers and Suns.
Yeah.
Now, currently, and again, I don't think this is written in stone, currently he is rated the 54th best prospect in this draft. And actually
and
speaking,
that's being very generous.
Right. This is the worst draft we've seen arguably in 20 years. So my question to you is this. What leverage does this kid have that if somebody else took him, even if it's a Hail Mary to get his dad, what's he going to do? What is he, Eli Manning? He's not going to be able to say no.
No.
How are you turning workouts down?
He's only, Mike, the leverage is his dad. Because let me put this in perspective for you. And you follow college hoops, so you get this. But for those out there, looking at Bronny James's stats, A.J. Hoggard has better stats.
Okay, we're done here.
No.
I mean, that's one of my least favorite Spartans ever.
Right. He has better stats, and he actually started games and played.
Did he play for a decade like Kenny?
He did not play for a decade like Kenny. It just seems that way. He has Bronny James being ranked 54th is probably still too high, but because of his father, yes, Rich Paul is going to make that a package deal. And if you draft Bronny, you are in the driver's seat because LeBron has made it known he wants to play with his son at least for a year.
So here's my other question. If LeBron decides to leave, and let's say Phoenix wants to continue this Frankenstein team they have, how's the Players Union going to react when LeBron is paid with a WIC card? They have no money. The Players Union cannot be happy with LeBron James pulling a Karl Malone, taking $1
I was about to say to
play for a team.
Yeah, the veteran minimum type of thing.
That's all they have.
Yeah.
I just wanted your opinion on both of these. So my question to you is, do you believe that that Bronny and LeBron are going to be in LA or Phoenix next year?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because Ishbia would do something stupid like trading Booker to the Lakers to get LeBron. He would.
Oh, my. By the way, I think if he goes anywhere, it'd be the Knicks. He's got a secret love affair to play for the Knicks.
He does, but New York media would expose his son.
No, not Bronny. I'm talking Booker.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I'm like, man, you don't want to do that to that kid. That's not fair.
Oh, back page of the New York Post would be LeBron, and they'd have Bronny as a baby in his hands.
Right.
You don't want that.
Yeah, okay. I was just like, that's just no.
Bad idea. Yes. But yeah, I was surprised because we've talked about. And listen, we're going to try to get to it later on.
But that's a Rich Paul thing, man. That he is calling the shots there, saying I don't want to interview. Like, you should want to interview with anybody. If the Detroit Motor City Drive or Cruise or whatever pick up the phone and call you, you better answer.
Well, that leads me to something we're going to get to either later today or tomorrow, which is who'd be making that call again? Because Trajan Langdon was announced, kind of, except the team didn't announce it, and there's no press conference. I haven't seen a press release. Yet David is telling me Trajan Langdon has edited his social media. The hell's going on here? Because if Langdon is actually the hire, and if it's actually done, the things I said that haven't happened would have happened, and it would lead you to a discussion on why is Troy Weaver not fired yet? Now, I know we'll get to it in longer form, but Rico, what is happening here?
It just makes you wonder if there's some things being sorted out, people maybe being bought out before we go ahead and do this, so we can just put one big press release. He's in, he's out.
How would you name a new president of basketball operations that has the hiring and firing ability of your GM and coach and not have a press conference?
No. What I'm saying is by the time you have that press conference, it's also going to be, because we all know what the first question is. We've already taken care of that. He's been released. So he's gone. He's hired. Let's move forward.
Okay.
So he's currently working right now, is what you're saying.
Is he?
Before press, I don't know.
What kind of contract did he sign?
See?
I mean, we've all seen it where people they have the job, but they technically can't, announce it to the public, but they are working behind the scenes and doing what they're supposed to do. So,
all right.
This one.
It's a little weird.
It's the Pistons, man. What did you expect? You win 14 games.
A professional organization is what
this
I
is what
expected.
happens when you win 14 games.
I'm with David on this.
You know what?
A professional.
Just shoot the ball.
Shoot the puck, Kenny. Shoot it. All right, David, go ahead on Ticket Text. We'll get some football
So
going.
we're saying at least hockey doesn't have the BS drama that basketball does, except for shoot the puck guy.
All right, hold on. Let me ask a question, though. The BS drama of basketball, isn't that what does attract people to the league? The fact that it's almost like WWE, that there's an element of this league, man.
Villain.
I don't know.
Yeah, the villain, this guy, I don't want to see this guy win, or, I just want to see. Like, for me, come on. You may not like it, but to see Kyrie at the Garden or whatever, TD Water, TD Jake Center, whatever you call it.
Oh, no. That would be low point of sports viewing for me. And another sign, God not real.
I'm just saying, I
David would have, if Kyrie goes into Boston and closes the Celtics out, Dave, I don't know what that is.
That's because I said to TD Jake Center.
Oh, my point is, David, if Kyrie eliminates the Celtics in Boston and wins a championship, you have to come on the air and just say it straight up, God ain't real. Because that man's an unholy bleep hole. You cannot, I've already seen cheaters prosper in college sports. We cannot have human cancer win an NBA title.
Mike, maybe it's retribution for how badly the Boston fans treated him.
Oh, please. You know
on
what?
The way out.
I see what he's doing, and I'm not partaking. We'll get to football.
Nice try, Rico.
Yep. Yeah, I know where he's going with that.
I just said, he said that he wasn't treated well in the city of Boston.
Here we go. All right. Moving along. All right. Hungry Howie's mix and match any two items starting at $6.99. It's never been simpler, especially now they've expanded the mix and match eligible items. It's basically the whole damn menu. Howie bread, the 2-topping flatbreads, salads, subs, and yes, the medium 1-topping pizzas. 8 different flavored crusts, limitless possibilities, and all you need to do, you choose, pair them up starting at $6.99 each, and get dinner on the table fast. Don't settle for less than the best. Order off that mix and match menu tonight. It is Hungry Howie's. Little pit stop. Beautiful Thursday afternoon. Let's get a little football as we make our way towards 6 o'clock. David, go ahead.
You said it, Mike. It is Thursday. It is May 30th, which means we are 2 days away from the June 1st date in the NFL, which is the post-June 1st designations, where now deals become official, releases become official, and you get salary cap space. So let's talk about some moves that some teams should make come June 1st. First is the Jags should trade for Marshawn Lattimore. Here's the reason they say they lost Darius Williams to the Rams. Ronald Darby is their replacement, but he's over 30 years old. They have no one else but Tyson Campbell back there. So they should trade for Marshawn Lattimore.
Yeah, and remember, we talked about this based on the Dave Burkett piece a couple months back. June 1st being the date, Lions' potential interest. Look, if you're Jacksonville, I don't know how Rico feels. It's now or never. You know, you're about to pay your quarterback $500 million. The Doug Peterson thing, if it doesn't work out, you're looking for a new head coach. They desperately need corners and offensive linemen.
So you basically go all in.
Yeah, I think you have to. You don't have a choice. Because also you feel pressure. Look what Houston just did.
Yeah. See, I think Houston pretty much lit the fire under everybody. It's going to take some time. No, they just did it. So you know every general manager's walking. How did the Texans do this and we can't?
It's a lot like the Royals and the Tigers. More on that later. The point is...
You at the headquarters?
No. That division, I think, is quickly going from being the worst in football to one of the best. If you look at just Trevor Lawrence, you look at Anthony Richardson, and you look at C.J. Stroud. That has potential to be under the radar good.
I still don't know what Richardson is.
I know. That's what's interesting. Well, I like it.
This next team, this move may not matter because of the division they sit in.
Yeah.
But it is the Raiders signing Stephon Gilmore, and they basically say they're worse off at cornerback than the Jags. They have Jack Jones and nothing else.
And lost Amik Robinson here.
Yes.
Look, here's the one thing I would say. I think Antonio Pierce, a lot of Dan Campbell vibes. Players coach, former player, tough as the day is long, and his team plays for him. Remember, they played well for Antonio Pierce. They went into Kansas City and kicked Kansas City's ass. So I just don't sleep on them being the second playoff team out of that division.
See, I was about to say, if you're the Raiders, you normally don't do this, but my mindset would be this. Guys, we're focused on a wild card spot, okay? We're probably not going to win the division because Kansas City's going to take that. But we need to make sure we go out there and win at least 10 games this year to try to claim one of those spots. I mean, once you're in the playoffs, you never know what could happen.
Did Gardner Minshew get the Colts to the playoffs, yes or no? Yes.
Yeah.
It is doable. And again, I think Harbaugh, it has nothing to do with him. They're retooling everything the Chargers are doing, and the Broncos are a complete mess.
Yeah.
Why couldn't it be the Raiders? So yes, in that sense, 1-year contract, lead corner, yeah. Absolutely agree with Rico there.
I'm glad you mentioned the Broncos because this next trade helps the Broncos. It's with them. It's the Eagles, though, trading for Cortland Sutton. And what it talks about is now the Eagles lost in retirement Devontae Parker, who was going to help this year. It would save them, the Broncos, $27 million within the next 2 years. 13 this year, 14 next year. They only have 8 right now.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, hold on. There's only so many footballs to go around. Right. You just paid Devontae Smith. You got A.J. Brown. You got Dallas Goedert. I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, all right, you want to trade for Cortland Sutton? God bless. It's Howie Roseman's M.O.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of a difference maker it is.
And you also got Saquon there, too. So, yeah, that doesn't make any sense because somebody's going to be angry because you're going to end up becoming the 5th option. So, that I would say no to that. If you're Denver, I guess it doesn't matter because you're just trying to get rid of players.
And the deal for them is basically to save money. Do it now because you're going to be horrible. You can start, building something starting next year. So the next one is the Chicago Bears trade for Matthew Judon. This is basically saying go all in with your rookie right now and build defense.
Look, I'll continue to say it, and I'm sure I'll get made fun of. That's fine. I think the Bears are going to be a lot better than Lion fans realize. That defense was already dominant. If Caleb is anything close to advertised with the skill they've put around him, they're not going to be a treat to play. Judon would give him another pass rusher. That goes with Montez Sweat. David, I believe in it, but I know locally you're not allowed to say nice things about these other NFC North teams. I'm telling you, I believe the Bears, at least on paper, they could surprise some people.
I think in the second half of the year, I think if you're going to play the Bears, you want to play them in the first 6 games because they're going to be trying to get their feet wet. This allows, with the addition of Judon, if this trade were to happen, Caleb doesn't have to go out and score every time. You know what? You don't have to take chances, lean on the defense, kind of do it Ravens style.
And they're already a defensive team.
Yeah.
Why not add strength to strength?
Yeah.
That's what the Niners do with their wide receivers.
Yeah.
They're skill weapons. Yes, I would do it.
So we already talked about this division and how great this division can be. So why not a team make themselves better? And that is the Indianapolis Colts trading for James Bradberry.
No. Ugh. You can have him.
You hate Bradberry.
I do. And I also think his play fell off a cliff. Now, if there's no other option, see, my problem is he's the worst corner you brought up in this segment. So I'm biased to say no to this versus if the other options are there, that's where I'm going.
Which team is this?
The Colts.
The Colts are trading for him?
Colts trading for him, yes.
No, I mean, I don't think that they doesn't necessarily need to. So I'm going with Mike on this. It's you could do better than going after him.
So let's close it out with this one.
Daniel Jones's wheelchair.
No, this one's a pretty big one. So to talk about each side here, okay? It is the Chargers trading for T. Higgins. Now it says the Chargers have the salary cap space to take on the tag and also sign him because they are projected to already have $51 million in cap space next year. They can go into that with the extension now. Would that benefit? Yes, it would benefit the Chargers, but how would that benefit the Bengals now?
All depends on compensation.
Yeah.
Look, my issue with the Bengals, and I am biased, but the Bengals are notoriously cheap. You right now have OTAs where Jamar Chase is not there and T. Higgins is not there because simultaneously they're both looking for a new deal. Had they taken care of this earlier, you avoid it. David, I don't know what their out is.
See, I think their out is, you know what? Now we could just pay Chase and we don't have to worry about the other. We kick that can. We get compensation back. And
why wouldn't you have done it before the draft? But that's my whole point. That compensation you're getting, you're wasting another year of Burrow and Chase's prime. David, it makes no sense to me. The only thing I could tell you, they got to play now they got to pay Chase, which is going to anger Higgins even more. They got to play a game of chicken. They got to know that T's going to show up because he's on the tag, and you got to get that money. And you got to play through this season and figure it out. But there's no scenario I'm getting rid of T. Higgins now.
And knowing that because if you do this, he's not coming back next year. So
Correct.
You have him for one season. He is an angry employee, and he is already looking for a new place, some other new city to go to. So that's why I think they may try to do this deal and just, you know what? The choice is now made. He's gone. We'll pay Chase, and we'll move on. And you're right. You're wasting Burrow in his prime because he had 2 great receivers. Now you're limiting him to 1.
Used to have 3. Remember when Tyler Boyd was a thing?
Yeah, you're right.
And down to 1.
And had you known this before the draft, maybe you go out and draft another receiver so that, you know.
That's why on draft night I would have dealt him.
Yeah.
And I would have taken a receiver in a very deep class.
Right.
So in that sense, I'm left with one thing. The Bengals think that they can leverage this kid.
So, yeah, you bring in a Xavier Worthy or somebody like that, and now, you know what? We replace you with a younger guy.
And now you're a month out for training camp, and Joe Burrow's like, who am I throwing
Right, but
the ball to?
David, that's where it's so nice here in Detroit. There's no noise. Got all the deals done. There's no contract drama. There's no nonsense. It's just football.
And it was right before the draft as well. So
yep.
You knew going in, okay, well, here's what we need to look forward to drafting, this, and this, because these guys are all locked up. The only thing was missing was the golf contract, but we found out that a couple weeks later, there it is.
And that is in football today.
All right, the NBA playoffs, indeed. They're still a thing. I know not here in Detroit they're not. Right now, though, new customers, $150 in bonus bets, any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on everything. SGPs, live bets, championship futures, all of it. Look, maybe you have doubts. Maybe you think the Celtics are frauds who got a free pass to the finals. Go ahead. There's future odds up there for both Western Conference teams. FanDuel.com/ticket to get started today. It's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Just call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Today was the Lions' 5th OTA workout, and Dan Campbell said last year's third-round pick, Hendon Hooker, showing good signs. Tigers at 27-28 are in Boston for 4, taking on the 28-28 Red Sox. Matt Verling will try to stay hot for Detroit. He's hitting .371 over the last 10 with a double, 2 triples, 4 home runs, and 13 RBI. Hear the game here on 97.1. Our coverage starts at 6:45. And a former Penn State team doctor was awarded $5.25 million in damages after, he alleges, he was removed from his role in retaliation for speaking out against James Franklin's interference with doctors' treatment plans and player availability decisions. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
You missed anything? Odyssey.com. Rewind. We roll along on a beautiful Thursday. Got to talk a little baseball with you. And obviously, holiday week, people getting back to town various days. Scott Harris spoke the other day. Now, he didn't speak with local media, not the beat writers, not the flagship station, but MLB Network. All right, separate conversation for a separate day. I don't understand that, but whatever. The point is, Scott Harris said a few things that were interesting, including one saying, finally copping to it, this is a developmental year, and we have to develop the core before we can start to spend and increase payroll in the coming winters. And it got me thinking about something. And I know the way I phrase this, it's going to dictate where the topic goes, but let me do it like this. Who's going to be here in 3 years when you believe you're competing for a World Series? Who is this core he speaks of? Like, as an example, I personally don't believe you can list Spencer Torkelson as a part of the core. I just don't think you can. The non-debatable parts of the core. Who is it? Now, if you want to say Skubal, there will be no argument. That's a Cy Young caliber, in his prime, left-handed arm. You get a couple of years of team control. Now, again...
Well, see, that was my question. Are we just talking everyday players?
No,
or
in sum total.
Okay.
Who's the core?
Gotcha.
Because as we sit here a third of the way through the season this year, a really frustrating year, I'm not sure I know who the hell he's talking about. Now, if you want to say Cole Keats a part of the core because you paid him, well, that's fine. Performance-wise, leaves a lot to be desired. Oh, but he's heating up. Yes, he is.
And it's not like he broke the bank with him either.
No, it's $3.5 million a year.
Yeah.
I mean, you spend it on sunflower seeds. Who else? Who is this core? Now, Riley Green, we've seen some real nice flashes. He's been horrible now for basically 20-plus games. Mm-hmm. But who is this core that Scott Harris is talking about? Because I personally, I feel like this proves my point with Skubal and the trade Skubal movement is that there isn't much of a core. Like, here's an example. How much longer are we going to wait to find out if Justin Henry Malloy is a part of the core? The guy's got a 900 OPS at Toledo. He's 25. I mean, now or never, guys. Let's see Jace Young. Let's see Jackson Jobe. What are we waiting on if we've copped to the fans finally that we're not trying and it's a developmental year and you're going to sell at the deadline? I mean, you're going to sell Flaherty. Mm-hmm. Then who exactly am I pinning my hopes to? I think the only unquestioned member of this core right now would be Skubal, followed by maybe Green. Then it's a full stop.
See, when you brought this up, I only had Green because I didn't know if the pitchers would be involved. But
involve everyone. Who's the core he speaks of?
If right now the core, I would rather see them deal Skubal, but you have two. Pitcher, Skubal, everyday player is Riley Green. Anybody outside of that, I don't think they're going to be a part of this core that they're looking for, which made me depressed when I heard him say, well, once we get our core set, then that's when we'll start spinning. Man, you don't even have your core set. You have core. You have a piece, maybe two. But it's not something that you can say, okay, we got 5 players to build around.
Yeah. And if you think they do, I'd love to hear it. For instance, if you want to have debates about Wensil Perez, you want to talk Colt Keith, do you want to bank hope? Remember, hope is an emotion. It's not a strategy. You want to hope that Jace Young's a part of the core? You want to hope that Justin Henry Malloy? The point I'm making to you is I don't think this thing is nearly as well set up as he wants you to believe. And if that's the case, then what we're really talking about is a way longer term approach. That the Max Clarks are the core. The McGonagalls are going to be the core. Those guys are years away. Now, mind you, maybe you get to see Max Clark next year, but then it's the whole, well, he's a rookie. Well, he's got to get acclimated. When we're talking about guys showing you they are in the core of what the team is, it's a guy like, for instance, Gunnar Henderson struggled last year, and then he turned it on, and now Gunnar Henderson's a legitimate MVP guy. It either happens or it doesn't. I do not believe in these 3 or 4 year progression charts at the MLB level.
Well,
you show up and you are either Ronald Acuna or you're not. You're Bobby Witt Jr. or you're not.
It's Mike. I have to tip my hat because I fought you on this because you're looking more and more like you're going to be correct on this when it came to Torque. Because I was just like, you know what? You saw how he finished the season. Maybe he's just slumping a little bit. I'm starting to think that he's in that not category.
But
where
my answer to you has always been, though, we're not sending him down. He's going to play his way into the core or out of baseball. Because here's where I'm at. If Torque doesn't get it going, your first priority is to find the most expensive first baseman you can and show me you're a real owner. Like, look, Pete Alonso's turning down the Mets left, right, and center. Go ahead. You got $200 million? That's what it's going to take. I'm not telling you I'd run out and do it. I'm making a point to you. If you don't have Torque, that was a first overall draft pick, cornerstone player, college bat.
He was supposed to be a part of this core. That was that no-brainer. Like, yep, we got him, and it's not.
My problem with this is the following, and I want to throw the number out, 248-539-9797. Most of what's up here right now isn't your core, and it's not going to be. Like, Matt Verling will not be here. Zach McKinstry won't be here. Andy Ibanez won't be here. Gio Urshela won't be here. Carson Kelly won't be here. Jake Rodgers won't be here. You want me to keep going? Javi Baez won't be here. So when he talks about developing the core, who are we developing? Who? You know, here's a question. Here's a great one. Is Kerry Carpenter a core player? See, I think you have guys that are debatable. I think you have guys that are fringy. But I agree with Rico in this regard. I am very careful about who I say, hey, 4 years from now, when we're having a parade down Woodward with the number 12 payroll in baseball, this guy will be here. I'm very careful about it. And it's why, look, doing topics like this and talking through it, I think it at least helps you understand why people like me feel the way we do with Skubal. Yeah, you got him in 25. And yes, you have him in 26. But you're wasting 24. You'd have to make a seismic shift to be good next year. So what are we really doing? Your max values right now. I don't have enough core pieces. Look, let's face it. If Justin Henry Malloy were that sweet, wouldn't he be here? What are you waiting for? If this was a developmental year and we blew past the mid-May deadline for service time and all that crap, wouldn't Jace Young be here? Why would you be playing a Frankenstein at third base? And beyond those two, who else is really around? Max Clark needs time. Lots of it. So I wonder if talking about this and using Scott Harris's words, does it change your view on the trade Skubal thing? And second of all, who in your mind is the core? Who's on the season tickets in 3 years? That's here right now.
Yeah, because you thought it was going to be Torque. You thought Parker Meadows could be a part of that. You thought a lot of people could be a part of the core who are just not cutting it here. And I got two. That's it. That I gun to my head.
Skubal and Green.
That's it, man. And
David?
Green is only there because he's the best of the rest.
And he is their best baseball player. He goes through really long stretches where he's really, really bad, but he goes through stretches he's really good. David, what do you make of it? Is Rico on target? Is he being negative?
No, I think he's on target. That would be it. And just like you, I want Skubal traded so we can get more core players. So right now, Skubal and Green.
Because
that's the core.
If you trade Skubal, you expedite the process. You get more core players in here. And here's the thing, because a lot of people, well, how do you know they're all going to pan out? They probably won't. But if you bring in 4 players and 2 of them become a part of your core to go along with Green.
But why do people act like all their prospects are going to work out? And then they only say, well, if I make this trade, how do I know the players I'm getting are any good? Because your players aren't all going to hit. If I have to hear another caller or host on this station list off all these Tiger prospects as if this franchise has any ability to develop players over the last 40 years, guys, some of these guys aren't going to work. If you think Torque is going to be the last of your failed prospects, you're crazy.
But it makes no sense because on one hand, you're saying, well, the guys you trade for may not work out, but then the guys that you have currently are all going to work out? What?
That's where I'm at. And again, if you're telling me, look, Cole Keith has showed me enough, the power's going to be on the way, he's developing, I'm fine with that. I have no issue adding a couple of guys. You want to tell me a Reese Olson's a part of the core? Good with it. The point we're making here is, even if we assume the pitching is all set, who are the core players in your everyday lineup that are in this system or that are up here right now? Because that's the issue I take with what Harris is saying, is your everyday lineup is still filled with 5 spots of blech, and it's not young, and it's not developing. It's garbage.
That's when I think of core players, I think everyday lineup. I don't think pitching. I think the guys that, you know what, you got like these 4 or 5 fielders, and then you can put some rookies in there, or you could get a couple of veteran bats, and you have a team.
So if I say to you Riley Green and let's say Colt Keith, who else? See, that's the problem.
I'd say Texas.
Good for you, Scott. That's the problem with what he said to me. So my question is, if you can't come to the table in June of 24 and tell me 4, 5, 6 guys that make up the core of this baseball team, then how could you tell me things are going to change in the near future? Therefore, how can you make fun of people like me who simply say you bite the bullet and you trade Skubal? And we then have an identifiable core with an everyday player who's in the MLB right now and as many as 3 high-level prospects.
You expedite the process, and now you can go into the winter, and you can go pick up free agents, and you can spend money because you don't want to spend money until you get those players. It's like a chicken and an egg. Let's just make this happen. Let's bring in the players. Let's get the process started now. Because I don't want to have these same conversations a year from now.
No, I just wondered. You know, when he talked about the core, let's have a conversation about it. And again, if there's a player, look, all I'm telling you is I can't say sight unseen with exactly 0 MLB at bats, some of these prospects are a part of the core. Guys, you can't do that. I mean, the odds, Max Clark could be Juan Soto. He could be Manny Maniac. You don't know. So the lack of proven things that are here make me feel like this is, and I've been saying this now for a couple months, this is starting to feel like more of an Iser plan. This is going to be a long-form build.
10 years?
No, see, you are so negative. 248-539.
Just shoot the puck.
90s. Rico, tell him.
Specs at LTU. You know what? You hear what Mike and I do all the time. You're like, you know what? I want a career in radio. Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. Maybe you want to get into television. You're a graphic design artist. Look, Specs at LTU is an extension and bridge for the future of radio, TV, media, and broadcast professionals. It is very simple. You got to get started. And how do you do that? You just got to be curious. You go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU. Taught right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who have worked in the business, and with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you get the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
I'm actually sitting in the headquarters right now, David. Listen, America's favorite place to watch sports, it's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino right in Las Vegas. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 different levels. All you got to do is book your spot today. College football right around the corner. They fill up fast on football weekends. Book your spot at circalasvegas.com. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts, and let's get to the callers and see where everybody's at with it. Because if you take Scott Harris quotes on face value about developing the core before we spend, which I think that is a false argument. I think you can do both. You can run parallel path. You can tactically spend while developing your youth. I, in fact, would argue the more you spend on veteran bats, insulating your young players, the better chance they have to be nurtured, if you will, developed, incubated, whatever you call it. I think it is a silly argument to make. And I think it's running cover for an organization that doesn't want to spend.
Yeah, I agree. Because you could go out there and get that, even if it's just that your new version of Pudge Rodriguez, somebody who can unify this team and say, okay, guys, I'm going to lead this team. I'm going to help you young guys out. This is our goal. This is our future. And the team blossomed after they made that move, because all of a sudden then they became a serious baseball team instead of being a joke. Now you're saying, well, we're going to kind of bypass all the veterans. Right. We're just going to wait on these young guys. And the problem with I'm sorry, Mike, but the problem I have with that is you're just kicking the can further and further along, because waiting on the young guys doesn't give you a timeline. It doesn't say, you know what, 2 years, that's it, and then we're going to move forward. It could be 2, it could be 3. It's whenever they're ready. So you're kind of passing the buck and say, hey, don't blame me. I'm ready to spin, but it's these guys. They're showing you they're not quite the core that we need.
You know what's interesting? And I sent you this note, but David, I want to know what you think of this. So I read a blurb. And again, if it doesn't change your opinion or if you think it's irrelevant, that's fine. But what irked me was when Scott Harris said in his comments the other day to MLB Network, well, the Ilitches have always supported the Tigers and they're eager to spend. And I go, that's not true. It's just not. Mike Ilitch, the vast majority of basically the first half of him owning this team, they spent like the Expos. You don't believe me? Go look.
My whole life in the 90s as a kid, They didn't spend.
Oh, at a couple points in the 90s, David, they had the 3rd lowest payroll in the league. So then you talk about, well, Chris Ilitch is eager to spend. Really? The highest payroll's ever been is 18th, 23rd, 21st. But here's an interesting note. So the Tigers are 23rd in active payroll, right? So then there's another type of payroll, which is a more comprehensive one. It's called competitive balance payroll. So that takes into account player benefits and your minor league contracts, all of it, right? The Tigers in competitive balance payroll rank 27th in baseball. There's only 3 teams below them: the Orioles, the Rays, and the A's. I mean, don't bleep on my shoes and tell me it's raining. No one's asking for them to have a top 10 payroll. But my goodness.
You don't have to be bottom 5.
Organizationally, 27th. Active payroll, 23rd. And we're sitting here talking about, all right, we got to develop the core. If it's Olsen, if it's Skubal, if it's Green, take it a step further. Take the pitching, and let's just say the pitching's all set. It's done. Don't worry about the pitching. Who's in your everyday lineup core besides Riley Green?
And that's why it angered me, because there is no timetable. It's whenever we can develop these guys, and it does become a little bit of the Iser plan. Probably because you're looking at some guys who are in the minors right now, Mike. So to say 3-4 years from now, you may not like to hear that, but that may be what you're looking at, Tiger fans, is 3-4 years from now, that you have your core that you can say, we're going to move forward with these 5 positional players.
Let's go to the people. David, I'll catch up on Ticket Text momentarily. Mario's going to lead it off. Mario, how you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon, Mike and Rico. Mike, I want to, first of all, agree exactly with what you're saying regarding Skubal. I want to take this up 10,000 feet, if you guys will indulge me for a minute.
Sure.
Isn't this really, this whole conversation, we talk about Scott Harris, we talk about Steve Eisman, isn't this really an indictment of Chris Ilitch? And why does he have two radically different philosophies for running the two professional sports teams that he owns? For example, Steve Eisman went all in getting vets the past 2 years. We got close this year. We collapsed, unfortunately. Okay? The Tigers went completely the opposite. We're going with the youngsters. If, to your point, Mike, they had signed a couple of vets, and we could have, forgetting about winning the division, we could have won a wild card spot. This city would have thrown a parade.
Yep.
Think about that. I mean, isn't this really an indictment on Chris Ilitch?
All right, here's why I don't necessarily think it is. Look, you hire smart people and you want to let them be smart. You hired Scott Harris, who in his 1 year as GM of the Giants, he took over this team that had, and I mean this in a complimentary way, dirtbags, gym rats, tryhards. The Giants went out and mystically won like 105 games. Now, they got eliminated in the playoffs. But I think there's an element of this where it's this money ball, we're smarter than everyone, we're going to modernize your franchise, we're going to put three human beings together and it's going to equal a good third baseman. Look, Mario, I think part of it's on Chris because I don't know how active he is. Like, here, indulge me for a minute. So I grew up, and I know he was flawed, and he was a convicted felon too, but George Steinbrenner, look, Steinbrenner had a famous quote. You know, we put over 2 million people through the turnstiles every year, and do you know what I owe those people? The best ball players my money can buy. Mm-hmm. That's an attitude. But that's an owner that's engaged and active and passionately wants to win. Chris has to show you that.
So, Mike, to your point, Mr. Ilitch, when he first bought the Red Wings in 1982, I know you were probably only 3 years old back then. I mean, Mr. Ilitch, 3 years after buying the Red Wings, I don't know if you recall this, in 1985, he went all in. He signed a whole bunch of college NCAA players to play for the Red Wings and paid them a lot of money. Okay, he was roundly criticized. One of those players was the infamous Adam Oates, who's now in the Hall of Fame.
RPI graduate.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you do know your hockey. My point is, Mr. Ilitch back then went all out, he got roundly criticized, even from his fellow owners. You're upsetting our cost structure, blah, blah, blah. But you know what? He did something. He tried. And I don't think Chris Ilitch is trying.
No, and again, when your effective payroll as a franchise is 27th and your active payroll is 23rd, Mario, you have a right as a fan to say, at minimum, you're not trying as hard as you should be. Or outright saying you're not trying. Look, Cleveland and Kansas City are playing great baseball. All right. And I don't know if any free agent signing would have you 20 games over 500. It'd be dishonest of me to say that. But the idea that we're supposed to just be happy being a game under with a team that's wildly inconsistent, with a collection of young players that are either bad or non-functional.
Well, and you also got to think of how many games you just couldn't score. If you could have put together a couple of extra runs, you would be battling for the division, not just trying to tread water and stay at 500.
So my question remains, as we have these conversations following Scott Harris, and we have all that sound, and I'm sure it's podcasted from MLB Network, David, maybe bump back with one of his quotes if you'd be so kind. Does it change your perspective on the Skubal conversation? None of us, let me be very clear, none of us want to trade Tarek Skubal. But it's not about doing what you want to do, it's doing what maybe you need to do. Because what I'm not willing to do is wait anymore. This team is tied for the longest playoff drought in the sport. I'm tired. I'm tired for myself. I'm tired on your behalf. Like, baseball in Detroit should matter. And for a decade, it hasn't. And frankly, every year we are done by Memorial Day. If we get that far. And look, when you're 10 games out of first at this point in the season, you know what I don't want to hear about? The 1978 Yankees. Don't give me some anecdotal, Bobby Rosengraten Rookie of the Year stat. Let's deal in reality. The odds are you're not, what was it? Henry Rosengratin or whatever it was, Rookie of the Year. You remember when a kid's arm was made of like elastic and he threw like 150 miles an hour? The point I'm making is I'm done waiting. I'm tired. You guys are tired. So, well, if we're developing, then do we have to do this thing?
If you're tired, I would simply say buckle in because it's going to be a little bit longer. I'm at
there's a joke there, and I'm not going to do it. I was going to say, is that what you tell your dentist? 2-4. I'm sorry.
Just had a cleaning last week.
Roberts, and stop it. And that's not even me doing that. That's a pastor who hit that button. Nice job, Kirk Franklin. All right.
Shoot the puck.
Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more Trex than Northville. They do it because it's in stock. They can offer you the lowest pricing in the game, not only because it's in stock, but because they deal in volume. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields. That's how you can get an offer of $1.59 a foot. Bottom line, get that deck built. Look it's gorgeous out today. You could be enjoying some outdoor living space. Get with Northville Lumber. They will introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Tigers have won 4 of 5, but have dropped 4 straight on the road. They start a 4-game set at Boston tonight with Jack Flaherty on the mound. Here on 97.1, pregame coverage starting at 6:45. Former Michigan State football star Andre Rison has been named interim head coach at University Liggett in Grosse Pointe. Rison, a Flint native who played for the in the NFL for 16 seasons, was the high school's offensive coordinator last year.
Come on, you got to call him Bad Moon.
Or star of 30 for 30 broke. In the NBA playoffs tonight, Luka Doncic and the Mavs look to punch their tickets to the NBA Finals. Dallas dropped Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals to the T-Wolves, but no team in NBA history has ever overcome the 3-0 series deficit. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Rangers hosting the Panthers in a pivotal Game 5, with the Eastern Conference Finals tied at 2. We all know that stat. When a series is even after 4 games, the team that wins Game 5 wins the series 79% of the time. From the Core Well Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Fantastic. That's Scott Harris, courtesy MLB Network. David, some ticket text. I've just asked the question. Who is the core? If we just view the pitching as rock solid, because I believe in their process. I believe in Chris Fetter. And Avila, look, I thought Avila was a complete disaster, and I stand by it. But did he leave Scott Harris with some legitimate arms? He did. Now, has Scott Harris done a good job finding Lorenzen last year? Believing in Jack Flaherty when really nobody did. Yes, you're not going to get it all perfect. Okay, Maeda happened. But they have pitching. But who is the everyday core that we're waiting on? Because when I see guys like Baez and Verling and McKinstry and the catcher duet and Torkelson, none of these people are in the core. So if you can't really find a robust core, doesn't that reaffirm the position of a show like ours about Skubal? David, the ticket text.
Kerry Carpenter should be part of the core, but he doesn't get enough ABs.
Yeah, but hold on. When you do not play against lefties, I think he has 16 total at-bats this year. You are a part-time player. There is no such thing as a platoon player who's a part of your core. Now, I like Kerry Carpenter. You know, David, fun fact, Jesus was a carpenter. The point I'm making to you is you can't say, well, he's absolutely a part of our future. He doesn't play against lefties. What?
No, thanks for the fun fact.
Jesus, Carpenter, Carey? Coincidence?
They are screwed long term. Only way to save this organization is this. Pick either trading Skubal or turn into a top 6 to 9 payroll. You have to pick one.
I want to compliment Jim Costa for something. Lord knows I shouldn't. His ego's already out of control. But Jim had a great power stat, something we do on Cash the Ticket. Mockingly, of course. It's just fun. But every year, team that wins the World Series has a top 10 payroll. And like last year, of the top 10 payrolls, 8 of them made the playoffs. That ticket texter is onto something, and so's Cookies. Now, you don't have to do it that way. And people are going to scream, Orioles. Okay, but Orioles are just starting to get good. That payroll is going to skyrocket. They have new owners that are very intent on not being cheap. But the Orioles haven't won anything yet. Just factually speaking, instead of picking out the one way not to do something, how about we look at the 8 ways it's getting done?
As people talk about the Rays as well, but they've won nothing.
And they're toast. They're just
right now,
done.
yes.
But I'm making a point. If you don't want to have that payroll, then trading Skubal is absolutely what has to happen. I can't make them. And it'll make me sad to see him go, unless he ends up with the Yankees. The point I'm making is that is the way we can turn this quick. Rico, you've called it supercharging the rebuild.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. if anything, it's me paying a compliment to the organization that they have their pitching in order and they have a really good system.
Yeah, because if you do that next year at this time, you're talking about a competitive team, a team that's trying to go out and make the playoffs instead of, well, maybe if they can win 6 in a row and they can compete for the last wild card spot. No.
No, I mean, if how about this? If you want to change the conversation, right? You're a Tiger fan and you're upset. Next 6 weeks. Make Scott Harris a buyer at the deadline. But it's not, we took 3 of 4 from the Jays, who are garbage. Oh, no, split with the Pirates. No. Play 6 weeks of good ball. And then, go ahead, Scotty. I don't care where you're at. Make him a buyer. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey guys, you stole a little bit of my thunder with the signing veterans, and I know we've been talking about that since the season started. But my problem is, you got Spencer Torkelson. Spencer Torkelson, for all intents and purposes, to me right now is a rookie because he came out in the COVID year. So he missed a year of developmental at bats, and you got these guys like Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson, and we're talking about having a core, but you don't get anyone, not one guy, not one professional hitter that protects these guys in the lineup, that by the time we expect them to be developed, that they're where they should be. So I can't even trust them to develop the guys that they would have if we did.
No, Matt, I'm with you. And look, I would history have been different if Torque was given more time? I don't know. Would it be different had they had veterans around him? The bottom line is the path they chose, he's collateral damage. I mean, he's a negative WAR player who just outside of that 60-day stretch, he's been bad the other, 400 some odd games. And right now, he continues to drop in the order. He's getting the Baez treatment. Yeah, Matt, I'm with you. And Harris did not mention him as a part of the core. So that's a major step backwards. You drafted him 1-1.
Yeah. I didn't know if that was just an omission or was he trying to tell us something.
No, that was
because how sometimes when you get to talking about people, you just forget a name. And then you're like, oh, my God, did I mention so-and-so?
That was a chair drop.
Just sucks. It sucks.
It does. And I mean, Matt, look, I always just, I'm not mad if people want to hang on to Skubal. Great, then pay him. Call Boris, sign a landmark extension, void out the last 2 years of ARB, and get a 5, 6, 7 year deal done. Just show me. I think we're all clamoring for the Tigers to show us that they want this even a little bit as much as we do. Yeah. I think that's really what it boils down to.
We're looking for that move.
But when people vilify wanting more, that I cannot understand.
No, because everybody wants to see that one move where you're like, okay, I see what you're doing now. And instead, we just get, guys, be patient and just wait.
NBA playoffs are rolling along. $150 in bonus bets, any winning $5 wager. It's $150 to use on SGPs, live bets, futures, whatever you like. Hey, how about Luka, Kyrie, points, three-pointers, fun, all of it. It's whatever you want. FanDuel's got it. They got more ways to play than anybody. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Good for you. But we're talking baseball in a minute. Back to the football. David.
So we are less than 100 days till the Chiefs kick off the NFL season against the Ravens.
Away summer.
I'm not wishing it away.
God.
But let's talk about it for a quick second. So I want to go over a few odds here. One for MVP and one for the Super Bowl.
All right.
So I'm going to give you who leads the MVP race here. I think we already know this is an easy one. It's Patrick Mahomes. He's at plus 500 right now, leading the way for FanDuel odds to win the MVP. So we're going to go through the rest of the top 10 here. Who do you think is on the list?
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow is number 4 on that list. He is at plus 1,000.
Rico.
I would go with...
It's all quarterbacks.
I'm about to say Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts is right behind Joe Burrow at plus 1,400, tied with
Lamar
Jordan
Jackson.
Love and Lamar Jackson at plus 1,400.
All right, off the board. Maybe he's like 10th. CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud is not off the board. He is tied with Joe Burrow at plus 1,000.
Wow. Man,
so tied for third.
If he performs at that level this year, right, and that's the first 2 years of his career, does that go down as one of the greatest quarterback picks ever?
It does.
I mean, my God, you didn't have the number 1 pick. This dude from day one was Dan Marino. Just rolls into the league and kills everybody.
Yeah, and I think we'll put an end to the Wonderlic test or whatever that test is called. That, he only got a 7. Yeah, I've never heard about that since.
He had 2 great years. Is all we care about.
Right.
Go ahead, Brock Purdy. Get it out of the way.
He's probably not.
Brock Purdy is not there.
You
not in
hate
the top
to see.
10.
I wonder why. Oh, in the fine print, it says no rats.
Just a hater, man.
So we are
Jordan
missing.
Jordan Love's tied with Lamar.
Yeah, he's tied with Lamar. So we're missing number 2.
His boy. His boy.
Who's my boy?
The Cowboy.
Oh, Josh Allen? He ain't got no one to throw to.
That is number 2. He is
What?
plus 800.
May as well light your money on fire.
I agree.
He's throwing to Kenny Cott. They don't have any receiver. Right. Great route runner, Kenny.
Well, let's just keep rolling with this. His other boys, Daniel Jones.
No, Daniel Jones is a top 10.
He'd be the first guy to win the MVP in a neck brace. Who are we missing? Go ahead.
You got 8, 9, and 10 here. At number 8 is Justin Herbert at plus 1,600.
I just don't think Harbs is going to let him throw the ball. They want to run the football.
Tied with Dak Prescott there also at plus 1,600. So to close it out there is Tua plus 2,000.
Okay. Now, all right. See, that one is interesting just based on when they're right and they're healthy.
They put up a lot
They
of
play
yards and
video
points.
game football. And they just paid Waddle, by the way. What on earth?
Yeah, 3-year, 85.
Exactly. What on earth?
Woof. That dude gets hurt getting out of bed.
See, I do think that Tua could be your value pick if he stays healthy. Because, like you say, video game numbers.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's kind of how Lamar got it this year.
Here's
was
the other
looking at
thing.
the numbers.
Their defense stinks. It got gutted. They're going to have to score. It's not going to be a choice. Tua would have an opportunity to put up some serious numbers. What were his odds?
Plus 2,000.
I need more than that. But I don't mind him being 10th.
So before I get to the Super Bowl odds here, I do want to go over this one thing because CBS did this 100 things leading up into the NFL start of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing they listed here was contenders to beat the Chiefs. So I'm going to go through those real quick. You let me know if they can or not. Let's go with the Bengals. 1 through 5. 5 being yes.
Yes, 5.
Okay.
They've done it before.
Yes. Okay. Eagles.
No.
I'm going to say yes, because the Chiefs are not the same Chiefs team from 2 years ago when the Eagles played, and the Eagles battled them toe for toe.
I'm just worried Steichen and Gannon were the brains behind the operation.
And you know what? How about this? Let's meet in the middle. 3.
Ah, all right.
Ravens and Texans.
No. The one quarterback can't read a defense with 2 hands and a flashlight. Out.
The Ravens, no, because the game was in Baltimore.
Yep.
You had the weather. You had everything.
Yep.
They blew
and
it.
You couldn't get it done.
Because your quarterback can't read a defense.
The Texans.
Just too early for the Texans, maybe?
I think the moment may get too big where all of a sudden, asking CJ to go and win that game on the final drive, it's kind of like Jordan Love, where he just throws that pick in San Francisco like, buddy, you played a great game.
I'm all in. I'm getting a Nico Collins jersey. I told you Michigan never used him right.
And then,
Stud.
And then one NFC team, one AFC team left. NFC team, the Lions. AFC team, the Jets.
No to the Jets. By the way, did anybody see Aaron Rodgers walking around like my dead grandfather at practice?
I did.
What was that? They're working on the leg where he blew out his Achilles, and then he was walking around like Kenny after 17 beers.
Dude, I don't understand the fascination with him, but I guess they paid him the money, so they have to prop him up.
I can't wait. Opening night blows out his ulnar nerve or something.
So death not an option, Aaron Rodgers or Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones. Easy to get rid of. You're stuck with Aaron. Lions are a 5 out of 5. They can absolutely beat the Chiefs. We've seen it, and they're going to be even better this year. Lions are 5 out of 5 for me.
I go Lions at 3.
Because you are.
No. Let's be real. That wasn't the full complement of Chiefs.
I know. And it wasn't the full Lions either.
They were. They were all there.
No, Vildor was hurt. Say that with a straight face.
All right, and let's go through these top 10 Super Bowl odds.
All right.
Starting at 10, Green Bay
Wait.
Packers.
So the Niners didn't make the list?
For teams that could beat the
Chiefs?
No, they did not.
Wow.
That was not on their list. Huh. But
I hate to see it.
The Packers here at 10 at plus 1,900. Texans plus 1,600. Cowboys plus 1,500.
When are we going to stop with the Cowboys?
Thank you.
No. Because the Cowboys is how Vegas makes money.
Yeah, they're the Michigan of the deal.
They're the Notre Dame. Well, Michigan actually won, so Vegas had to pay out. But they're
After
Michigan,
30 years of
right,
not, I
they're
think
Notre
Vegas is
Dame.
okay.
It's like, okay, bet Notre Dame.
Yeah,
they're not going to win.
Fair. All right, fair.
Eagles at plus 1,400.
I don't like that one at all.
Then you have 3 teams at plus 1,300. That'd be the Bengals, the Bills, and the Lions.
Lions, best bet.
The Ravens at plus 950. Go ahead and laugh. Go ahead and laugh.
How?
Lamar Jackson.
Exactly why they can't win it.
And what? King Henry.
Yeah, sure. And then your top 2 odds to
Well,
win
now
the Super
Lamar
Bowl.
doesn't have to do all the running.
It's not the running. The passing's his problem.
Top 2 odds to win the Super Bowl. You have the Chiefs at plus 600 at 2. And then since you cried earlier about them not being there, it's the 49ers at plus 550, Rico.
Philip! Oh, Rico's back, starring in season 30 of The Crown. Go ahead, the coronation. Another year of the Niners, winning everything except the Super Bowl.
Or winning nothing. And that is in football today.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Tigers have a chance to be above 500 on June 1st for the first time in 9 years. To do that, though, they'll have to win their last 2 games of May, starting tonight. Detroit opening a 4-game set at Boston with Jack Flaherty throwing. Here on the ticket. Our coverage starts at 6:45. Former Lions D tackle Isaiah Buggs faces 2 misdemeanor charges for alleged animal cruelty. Alabama authorities allege Buggs left 2 dogs caged without food and water for 10 days on the back porch of a home he was renting. Police say both dogs were extremely malnourished. One had to be euthanized as a result. Buggs, now with the Chiefs, denies those allegations. And the former WWE employee suing the company's founder and former chairman, Vince McMahon, for sex abuse and trafficking has agreed to pause her case while the feds investigate. Kenny Cott has set the over-under for McMahon's return to the WWE at 10.5 months. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Four o'clock, great to have you. Odyssey.com rewind. If you missed anything, we're going to knock out the last couple of Tiger calls, get some ticket texts, and turn our attention. We got a lot of stuff to cover today. I will get to these phone calls in a moment. David, ticket text, though. What do you got?
The core for me is Skubal, Olsen, and Keith only because they paid him.
Oh. But what about Riley Green? Now, I admit, obviously, Riley's been, call it what it is, been terrible the last 20 some odd games. But overall, I'm still comfortable with, okay, Riley's a part of this down the line. But it is not some robust core. And if we're waiting on development of a core before we begin adding pieces, I don't know what to tell you. By the way, Cody Bellinger had another home run today. David, go ahead.
Skubal, Green, and Reese Olsen as an unquestioned core. I do think Perez could be part of the core soon. Kerry Carpenter, I can see him here in 3 years. Eric in Detroit. Why can't Verling be here? It's his 4th year here. He's only 27.
Is that a serious question?
That is a serious question from a texter, yes.
Okay.
I think you just answered your own question.
Like, Matt Verling.
Matt Verling, exactly.
We're going to war with Matt Verling. We're having a parade down Woodward with Matt Verling. Okay.
I understand when Scott Harris says we're not there yet. So he should understand when we, quote unquote, are not at the ballpark. I live 20 minutes from Toledo. It's much easier to get to a Mud Hens game, not going to Comerica to pay for major league prices for minor league products.
Let me ask a question, because Beanie said something in the update. This isn't, I'm not attacking Beanie in any way. I'm saying I laugh as if this is an accomplishment. That if the Tigers win tonight and win tomorrow, they could be over 500 on June 1st for the first time in 9 years. How is that an accomplishment? Mind you, if they were 7 games over, it's a different conversation. So beg and plead and steal and hope we're a singular game over 500. Like, what? Is that really the bar in this town?
It's the bar right now, Mike. It's the bar when you, at this point of the season, you're so far below 500. Let's face it, your season's over. That you're already looking forward to football season.
They're 10 games out of first.
No. But you still.
Oh, you're talking just record-wise?
Record-wise.
Okay.
That you're like, okay. Because if you're at 500, you're a 5-game winning streak away from all of a sudden people saying, we may be able to do this.
Which is why I've said to you, 6 weeks. Play 6 weeks of good ball, and we can change the conversation into being buyers at the deadline and going for a wild card. But you got to play good ball.
But, I mean, just think about it. The people felt good. The City Connect jerseys that they were wearing, and they went on, the 4-game winning streak. And it was like, okay.
After a month of bad baseball, you think I'm going to dignify a 4-game win streak against 2 last place teams?
When you're at 500 and it's June and it's someplace you have not been, it's called a step. And they've taken a step. Now, is it a great step? No, but it beats saying you're already 10 games under 500 and you're at June 1st.
Fascinating. Let's go to Mike Chesterfield, 97.1. What's up, Mikey?
Hey, guys. It's a pleasure to talk to you. Real quick about the Tigers. I think Green is definitely one of the core players. And I think Skubal could be. But if you're not going to invest in this team, then why are we keeping him around? I mean, I saw the whole thing with Mike Fulmer when he was an ace, and you could have got something for him. And what do? We held on to him, and now it was worthless. So, it's just ridiculous that what we're doing here. We're spinning our wheels. And I think David mentioned, I don't want to go back to the 90s Tigers when you bring in the ghost of Vince Coleman as your big acquisition. Like, forget that. You know what? If they don't want to invest, then I'm not going to invest my time. I got my kids and we're going to the June 9th game. After, I'm going to buy pizza on the way, and it's not going to be Little Caesars because I'm not going to give them any more of my money if they're not going to invest in this team.
Yeah, and look, I don't have anything. Mike, I could never argue with you, man. Look, they're 23rd payroll, 27th organizationally. They got to start showing people they want it. They got to start showing people they care because
people will support the team. I mean, 100%. We have 3 million people. 3 million people come through the turnstiles when they were actually investing in this team.
Yeah,
you're going to make your money. What are you waiting for?
The reality is,
we got the pitching staff. We could do something.
I understand the foibles of guys like Jerry Jones or a guy like what I grew up with George Steinbrenner. I know that, but I'd much rather have that type of owner than what I'm currently saddled with, because at least I know they burn to win. Steinbrenner did a lot of stupid stuff, but the one thing you could always guarantee, I owe these people the best ball players my money can buy. That's what I want from an owner. And the idea that we're in a limitless timeline, limitless runway, I get scared by that. Now, if the team can empower Scott Harris to be in a position to be aggressive at the trade deadline, we can change the conversation. So take the next 6 weeks and play good baseball. Don't waste my time calling me if they win 3 in a row, because you guys are nowhere to be found when I go 6-14 over the next 20.
No, because I would love to even hear, you know what, in 3 years we're going to be a playoff team. You know what that just did? You set the clock, and you've given yourself a goal that if you don't make it, now everybody can come after you. But it gives you fire. It gives you an ability to drive to achieve something, and that's what I wanted to hear, rather than, well, whenever these guys are ready. I would have preferred, guys, give me 3 years. This is going to be a playoff team. Okay, you're on the clock. Let's see what you can do. Start making moves. Start doing things to get there. But
the problem is, realistically, when Skubal pitches, you're going to win. But if he doesn't pitch, you're a bad baseball team. Now again, Reese Olson, it's not his fault.
And when Olson pitches,
I know.
You're going to lose.
But I'm just making a point. Like, I feel bad for him, man.
I do too.
I know wins are a dumb stat for pitchers, but geez, the kid wants 1 or 12.
I mean, the last game he was probably like, "Wait, we won? Are you serious? Somebody quickly,
right? Pitch me.
Come on, hit me with the Gatorade."
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing?
Mike.
Yeah.
There he is. Hi, Mike. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Excellent.
Yeah. So I got to agree with everything you guys been talking about in terms of Illich and Scott Harris. Everyone's beat that to death, but there's been something that's been bothering me for the last 4 years under Hinch. All these players, a lot of talented players who were drafted really high, come up here and suddenly they, degenerate or something. Green, Torkelson, Meadows. They just start to get worse, okay? And the guys we trade away, Isaac Paredes, even Castro, are starting to hit for the teams we trade them to. And, you made the point earlier about Federer and what an excellent job he's done in their whole Tiger system and developing pitchers. I don't think they have a clue how to develop hitters. It's becoming obvious.
They don't. No, you're
That's
not.
all I had to say.
No, and you're not wrong. And look, the Paredes deal is going to be one of the worst deals, that Avila made. I mean, call it what it is. I mean, Paredes basically has a 900 OPS this year. For his career, he's in the mid 800s. Now, again, is he perfect? No. But I guarantee you, if we pull up the numbers, he's probably a 2.5 WAR player. It was a bad move. You traded with an organization that's way better at developing players than you are.
And the best player on this team.
You paid the price. Yeah. He actually, I'm pulling it up right now. Yeah. He's a 2 WAR player, 9 homers. He's hitting 300. Not that the batting average is the most important thing. The more relevant stuff, damn near 400 OBP and an 881 OPS and OPS plus a 155. Yeah, he'd be your best player. Straight up. Fun. All right.
But are you in the headquarters?
I'll do it. Thanks, Scott.
All right.
Are there any good baseball players with you? We'd like some of those. Rico, tell them all about it.
Everybody's house is different there, but you know what? They're all the same in one way. We've all got those places where the Wi-Fi just will not go. For you, maybe it's the attic. Maybe it's a bedroom. For others, it's in their basement. Well, if you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you would worry less about these dead spots. Finally, with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you get fast speeds throughout your home, reliable connections in every room, and enough power for all your devices, even when everybody is online at the same time. That is wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only from Xfinity. That's and now through June 21st, get started with a 300 megabit internet for just $35 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract and get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Switch today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Companies are out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Look, nothing's free. All right, you want a fair deal, a square deal. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They have you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft is your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. And they'll beat any price. Now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. You save yourself up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. And quick. That's not nice, David. David, that is not nice. And inadvertently, I'll add to the not nice for our last caller. Tampa's playing right now. Isak Prade's just hit another home run. So that one's for Rieger.
I'm efforting to put that one in.
No, you're not, because we are efforting to talk about something different. So let's do this, okay? Let's check in on Scott. I'm actually sitting in the world headquarters right now. Good for you. So listen, I have a question. Allegedly, the Detroit Pistons hired their new president of basketball. Except there's been no press release, no press conference, no weird Zoom meeting with Tom Gores and his holiday decorations. And once again, it's May 30th, and Troy Weaver still draws a paycheck. I understand, per David, that Trajan Langdon has changed his social media.
Yes, this is president of B-ball ops at Detroit Pistons.
You're sure that that's Trajan Langdon? That's not some like burner account.
No, this is him.
Okay. So here's my question. Look, when or if or how they announce this officially. My question is, if let me rephrase this. Is the only way for us to truly trust Trajan Langdon, isn't it he has to fire both Troy Weaver and Monty Williams? He has to walk in, Ari Gold, paintball gun, yelling Barb, and just firing people left and right. That if Troy Weaver survived, or if Weaver was reassigned, or if Weaver's gone but Monty stays, Monty looked like a man who did not want to be here last year.
So they get to Dwayne Casey, just get removed somewhere.
I'd worry about that. See, what I think the 5 Flint Tropic fans that are left in this town, I think they just want to see someone come in and we can trust they're not an Arn bot. They're not limited.
Think for themselves.
And they have a vision, and they are coming in to F stuff up. And it's going to start with we're rooting out the cancer. This organization is awful top down. Therefore, you're all out of a job. See, if he doesn't do that, right, wrong, or otherwise, I'm being honest with my listeners, I'm not going to be able to buy into him. Is that unfair?
No, it's not
unfair. Or
unfair.
am I speaking for the people?
No, it's not unfair. I think you are. For those Piston fans who are still out there who want to see a winner, that says, okay, we're going to do things differently, because if you bring back either one of those guys, or heaven forbid, both, what changed?
Impossible.
What changed? What's different this year than last year? Except for now there's a new person collecting a check. That's it. So, yes, if you want to gain credibility, you want to get the street cred from the people, you have to come in here and you have to get rid of both.
So what do you make about them not announcing this?
I'm wondering, I think this may be a good thing, and this is just purely my own speculation,
Yeah,
Mike.
no, I asked your opinion.
No.
You're not on the record here.
Well, people take I'm thinking maybe they're working on some buyouts. They're working on some numbers for the 2 people we're hoping they get rid of. Let's come up with a number so we just have one big press conference. We're moving in a totally different direction. So rather than we're bringing in Trajan Langdon and then the next day, okay, we fired this. Let's not make Trajan the bad guy. Let's just do this all at once, and it looks like we're just turning the page.
Can I offer you the other thing I would need? And again, whether it's fair or unfair, right or wrong, I'm telling you how I feel. You know I've been on this Arn Tellem thing for years, and I have a major problem with it. Trajan Langdon, when he was a player, repped by Arn Tellem. If they go into this draft now, and they draft this Bazelis kid, you know who his agent is? Michael Tellem. See, this has got to stop. This is not how an organization is run. So my thing is, I can find a way to believe in Trajan Langdon as long as his ideas fly counterculture to how the Pistons have been doing business, where factually speaking, what have they brought in? 11 former or current family Tellem clients? It has to stop.
Yeah. Because here's the sad reality. Even if this draft pick could be the best player for the Pistons, the optics look like, well, you just took another Tellem person. Instead of, well, no, actually, he's the best guy that's out there and available for us.
In a lot of ways, right? Like I don't want Miles Bridges here. Miles Bridges is human garbage.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we know the reasons why. And then he violated the protective order, so you really lost me. But if Trajan Langdon was willing to get up to a podium and defend his decision to sign or trade for and acquire a guy like Miles Bridges, while I don't want the player here, I would respect and I would be able to say, he's his own man.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get up there. He's going to take the criticism. He's going to take the PR nightmare.
Knowing.
But at least I could respect him. See, Rico, I'm just very nervous. Everything with the Pistons is like shrouded in mystery. Remember when Troy wrote a love letter to fans last summer?
Oh, yeah, I do remember.
Who does that? Then he disappeared, and the next time we saw him, he was threatening to kick some fan's ass.
Yeah. Or was it Gores that snuck in during the Christmas holiday and had the secret meeting with select media members?
Cue up the Tim Robinson gif. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Like, really? Did he? Did he?
Because it was funny because
Are you sure about that?
Because it was somebody who was like, hey, man, I want to let you know that he was in town. I was like, okay. Yeah. I was like, you like, sure he was, because we would have heard about it. But then we were like, wait, he actually was in town.
Yeah, he came to town to talk to Monty about the rotations and aced out in the middle of the night like the Baltimore Colts. I have a problem with
Didn't even make it to the game that night.
Oh, he was in a bunker suite. How dare you? The point is, I want to know what you would need from Trajan Langdon if and when he's ever officially announced as the Pistons' president of basketball operations. What would you need to fully buy in? What would he have to do for you to go, okay, I hate what this franchise has done to me. And Lord knows I still don't like the way they're run, but I'm going to give this guy a real chance. For me, it is a really big push broom with Troy and Monty's head tumbling into the garbage. He's got to walk in and just start over.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no bigger power move in my world than calling Tom Gores and going, hey, Slick, I need $76 million. Click. Why? I just fired your coach.
Yeah.
Like, I want to know that the guy coming in is doing it on his terms.
And you don't want to see it, well, give me a year, because what can you see in a year that you don't see right now?
No, and I'm sensitive to it because that's what the Tigers put us through with Scott Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's assessing what he has. And I'm like, that's not how any of this works.
Right.
Every GM, every president of baseball ops, do you understand the data that exists in MLB? Do you understand you have a read on every player and a grade given to every player on every team in every division? I don't want to hear that.
Right.
We're sensitive to waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Trajan's got to hit the ground running and have a bold offseason. And it would start with none of these guys are here.
Right.
So I just wonder, what would it take for the people? 248-539-9797. And if you think I am being unfair, tell me why. Because if I'm Trajan Langdon and I'm working underneath David Griffin in New Orleans, and I understand there's only so many GM jobs, there's only so many president jobs. I'm not taking over as the head lifeboat engineer on the Titanic unless I know I have the ability to fix it.
Brother, you're already at rock bottom, so there is no apple cart to upset. Okay? You won 14 games. So there's no like, well, they were building nothing. There was nothing there. Just treat it like some little kids' Lego and just knock them all off the table.
That would be the other thing. Let's say you're not as hung up on Monty and Troy as I am. It would have to be a major trade. It would just have to be something seismic. that changes how we feel about this organization. It changes our belief structure and what they're putting around Cade. Like, in many ways, the Scott Harris thing and the Trajan thing are the same. I want to see these gentlemen declare who they are. Show me a move that we get to grade.
Right.
No more hiding in the shadows. No more endless timelines like Trajan. That's the importance of getting at that podium.
Yeah.
Look, in NBA circles, you talk to people, cover the league. I talk to people. The Pistons are viewed as the Flint Tropics. They are viewed as an absolute clown car. They are. You have a messaging problem. You have an optics problem. I think it's vital that Trajan Langdon get up there, and unlike the last guy, speak in complete sentences, share a vision, speak with passion,
confidence,
and confidence, and show me, all right.
And you have a plan. This is what we're going to do. And it's okay, because here's the thing. Not all plans work out. And it's okay if you look bad, but at least you come in there and you're prepared. I think that it'll take this amount of time. Give me this time and we can do it. You come in there and you're doing like Scott Harris. Hey, whenever
you want it,
go for it.
Great. Are you wearing a toga too? Who cares?
Trajan, I'm actually Tom Gore's pool
I'm actually
right
sitting
now.
Poolside with Tommy G at the estate. Nobody asked.
Looking good, Tommy. Feeling good, Trajan.
Turn those machines back on. 248-539-9797. Love to hear from you about it. Being number one, not easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. Serta's got it. They got the experience, 111 years of it to be exact, making the best mattresses, and they're made right here in the state of Michigan. Right now, as the Memorial Day sale rolls on, you save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. When asked today why he turned down an NFL head coaching job to remain Lions OC, Ben Johnson wondered aloud whether even 3 of the 8 new coaches hired this offseason will still have those jobs in 3 years. Elsewhere, Pro Football Focus has ranked the Lions roster 3rd best in the NFC, behind 2nd best Philly and top-rated San Francisco. And it's a 6-game road trip for the Tigers. First stop, Boston, with the first of 4 at Fenway tonight. Hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:45. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. More at 5 or at 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Okay, we'll get some ticket texts. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind, little Tiger talk earlier. Let's go to the phones, though, right now. We'll get the text momentarily. Charles is up next, 97.1. Hi, Charles. How you doing?
Yo, I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Good. What's up?
So, man, I was just hearing what you guys were saying about the Pistons front office, and, man, I was just thinking, I was thinking back when we hired Weaver, and everyone was like, oh, so excited, brand new face of the franchise. And I'm just thinking, we know nothing about this guy. And a few years later, man, that really, really bit us in the butt, didn't it? So I'm just saying I think Monty can be a decent coach. I think if we get the right people around him, because we can't deny, he had some decent success in Phoenix. He did, made it to the finals. But I don't know. I don't see the vision happening with Weaver. I think that, I'm so sorry. Remind me of this new guy's name that we
Trajan Langdon. Yeah. What would he have to do for you to be re-energized as a fan?
Make the right draft pick. And I remember you guys saying that he was associated with this one agency. That isn't associated with that agency, and that can actually make a difference in this city, please.
And I was
going to say,
Charles, here's the thing. If you're going to bring back Monty, then you got to build a team that around Monty's type of offense that he had in Phoenix. And that's not what the Pistons are. You got to blow the whole thing up and start all over.
I'm game to do that. I would not be upset to see that happen, because what has this roster done?
Yeah, no.
Let's be real.
I think it's keep Cade, get rid of everything else, or keep everything else and get rid of Cade.
Because it's all about shooting threes with him. And when they took Arthur Thompson, I was like, okay, I don't know what you're trying to do here, because this man doesn't shoot threes.
Obviously, we reserve a right to change our opinion. We've got less than a month to the draft. I will tell you right now, I'd be more reassured if Trajan Langdon wasn't selecting at all. I don't need another 19-year-old, not ready to play project.
No.
I don't need it.
No, and it looks like, according to the mock drafts, the guy that I like has now moved up to the number 3 spot, Alden Connect.
You love him.
Mike, you know what? He scores. And that's what you need on this team, is somebody who can just get buckets.
All right, and I'm being just totally legitimate with you. My fear with him is a lack of pedigree, meaning was not highly recruited, went to the Colorado School of Mining and Gemstones or whatever.
Right.
He goes to Tennessee and has a nice year, really good year. But I fear that you could say the same thing about Dame Lillard. Wasn't highly recruited, went to Weber State.
Late bloomer.
But I get scared. But you're not wrong, because the on-court,
right?
At least I see you can play the sport versus Cody Williams at Colorado. The guy's a bench warmer.
Right. I don't have to sit and have him play for the Crews for a couple of years before he's ready.
Fair.
I can insert him in this lineup, and you know what? Probably next year when they come out with the Rookie of the Years, he's first team, and that means you've actually accomplished something instead of also receiving votes.
Give me any team.
Say what?
Any team.
But
if he's third team, I don't care. We had nothing.
Azor was honorable participation or whatever it was.
Here's your juice box and your orange slices. But no, he gets buckets, man. I just assume he's a late bloomer. But watching him, whether he's guarded, whether he's by himself, he just drains baskets. It's like this is what this team needs. And I don't care if that's what you got Cade for. Is it? Because you got 14 wins last year.
Go to Tom.
Nobody's job is safe.
97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good. What's up?
So, drain the front office, get rid of Troy and Armtall. I'm totally on board with that. I say you get rid of Monty. I don't like what he did with the rotations with Killian. Never get over that. I think he's got to go. I don't think he's a winner. I think he got lucky in Phoenix. And then to me, you roll with Cade or you're rolling with Ivy. Other one, big trade time. I've heard rumors about Brandon Ingram. I don't know what I think about that, but I think you got to make some really impressive moves. But like I said, I agree with you guys. It starts with that front office.
Yeah, and again, I mean, you can't get rid of the vice chairman of the deal. I mean, that's a Goris move. But yeah, look, I want to see this guy's got power. I want to see that he's going to be allowed to do things that make you have a double take about the Pistons. And you go, wow, he needs to be able to walk in and blow this thing up. Mm-hmm. But the fact that they have not introduced him, we're over a week since the report, yet in a bizarre turn, he's changed his social media. That's just not how things work in today's day and age. You hire a new president of basketball operations after a historically bad season. Don't you put him up there on stage and we get to hear and see and listen to the and again, maybe Rico's right. Maybe we're tying up loose ends. Maybe we got to buy some more shovel and lime. Okay, whatever, Rico.
Yeah, buyout. Yeah, how much you want in this buyout? Okay, well, we're just going to have one big press conference.
Here's the buyout. You're fired. Yeah. Go to Sheldon, and then we'll move on. Sheldon, go ahead. You get the last word on it.
I was going to say, I want to hear that Trajan had vetoed Weaver or, on a stupid trade or something like that. I want to hear that, hopefully we can pull Jackson. I forgot his name, the first from Memphis, the big man with some draft picks or something, or even Laurie Marketing. They looking for a big man that can shoot threes. We need to get an offense that'll help Monty Williams. I really don't want Monty Williams. I want some veterans in there if we keep Monty Williams. I definitely don't want to trade Cade, but I want to see the trade in Landon is his own man and he has his own power and is not the coach making Killian and, Killian mistakes. And I don't want Weaver doing any more trades.
100%. Look, if Weaver is not completely unemployed by this organization, then we're off on the worst foot possible. I could work my way around Monty. I still believe there's a good coach in there, but clearly it was a disaster last year. Mm-hmm. But if he doesn't fire Troy Weaver, how could I possibly trust him? It'd be the equivalent of the new GM reassigning Matt Millen. You can't. Yeah. But the silence doesn't work for me either. Like, the team hasn't even announced it. It's bizarre to me. He changes his social media before the team letterhead comes out. It's been a week, Rico.
It has, but I guess for the Pistons, what else can you do wrong? Because you've done everything else. What's one more thing?
He's so uplifting today. I mean, it's 70 and sunny. It's gorgeous
Kenny,
out.
Shoot the puck.
Right. All right, Ideal You, the John Jansen weight loss fiesta. You could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. It's Ideal You. It's simple. John lost 63 pounds. He's kept it off. You sign up right now. You get a $200 Visa gift card. Book your free consultation right now and do it with idealu.us. They'll get you on the same program John was on. You'll get the support you need, the coaching, the insight and advice, and hopefully put you on a pathway to success. Bottom line, you sign up now, you get a $200 Visa gift card. Book that free consultation right now at idealu.us. That's idealu.us.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Why did Ben Johnson pass on the Commanders' head coaching job to stay offensive coordinator in Detroit? Because he didn't think there was much chance for success in Washington, which he made clear today is his top priority. Tigers are in Boston, starting a 6-game road trip with the first of 4 at Fenway tonight. Matt Verling will try to stay hot for Detroit. He's hitting .371 with 4 homers and 13 RBI over his last 10. At the opposite end of the batting spectrum, Spencer Torkelson, who's mired in a 1-for-29 slump. Here, Tigers and Bo Sox here on 97.1. Our coverage starts at 6:45. And just announced, Michigan State's season-opening Friday night football tradition continues. Spartans opener versus Florida Atlantic has officially been moved to Friday, August 30th at 7 p.m. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Absolutely terrifying. Still to this day. Couple notes. If you missed Tiger Talk, you want to hear it, Odyssey.com rewind. We'll also have Kenny Cott coming up at 5:15 on the Trump verdict. And I'll let you guys do what you want. Yeah, Kenny is so uncomfortable. It's news.
Kenny was glued to the TV out there.
It's news. But I wanted to bring up.
Hold on. I have something for you, Mike. We were talking about when are they going to announce Trajan Langdon as in his new position with the Pistons. Apparently, at that Mackinac thing that they have.
It's called the Mackinac wine mixer or whatever the hell it is. Go ahead.
Tuesday night, Arn Tellem got up and announced to about 300 people that, hey, the Pistons have hired Trajan Langdon. So,
God, more Arn. Oh, my God. Why? Oh, you know what?
No official release, but apparently
they should just change the website. Arn Tellem owns the team. Honestly, just change it all. Why don't we have City Connect jerseys with Arn's face on the shorts? Because that's basically where it is. Thank you for that. Also of note, another sign Rico has ruined college football. 25% of Michigan State's games are now on Friday night.
You wanted this Friday night.
This was
the Friday night you wanted.
It's for the people. It's Labor Day weekend. I want them to enjoy their last foray up north.
So I made sure you got this one.
Well, now 3 of the games are Friday nights, and that's not college football.
Well, the other one is late in the year, and you weren't going to go to Spartan Stadium anyway. It was going to be too cold. It's going to be down here in Detroit.
I don't want to watch football on Friday night.
Then on the remote, there's this little button.
No, there's not.
OFF.
No.
Punch that.
No.
And you don't have to watch it.
No. This is a hostage situation.
It's not hostage.
You have to watch.
No, you don't. What are you watching for? To hate watch? To spite watch?
Yeah, spite.
Then
largely.
that's on you.
Well,
that's on you.
What if we have to discuss them on the show?
Then every highlight that you need to see, you can find.
There won't be many.
Okay,
all right.
So don't watch.
So I want to uplift.
Take the wife to a movie.
I'm not gonna. I hate movies. I don't want to be the deflator like this guy. Let's inflate the vibes because I think what was in the update there is super interesting about Ben Johnson. Can you play the audio one more time? So Ben Johnson was asked about all these head coach openings, and there were 8 new coaches hired. He didn't take a single job, and he came back here, and he's your offensive coordinator again. Listen to his answer as to why. God, is that refreshing? Is that not the most honest here? The only thing that has more honesty to it than what Ben Johnson just said is Jorge Lopez last night in the Mets clubhouse. I'm on the worst effing team in baseball. Cutscene. DFA'd.
What do you want me to say? I'm on the worst.
I loved it. I'm like, why can't one of the Tigers say that? But so look, the Ben Johnson thing is honest. My family's happy here. I'm happy here. And I'm not going to pull a Dave Canales and take the Carolina job and be fired in 18 months. I'm not doing it.
But see, here's the thing. It leads me to believe that maybe he is just happy being an offensive coordinator. His offense is rolling. The team is winning. It's job security. Why am I trying to leave? Because let's face it, most jobs that you're going to take, the coaches were fired because the teams were bad. So you're in this total rebuild mode. You're going to need a quarterback. You're going to have to start all over again.
I'll raise the stakes. If he's here for 3 years, you're winning a Super Bowl. That's how much confidence I have because continuity does not exist in this league. And if you look, we talked about the Eagles losing Jonathan Gannon, losing Shane Steichen. If Ben Johnson is here for 3 years, the Lions are winning a Super Bowl because the relationship he has with Jared Goff, the way he runs this offense, the relationship with these players, and the latitude that Dan Campbell gives him to become Dan Campbell and use fourth down. Rico, I'm telling you, they'll win a Super Bowl if this guy is actually Bud Foster or Dick LeBeau or pick long-term assistant who never wanted the whole deal.
And because here's the thing. When you become the head coach, now you're in the defensive meetings and you're in the special team meetings. I don't think he cares. And some coaches, it was almost to a different reason, but like Chip Kelly just gave up being a coach. How about I just be a coordinator? Just let me run football plays and do football things, and I don't care about anything else. When he turned down the last job, that's what I believe. I was like, I don't think he wants a head coaching job, and it's not a slight on him. As he said, I'm happy. The Lions are paying me a ton of money. What else do I need? And we're winning. Goff just signed for a long-term deal. As you said, he sticks with Goff. We're going to keep this thing rolling. I got Amon-Ra. I got a young set of guys, whether it's Gibbs, whether it's Laporta, I got J-Mo, I got all of these pieces in place. Why do I want to leave to coach a team that's off? Because we were looking at who's going to be next. Why would you want to go coach the Cowboys? Nobody would want to coach the Cowboys.
No, and again, I think it's another thing of how far the Lions have come. You have somebody saying how much they love it here, and he knows. He knows deep down his best shot to win a Super Bowl was staying right here versus trying to elevate a failing program. And look, I'm going to take him at his word. If that's really how he feels, Rico, there's an opportunity. Maybe it's not the last year for him. Maybe he's here for a little bit more of Goff's contract. Because if the right job doesn't open up, to your point, do I want to deal with a Jerry Jones? Let's say the Giants job opens up next year. The Giants are a horrible job. Horrible job. And Ben Johnson's name will be on it because the Giants will be taking a QB and they'll offer him a ton of money. And you know what Ben Johnson's going to say? No, thank you.
Now, unless there's this one, that QB, you're like, you know what? Yeah, he's going to be the real deal. And we have the number one pick. Absolutely. But other than that, no, I think Aaron Glenn wants a head coaching job. I don't see this for Ben Johnson. He is happy because he was for 2 years in a row. He could have had any job he wanted, and we were all shocked, especially that first year. Wait, he turned it down?
Yeah.
And then last year was okay, but he's leaving. No.
So then I will argue any year that you bring him back, that's the biggest acquisition of your offseason. I don't care who you sign. I don't care who you trade for, and I don't care who you draft. Keeping your continuity, specifically on your offensive staff, that's the most important thing because Jared Goff and Ben Johnson helped Jared Goff, and Jared Goff helped Ben Johnson, turned his career around to where as long as those two are working together, Rico, you can pencil the Lions into being a threat to win it all.
Everybody else is either under contract or young, and they're still under their rookie deals. So, yeah, he's got all the pieces in place. Why would I want to leave and go coach a team that was only won 4 wins last year when I can ride this thing out? Now, maybe, just maybe, if the Lions win the Super Bowl, he takes off because he's reached the goal. But then I think at that point, he just may want to try to run it back and say, let me win it again.
I want to ask Lion fans, are we making too much of it, not enough of it, or you're riding with us on this? I think that is really meaningful stuff. Now, again, a year from now, you win the Super Bowl, you scratch the itch, you're not going to care if the guy stays or leaves. I think we all understand if the Detroit Football Lions ever won a Super Bowl, nothing that happens afterwards, unless it's the meteor taking out our planet, we don't care. Mission accomplished.
Mike,
it wouldn't matter.
Let me stop you. You made it all the way to the NFC Championship game. And right now in this city, I don't think anybody cares about what happens because you're like, wait, we were one of the best teams. We were one of the Final Four teams. And this year, people are already picking us to be one of the best teams again. So imagine, if they won the Super Bowl, they wouldn't care.
So my whole thing is if Ben Johnson is here for the near term, if this isn't the last year he's here, I think it's an incredible benefit to the organization. And look, I only realize stuff like this now is like when very rarely in sports are people honest. It's part of the reason why interviews are a complete waste of time. They're not honest. Like Ben Johnson was being honest there. And in a far different way than Jorge Lopez was last night. But honesty is rare. It's just that's why I think it's so striking when you hear it. You don't hear coaches talk like Ben Johnson. And that's somebody who's very comfortable in who they are. My family's happy. I'm happy. We got it really good here. And sure, I could leave, get a raise. I'll be fired in 18 months, 2 years max. Right. And what was the point of it all? Versus,
I got everybody locked up under contract.
Right.
I run the team. And here's the thing. All I got to do is get the head coach about 30 fourth down plays, and he leaves me alone with the offense.
I was just about to make that point. It's the fact, I think it shows the leadership that Dan Campbell has because Ben Johnson feels I can do my offense. He doesn't interrupt me. I do what I need to do
I can just hear
for my offense.
Man, just give me 40 fourth down plays that I can run.
That's it.
And you can do whatever you want from that. And when I say go for it, have the play ready. Yes, sir, coach.
You think about it too, David. Look, the ego of running your own team is alluring, but look at the pieces this team has. Look at what it would take him to acquire these pieces with a new organization. From Goff to the best tackle in football in Penei Sewell to the best center in football in Frank Ragnow to a really good left tackle, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, Sam Laporta, Amon-Ra, J-Mo, and by the way, what Rico just talked about, a coach who's like, what do you mean we're kicking? Go for it. Do you understand what it would take to recreate this situation somewhere else?
Now, the problem is, if you keep turning them down, then people are going to say, well, what's wrong with him? And you no longer will be that it guy.
Yeah, but if he's happy, it doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying. So long as you're happy, just know that you go through another rotation of turning down jobs, they're going to stop asking.
248-539-9797. We'll get some calls and ticket texts next. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevy in Warren. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because it's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings. Sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the roads, and Hamilton Chevy has them all. From the fuel-efficient compacts, rugged SUVs, to convertibles for days like today, because we don't get that many here in the state of Michigan. They got wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. And right now, you got a few days left. Take advantage of the May Rico deal, a 2024 Chevy Equinox, $279 a month for 24 months. Just bring in $995 down, and you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton for details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Summer driving season upon us. That's a combo of traffic, 18-wheelers, and construction everywhere. It also means a lot of car accidents, and if you're injured in one, injury attorney David Femininio and his team are ready to help you right now. David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case, and you can speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. All right, Ben Johnson, I think it's really, really fascinating. And again, if we have an opportunity to have Ben Johnson here for another year, look, I thought this was already a bonus year. But if you're talking about Ben Johnson this year and next year, if I had to place a wager, does his presence mean we get a parade and this team wins a Super Bowl? Yeah, I'd say yes. I mean it. I have immense respect for this guy and what he has done, along with Brad Holmes handing him really good players. It's fantastic.
And even if you don't get the Super Bowl, I think it keeps you in the top 4 in the NFL, the top 4 teams in the NFL.
David, go ahead. What's up?
Oh, we're good. I'll just read a couple ticket texts here. It says, I think you're wrong. I think he's just waiting for the right job while his stock goes up.
Hold on. Time out.
Yeah.
Well, what's the right job?
Yeah, I want to say this again. How am I wrong when I totally agree with what you're saying? How am I wrong when I simply say how hard it is for the, quote, right job to open up? Like, if tomorrow...
Maybe he's saying that I'm wrong because I don't think he wants a head coaching job. I think he's happy just where he is because if you think about it, Andy Reid walks out the door. Andy Reid's going to select who he wants. So if you're waiting on Andy Reid, that's probably the only job to say, yes, I will leave. Other than that, yeah, the jobs that the coaches get fired, bad teams, need a quarterback, horrible situation, got to rebuild. It's going to take about 2-3 years to get things going, okay? Not everybody's going to be DeMeco Ryan and turn it around in 1 year. That's rare. That does not happen.
It's a unicorn. Total unicorn. I agree with you.
So that's why I said maybe he is just happy. Remember, the Lions ponied up and paid him a lot of money to stick around. They rewarded him for his loyalty.
Wait, you're telling me teams can spend? I didn't realize that was a part of sports. Go ahead, Devin.
Well, Nate from Clawson actually texted in saying something similar to that. He says, we are the brand new Lions and have changed this culture, right? So what if? Sheila says, F it, I'm a billionaire, pays Ben just shy of head coaching money. We're dedicated to winning, right?
Yeah.
Winning brings money. This could happen.
How do you know that's not already happening?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, you're making all of this money, and all you have to do is worry about the offense, and you have a head coach who basically allows you to be a teenager playing Madden or whatever. You're going for it all the time. Come up with different plays. I love it.
There is an element to this Rico is right about, is that the actuality and like the idea of being the head coach is way more attractive than the reality of it. I mean, when you're an OC, in a lot of places, you don't really have to meet with the media. You don't have to be the forward face of the franchise. Rico nailed it. You just go to work. Go do your thing. I mean, you see it in college more because the recruiting stuff is just, I mean, it's driving coaches out of the sport. But if you're the OC, or if you are a high-ranking and you get the associate head coach tag, it's still a hell of a lot easier than being the head coach.
Right.
And you get about 90% of the benefits.
Yeah. He doesn't have to worry about the defense. He doesn't have to worry about the special teams.
None of it.
It's okay, offense. We didn't score enough points. Let me come up with some new plays, some new wrinkles. That's it. That's your homework for the night.
Plus, if you find a quarterback, hang on to him. Well, how's it any different if you're an OC? If you find a quarterback, stick with him. Because if you go to the wilderness and you take Bryce Young, here's what happens. You're fired.
I'm glad you said that because we always talk about when it's draft time, how usually the great quarterbacks or the great prospects go to the worst teams, right? Because they are the worst team for that reason. They're drafting number 3
They
for
have
a
no
reason.
choice, but they got to go.
And so then we talk about head coaches and say, oh, well, it's only one of 30 jobs or whatever it is. And it's like, but if you have everything you need in the position you're already in, why would you go to Carolina where you have nothing?
And if you're making enough money that your family is like, you know what? What can't we buy? What do we need more money to go buy? Nothing. We're happy. We got a nice house, car, kids love the school. Let's just ride this thing until the wheels fall off.
Let's go to Ben, 97.1. Ben, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
Good. What's up?
Hey, wanted to touch on this Ben Johnson discussion. In all honesty, I feel like he's and I was saying this to a lot of people last year, he's in the perfect situation right now where he's got Dan Campbell that's going to answer for any mistakes or issues with the team, and Ben Johnson can kind of just slide right by, keep doing his thing, keep cooking up a really good offense, while Dan Campbell has to deal with all the repercussions of any, mishandlings of, clock management or kicking, whatever issues that you might have with him. And Ben Johnson gets to lay back, gets to chill out, and, have one of the best, most prolific offenses in the NFL. Like you guys said, the perfect job doesn't really come up. Honestly, the only one that came up last year was you can call the Chargers as close to a perfect job as it gets because they already got an established quarterback and a pretty decent roster. But that job rarely comes up. Very, very rarely. And those are the kinds of things that you're looking for with a perfect job or the right opening to be a head coach.
No, I'm with you because, Ben, I don't think that Andy Reid or Kyle Shanahan's just going to walk away and say, okay, you know what, I'm done.
And if they do, one of their lieutenants might get the job.
You get to pick and say, this is going to be the next
And are you
guy.
going to be the guy to walk in and blow up a successful place? There's so much to it that I don't know. I think it's refreshing. I think it's a wild time.
And that's
I can't
also
believe I'm actually here in real life and the Lions are like in this pocket aces situation where it's all coming up roses.
Well, think of it like this.
It's amazing.
Mike, in order for him to be this honest with us, that tells me he's so comfortable in his own skin that he knows I'm making enough money and life is great. I can just be honest with you. I don't have to tell you. I'm just waiting for the right job, guys. Right. I'm happy right now.
Well, the reality too, I mean, all right, so just like blind fire numbers. Like if like X and Y. Let's say Ben Johnson is making X and the coach makes X plus 50%, 40%. At the numbers you're dealing in for an NFL offensive coordinator and a good one, and an NFL head coach and a good one, there is nothing that you can buy, you can't buy as the OC,
right,
as the head coach. The money isn't different. You're losing half of it in taxes anyways.
Right.
Like, no offense, it's not a paradigm shift. The only way your life will change if you're Ben Johnson, other than things of hubris or ego about being the head coach, like.
So, yeah, hypothetically, you go from, I don't know the numbers. He's making 4. Let's say Campbell's making 7.
There's no difference. It's just not. Because, again, it's not going to be, you're not buying a private plane.
So, basically,
you're not Jeff Bezos.
Right. You're taking home $2 million. Campbell's taking home $3.5 million.
10 and 7. The whole principle of it is your life is your life.
Yeah. You got all the cars. Your house is probably paid for. Your kids love the school system there.
Now, if all of a sudden somebody offered you $300, well, now your life is really different and you own your own plane.
Well, and here's another point that someone brings up on Ticker Text. Harbaugh, when he was hired, was able to raid Michigan when he went to the Chargers as well. Ben Johnson couldn't raid the Lions staff to build his.
I mean, I'm
so
sure
now you're talking about building your staff here. You can't do this.
I'm sure, he would probably try to take Randall L with him.
So here's an interesting note. Very rarely do you know what offensive coordinators are paid, right? So the word is that before Josh McDaniels went to Vegas, he was making $4 million a year as the Patriots OC. So this is now 3-4 years ago. Let's say Ben Johnson's making $5 million. He's arguably going to be the highest paid OC in the game. He's making 5 and Campbell makes 7.5, 8. The hell's the difference? Right. You're happy. You don't deal with 90% of the crap Dan Campbell's got to deal with. You got the best players at every damn position. It's just case in point.
Here's the thing. Even though you may go home late, you're pulling out the parking lot and Tan's still here.
Have a good day.
And I get to go home.
Gotta go. NBA playoffs have tipped off. Not too late to get in on the action right now. New customers get $150 in bonus bets any winning $5 bet. It's $150 to use on SGPs, live bets, title futures, and a whole lot more. No better place to play than FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel, America's best sports book. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Fantastic. All right, listen. It's beautiful outside. It's summer. Road trips. Moran Buick GMC wants to get you in the right vehicle. A 24 GMC Terrain, $279 a month. A 24 Encore GX Preferred, $229 a month. Both $19.99 down. New stock arriving daily. MoranExpress.com. And yes, they have Yukons and Denali's in stock. Make sure your car is ready to roll. Get that certified service. You get the loaner vehicle. You go on about your day. Always fast, always easy. MoranExpress.com at Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. All right, I did see Jeff Rieger in the building. He will be coming up next. David, ticket text.
Someone says we need Ben Johnson chants at every Detroit event now. That is from Andrew in Canton. Huh.
I still believe, man, if you've got him this year and next year, am I crazy to believe you'll win a Super Bowl?
You put yourself in that situation, especially if you can get all of the games at Ford Field.
The continuity is so rare in
It is.
today's game. And it's part of why I do believe, obviously, Mahomes is a cheat code.
Right, 'cause he had two different coordinators.
But the enemy for all those years, keeping the power structure there. Look at Tom Brady. When was Brady at his best? When Josh McDaniels was his OC. Continuity. It does. It matters. Go ahead.
That's been the issue in Baker Mayfield's career. He's had a new coordinator every year.
Right. And now Dave Canales, great year. Baker's back. Canales gone. It's cursed.
No, he's not cursed. He's just awful.
David. That's a Steeler fan. I know what that is. That's because he played for the Browns.
And he beat my team in the playoffs.
That game started where you snapped the ball over Big Ben's head. COVID.
Oh, I remember
and
that.
1,000 text messages came my way.
I remember that game.
That was rough. Ephraim Wixom says Ben Johnson has 35 years ahead of him to take a head coaching job. I love what he said and how he feels about what he's doing now.
Yeah, that's spot on to me.
That's the first time I heard the cut. And crap, we actually have intelligent people running our football team. I'm so glad he's staying. That's from Jim in Royal Oak.
Well, listen. Now, the right job could pop up, and he could be gone at the end of the year. I'm making a point that felt very honest. It felt sincere. And if that's the case, we got a fighting shot that we can keep this thing together so they can deliver the ultimate prize that this fan base deserves.
So let me give you this news here. Came out a little while ago, but there's update on the Hard Knocks for this season. There's going to be 3 different kinds. We're going to see the New York Giants with the off-season version of the Hard Knocks for the very first time.
Okay, I'm not even trying to be funny. What's so compelling about their off-season?
It isn't. They just got chosen. That's all.
I'd like to tell you as a Giants fan, I'm not compelled about anything they've done.
Like certain teams, you're like, okay, they're doing stuff like, okay, but it's going to be a whole chapter on Saquon walking out the door?
Probably.
Let me tell you, John Runyon Jr., that'll get the people going.
Wait. We can do the throwback jerseys.
What about Darren Waller's music video?
Oh, I have to watch that later.
Oh, my
God. Oh.
It just proves that sometimes you don't have to spend your money.
The only articles that are out there more than Darren Waller's music video today are the verdict in New York. The Waller thing is on every sports website on the planet.
Yes, it is.
I mean, yeah. David, don't expect much.
Oh, I'm not. There's a fake Kelsey Plum in it.
Just fast forward to the end because you're going to waste your time like this.
I want to hear it.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You'd rather hear Ray Lewis than hear this.
We never got that whole song, though.
Okay, first of all, I'm disappointed Ray never released the rest of the LP. All we got was the 15-second sound clip. Where's the album? That was 10 years ago. Where's the album? Because I'm
still looking for it.
All we established was him saying the word women. Where's the album?
That was better. I promise you, David. And you're a singer. You're going to be like, wow, he was right. It was awful.
Well, I will be texting you tonight.
It looked like a bad Saturday Night Live skit.
So did his season with the Giants.
Well, the training camp version of Hard Knocks will be the Chicago Bears this year. So we get to see all the Caleb Williams love, the Keenan Allen stuff.
Oh, see, that's a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And for the first time, the in-season version will follow all 4 teams from a division. They have not named which division yet.
like that. I'm good with that. You're good with that?
I am good with that. I'm hoping it's the NFC North.
Well, see, I don't think so now because
okay.
Because of the Bears.
Maybe the AFC South.
Rico wins.
Maybe
Rico
the AFC
wins.
South with the Houston Texans and Jags, Colts.
Which you still get some Lions in there because they're going to be playing all of those teams.
He's on his game today.
He is on his game today.
Go ahead. Is Rieger aware he's on the air?
I have no idea where
He's
is
probably
right
doing
now.
a show right now.
Yeah, who knows?
Or is he cutting another winning episode of The Daily Ticket? There he is. Just plug in. Get in.
It was a winning episode. Did you not see me say, don't go there, go here?
Yeah, it's...
I mean, I'm serious. I'm going like this, and I'm pointing to this microphone.
Such a struggle. It is such a struggle.
You know what? It's hard in the sports.
Wait, how is this on me? I mean, come on.
Because you open your eyes and look, he's telling you.
Don't go there. Go over here.
All right, everybody just calm down. It's
Everybody's
great to see
very,
you.
very stressful right now. How you guys doing? What's going on? Big Tiger game today?
What? Is there?
Not really, no.
Okay.
I'm kidding. So I was listening to the program today. I enjoyed the Scott Harris talk. I enjoyed the baseball talk. And at 6 o'clock, Tom the Governor Milliken said something that really caught me off guard.
What?
On Wednesday. I don't want to tell you. I want to tease the people so they listen at 6. But believe it or not, it made me, for a quick second, wonder if I've been too hard on Scott Harris. I'm going to play this cut. I actually think he makes a good point towards Costa. And I want to ask the question. I mean, at the end of the day,
I just love how we sit here and protect these executives as if they work at Kermanos and are curing pancreatic cancer. They are millionaires who play with billionaires' money.
Don't judge yet.
And buy and sell baseball players. And we act as if you criticized Pope Francis.
I think you can criticize the Pope. But
here's an idea. We haven't been to the playoffs in a decade.
I agree.
I don't
Do
care if
something to
Jesus
make it
himself
happen.
came down from the clouds in a City Connect jersey. He should be criticized.
Ooh.
I want to win.
Do you think that Jesus is style?
Jesus, number one.
Yeah.
I don't know. They turned the City Connect into a robe. I don't know. It's a special edition. It's the Rico edition. I'm just saying. Oh, my God, you're being too hard on... Okay.
Haven't heard that for a while. Oh, there it is.
Great.
By the way, nicely done all show long with that. Fantastic. Yeah, so we also might get into Ben Johnson as well. I mean, that was some refreshing, insightful, honest stuff. So
I loved it.
And we also had Kenny with the flex earlier in the show.
I heard that.
Oh, hold on. Bigger, unsolicited flex. Choice A. Choice B.
Okay, first of all, what's the bigger achievement? Go ahead. Choice A or B?
I'm going to say B because we all don't get to sit in the headquarters.
Like, did Kenny, were you close to juniors? That's what everybody says. Like, I could have played juniors.
Not at all.
Okay. All right. I'm going to say Kenny a little bit.
All right.
I do love the fact that Scott Harris felt the need to say, like, what, is that impressive?
Hey.
I'm just here in the Little Caesars World Headquarters. Like, is Brian
who
Kenny
asked?
supposed to be impressed?
Oh, really? Oh.
Brian Kenny's like, away, give me a hot and ready then.
Like, dude, it's right across the street. Like, would you take the helicopter across the street?
Could you imagine if Brian Kenny said, well, hold on, are you taking my order?
Right.
It'd be like if David's like, hey, guys, how you doing? I'm on Mr. Odyssey's boat. Nobody asked. Nobody cares.
Guys, just so you know, when I was listening to your show earlier today, I was on the golf course.
Okay.
No one cares.
Nobody cares.
Rieger's next. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow
That
at
didn't
2.
work well.
Oh, man. You want that career?